Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stop begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Yeah, well, we up in here now.
Tell me what you know about Juneteenth. Juneteenth, it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, 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 Juneteenth,
Low ride, hit, switch, deep fried catfish, hot grill, this lit, nah, this ain't no picnic. Picnics are the name of events where folks in the South came just to sit and watch a black man hang till he's limp. Strange fruit hanging from the trees in the South, this is cookout. And the reason for the celebration is emancipation, cause it took 5 months and 18 days for freedom to reach those Texan slaves.
tell me what you know about Juneteenth. Juneteenth, it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, 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 yeah.
time and know again, probably can't defeat you. What's in that cup, It ain't see-through 2 miles an hour, so everybody see you. We all having fun, cause on January 1, 1863, Lincoln said slavery was done in Confederacy, but the war wasn't really won, so we weren't free until the troops of the Union came in force. Stranger with the Union Army, issue order number 3, 250,000 free. Can you see it from my view when the slaves at the news, cheering loudly, dropping tools, walking off, tucking the shoes?
What you know about Juneteenth? Juneteenth said it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, 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 Juneteenth.
4th of July to some is despised, cause the Declaration signed, we were still slaves. Life, liberty, and property, John Locke. We were still considered property. Dred Scott, but I live in the USA. So on 4th of July, that flag I wave. But I really celebrate on our Independence Day, June 19th, how it was paved the way. So
tell me what you know about Juneteenth. June said it's time to celebrate. Juneteenth, Juneteenth.
Only Jesus care about us. Jesus.
Jesus care about us.
You ain't know now, you don't know. They want us quiet.
No way.
Skin color, there's a crime in the land, done it free.
Five.
From a Juneteenth behavior. No. Only Jesus care about us. Remember, they used to never want to hear us.
Remember,
they used to set the dogs on us.
remember,
Rap kids get spat on.
remember,
Only Jesus care about us.
remember.
You better give us our respect when we come from Juneteenth. You owe us. You owe us. Skin color is a cry in the land of the free.
Remember,
On my Juneteenth behavior, no. They used to never want to hear us.
remember,
They used to set the dogs on us.
remember,
Black kids get spat on. Remember, only Jesus care about us.
remember.
Daddy used to set the dogs on us. You better give us our respect when we come for Juneteenth. You owe us. You owe us.
I mean, Jesus care about us. They used to never want to hear us. They used to set the dogs on us. You better give us some respect.
Remember,
And we come for Juneteenth.
remember.
Only Jesus care about us. You owe us. You owe us. Only Jesus care about us. Remember.
Out. Word to brother, I ain't going back. Looking for a party and some fine to throw it back. Free now and they think we don't know how to act. Worry we gon' spend like 54 mass. I know some freemen want to, but not me though. I'ma post up, laid back and stay free though. Without a boss all up on my back like a Speedo. That's That's nasty. I spot a black queen that got baked. That's Ashley. I see OG on the grill talking reckless. Wow, he got a lemon pepper peppers. Hey, OG. You know that fool finna hit. He looked me up and down and smiled with gold teeth. Boy, it's Juneteenth. We both free. Now grab a plate and don't call me OG. Call me Ask your aunties about me.
Fresh out, ain't going back. Ain't finna lock me up again. You ain't the boss of me. That's cause today's Juneteenth. Light it up. Put that meat up on the grill. Let's celebrate. Cause today's Juneteenth.
Free the homies, free the bros. Bust some chains, poppin' those. Fresh out.
Hey, it's Juneteenth. It's we about to party.
Baby, what you think? I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step. Let me learn you why today we favor. Don't be acting like Lincoln's Jesus like he's savior. Proclamation did it, free us all, free labor. Just as North emancipated, free papers. Lincoln sent the troops to free the rest, each stater. State by state, they started with the North, but we later. Got to Texas 1863, Juneteenth, Order 3, issued by General J. Granger. Brother, that's why today this party's sparking. My dog's barking. I've been standing too long, time to cut it up. Watch how I do it, nephew. I'm on it. I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step.
Fresh out, ain't going back. Ain't finna lock me up again. You ain't the boss of me. That's cause today is Juneteenth. Light it up. Put that meat up on the grill. Let's celebrate. Cause today is Juneteenth.
Free the homies, free the bros. Bust some chains, poppin' those. Fresh out.
Hey, Juneteenth. It's we about to party.
Baby, what you think? I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step. I step right. I slide left. I spin around. I two-step. Potato salad busted. Hey, who made this? We gon' ask it. If the food is boo-boo, cover your plate up with a napkin.
Cause today is Juneteenth.
Juneteenth.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots. For the trouble navigating the document, try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Grand Rock with and Shay. It's Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth, happy Juneteenth, Black Valley. Yay!
160.
Cut the goddamn check.
God damn it, Shabaka. Just go with the yay, man. Jesus.
This day 101.
I'm not in the yay, sis. I don't do drugs.
That was actually funny. That was actually funny, Shabaka. Stupid.
It's ridiculous.
That was funny.
On this season 11, episode 29 of, excuse me, is it 29? I think I got that wrong. I can't remember.
No, sir, it's episode 49. That's how we know we're putting in work, man. Everybody's getting tired.
Yeah, episode 49.
Season 11, episode 49 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase in conjunction with Frontline Black News.
Correct. Several topics. The first one is, like I said, Juneteenth. And Juneteenth,
that's right.
It's a foundational Black American holiday.
That's right.
Such the history of Juneteenth, what you didn't know, American history. The CBC and immigrants try to hijack Juneteenth.
Bitches.
Iran Lego animation, Trump's birthday collapses on himself.
Great news.
What did Mississippi cops do to a 1-year-old Kohen? Chud the builder can't escape this. Footage shows everything. Chud the builder's bail gets revoked. Tariq chimes in. His world is collapsing. Gruesome Newsom's empire crumbles under DOJ probe.
Great news. Fuck the state of California. Shake that motherfucker into the water. Great news.
Elon Musk.
Not before they cut
Grok powered 2,000 strikes against Iran, and nobody's talking about it. 50 Cent response to Floyd Mayweather being charged for theft and fraud over 200K. Watch. Punk ass Adam 22 forced to cancel no jumper. Great news. Great news. Great news. After selling only 30 tickets and offering free packs. And Shabaka.
Right, that part.
Yeah, boy, they never a dull moment on this motherfucker. That's damn sure.
It's Shabaka's Black Conspiracy House is based off the 50th anniversary of the original founding of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Conspiracy House covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 or 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like to share the broadcast, family. Remember, fam, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. I apologize. I was going to be streaming on the other 3 platforms, but StreamYard decided to end our free trial.
Man, them lousy motherfuckers, boy, I'm telling you, man.
We're only streaming on Frontline Black News opposed to the other channels. But you can still subscribe to the other channels. You can start by subscribing to Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. And my page is finally out of jail. Just A-Chain Crumbles, YouTube.
He's out of jail with the bail. He's out of jail.
We don't know what the fuck happened. Like, you talk about hating on a motherfucker. You hate that motherfucker hated on the chat so hard. Reported and got that shit took down for nothing.
The only thing that means, Brother Che, is you inside that motherfucker's offense and work with him, Junior.
Right.
Rain upside his dome.
A hater in the chat. They made up some bullshit. Like they'll go to no end. There's no level of snitching on a motherfucker.
Right.
Making up shit.
Doing the most.
You know, the
hey, DSB, greetings to you, brother. Yeah, I'm sorry, Che. Go ahead. Go on mute until you finish.
I'm sorry.
Then we got my so on that personal page that they struck, that's where we stream all the city council meetings here in Denver and Aurora, the community events like we're gonna be streaming Juneteenth later, and then my personal food bank, or the food bank I've been doing for the past 10 years. That's also streamed on there, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction, though. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can start going live again on YouTube, or on that channel rather, because she can go live on YouTube, just not on that channel. Then we got her main channel where she was just live, took it down all the way to the wire. The RV.
I was covering it. I kept telling everybody, but I was killing time. I was like, I got 5 more minutes. Let's see, I got to squeeze some in. They had a little PSA. Then read a little article. I was squeezing to the last of the fucking last. That motherfucker went 9 hours, but 9 hours of informative motherfucking information. I'll tell you what, there's never a repeat cycle of the fucking RVA. It's always different. It's always something different, but it's supposed to be educational. Supposed to learn some shit.
So to the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. The link is in the description. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Shabaka, what is your subscriber count at now?
I think, man, we still under 200, Brother Che, but we slowly but surely making progress, you know. So I'm trying to figure out a way.
How close are you to these subscribers?
How close am I to how many subscribers?
50.
Yeah. Okay. I got 50 subscribers. I think I'm at about 36 now. So just got to keep peppering it.
You should be at 40 something. Why are you at 36?
Okay. Let me check.
It's the only one that focuses on that type of thing. I just be letting myself go. And
so
then
going live, you gotta have 50 subscribers to start going live on any given YouTube channel.
I'm shy.
Then we got Kookies, our brother out the Mile High, Bellside, my brother. Make sure y'all check him out. Kookies the 5100. He chimed in with us briefly for the RBA.
Yeah, his son gonna be in the parade. Baby gonna be in the parade.
Yeah, his son gonna be in the parade. That's what's up. So make sure y'all check him out. Kookies the 5100. Come up with the FBA culture reports on YouTube. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, who's in Virginia by way of Hempstead, Long Island. Make sure y'all check him out. Breeze Omega. Then we got our brother Church, who's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all check him out, the Church of Black Power. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus, and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. And he's in the DMV area. Make sure y'all check him out, Torian Rain Reloaded. He's going to be dropping a Juneteenth stream later. I might tap in for that. And then we got Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all check him out. Black Afro Elite. Make sure y'all check him out as well. And last but certainly not least,
We got our brother Black Truth United. He came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And a link to the Rolodex is in the description. A link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. Shabaka must want the link. Oh, okay, Shabaka. Let me give you the link. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue.
It's handle.
On the description.
If I'm correct.
Huh?
DSB is asking a question.
Oh, let me see. I'm trying to give Shabaka this link. Hold on, DSB. I can't see your comment.
We put out the link, so we got to fight with trolls, man. It's been a beautiful morning so far.
There's trolls in the chat?
No.
Oh.
No. They saw all of us black people.
It's called Gen 1.
I think it's the same as
I just hit him in the private chat. I just hit him in the private chat with his brother Che. Yeah, that's lowercase. It's lowercase on the Gen L.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they got some fuckery going on over there too.
Hold on, I'm gonna actually put the link in the description or in the chat.
Yeah.
And then we got the anti-reparations fund got shot down, so I'm not even gonna mention that. Take action now. Sister Brooks call to action. Make sure y'all submit those emails and the letters. I think this is the last week to do it. So get those letters and them emails in for the U.S. Freedmen Project in New York. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act, the change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that as well. And then
I believe I did.
Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Hart, military veteran. I put hands and feet all over that Nabisco Chud the Bussy.
Oh, that's great news.
So his GoFundMe is in the description. Donate to it. I think he already met his goal, but so if he met it, let's help him surpass the goal. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy putting that together. Then we got myself, as you could tell from the original background. I am a candidate on the ballot for office for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado. And the link to my website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, okay.
Thank you, Deuce in the Quarter.
What it is and how it works. Everything else you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10
commerce.
Well, that's economics, Shabaka. Commerce and
that's true.
That was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, we're going to hop into Juneteenth and how it's a foundational Black American holiday. It's not a Pan-African holiday. It's not a diaspora holiday. It's strictly a Black American holiday. So let me share the screen. Okay,
yes, sir, DSP. You're always welcome, Shabaka. We got to support each other, family. Facts. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be with Jesse later on today. We were going to do Frontline Black News Friday tomorrow, whatever. But I'm gonna be with him at the Black House. So.
Juneteenth goes by many names, whether you call it Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, or the country's second independence.
I'm gonna play this clip first, and then I'm gonna play the Juneteenth at the Foundational Black American Holiday. So this first clip is the history of Juneteenth, what you didn't know, American.
Day. Juneteenth is one of the most important anniversaries in American history. On June 19, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger, who had fought for the Union, led a force of soldiers to Galveston, Texas, to deliver a very important message. The war was finally over. The Union had won, and it now had the manpower to enforce the end of slavery. The announcement came 2 months after the effective conclusion of the Civil War, and even longer since President Abraham Lincoln had first signed the Emancipation Proclamation. That was 160 years ago. But there is much more to the story of Juneteenth that you probably didn't know. First off, what does Juneteenth represent? First things first, Juneteenth gets its name from combining June and 19th, the day that Granger arrived in Galveston, bearing a message of freedom for the slaves there. Upon his arrival, he read out General Order No. 3, informing the residents that slavery would no longer be tolerated and that all slaves were now free and would henceforth be treated as hired workers if they chose to remain on the plantations. The order read, in part, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired laborer. The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere." But slavery did not end on Juneteenth. Enslaved people had already been emancipated, they just didn't know it. The June 19th announcement came more than 2.5 years after Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in January 1st, 1863. So technically, from the Union's perspective, the 250,000 enslaved people in Texas were already free, but none of them were aware of it, and no one was in a rush to inform them. There were many theories as to why the Emancipation Proclamation wasn't enforced in Texas. News traveled slowly back in those days. It took Confederate soldiers in western Texas more than 2 months to hear that Robert E. Lee had surrendered at Appomattox. Still, some have struggled to explain the 30-month gap between Lincoln's proclamation and the enslaved people's freedom, leading to speculation that some Texans suppressed the announcement. Other theories include that the original messenger was murdered to prevent the information from being relayed, or that the federal government purposely delayed the announcement to Texas to get one more cotton harvest out of the enslaved workers. But the real reason is probably that Lincoln's proclamation simply wasn't enforceable in the rebel states before the end of the Civil War. What came after the period of Juneteenth is known as the scatter. Most freed people weren't terribly interested in staying with the people who had enslaved them, even if pay was involved. In fact, some were leaving before Granger had finished making the announcement. It's perhaps unsurprising that many former slaves did not stay on the plantations as workers and instead left in search of new beginnings or to find family members who had been sold away. Not all enslaved people were freed instantly. Texas is a large state, and General Granger's order was slow to spread. According to historian James Smallwood, many enslavers deliberately suppressed the information until after the harvest, and some beyond that. In July 1867, there were 2 separate reports of enslaved people being freed, and one report of a Texas horse thief named Alex Simpson, whose enslaved people were only freed after his hanging in 1868. Despite the announcement, Texas enslavers weren't too eager to part with what they had felt was their property. When freed people tried to leave, many of them were beaten, lynched, or murdered. A former enslaved person named Susan Merritt recalled, "They would catch freed slaves swimming across the Sabine River and shoot them." There were limited options for celebrating. When freed people tried to celebrate the first anniversary of the announcement a year later, they faced a problem. Segregation laws were expanding rapidly, so there were no public places or parks they were permitted to use. In the 1870s, former enslaved people pooled together $800 and purchased 10 acres of land, which they deemed as the Emancipation Park. Until the 1950s, it was the only public park and swimming pool in the Houston area that was open to African Americans. The Emancipation Park underwent a $33.5 million renovation in 2016 and was rededicated in the summer of 2017. The renovation helped the architecture tell the story of Juneteenth, the story of oppression, struggle, freedom, and hope. Juneteenth celebrations waned during the era of Jim Crow laws until the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s, when the Poor People's March planned by Martin Luther King Jr. was purposely scheduled to coincide with the date. The march brought Juneteenth back to the forefront. And when march participants took the celebrations back to their home states, the holiday was reborn. Texas was the first state to declare Juneteenth a state holiday in 1980, becoming the first state to do so. And now, Juneteenth is a federal holiday. Thanks to the efforts of the nonagenarian activist Opal Lee, who began walking state to state to draw attention to the cause in 2016, Congress passed legislation making Juneteenth a federal holiday in 2021. President Joe Biden signed the bill into law on June 17, 2021. So, what about the flag? The Juneteenth flag is full of symbolism. The first Juneteenth flag was designed by L.J. Graff in 1997, and she packed lots of meaning into her design. The colors red, white, and blue echo the American flag to symbolize that the enslaved people and their descendants were Americans. The star in the middle pays homage to Texas, while the bursting new star on the horizon of the red and blue fields represent a new freedom and a new people. The second flag was created by activist Ben Haith in 2000 and illustrated by Graff. It is a revision of the first. The arc in the middle represents a new day. If you liked our video, don't forget to subscribe and follow our channel for more videos like this one.
Get to like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
That's right.
All right, so there y'all have it. There's the history of Juneteenth, strictly a Black American holiday. And as you can see, we got our own flag for Juneteenth. So please get the colors right, because we've been seeing a lot of people messing up the color scheme. And our brother Church is going to go in on that next.
Yeah. June 19, that day got white. Chains fell off, don't rewrite the date. Foundation of Black American pride on the plate. Bloodline stories, we don't trade the gate. On flag way, let it ride in the wind. Red, white, blue, that's where we begin. Not your remix, not your borrow spin, it's our legacy. We built from within, so don't come slick with a new paint job. Don't try to turn our roots to a broad. We know the names, we know the roads, we know the hands that carry that load. Juneteenth dog, let it breathe, let it stand. Juneteenth dog, in the same old land. Red, white, blue, put respect on the clock. Juneteenth dog, that's the FBA hallmark. Juneteenth dog, let it breathe, let it stand. Juneteenth dog, it's a family band. Keep your flag talk, keep your style at home. We got our own roots, we got our own zone. Traditions, cookouts, kids in the yard. Old songs running, memory hard. Names passed down like a flame in the night. We don't need permission just to say what's right. I love the kinfolk, love the line we trace. Love the sweet tea and the earned out grace. But if you hear, respect the frame. Don't step on the day, don't change the name. It's bigger than trends, bigger than waves, bigger than a post in a costume parade. This is a marker, this is a key, this is a claim to our history. Juneteenth, let it breathe, let it stand. Juneteenth, in the same old land. Red, white, blue, put respect on the clock. Juneteenth, that's an FBA hallmark. Juneteenth, let it breathe, let it stand. Juneteenth, it's a family band. Keep your flag talk, keep your style at home. We got our own roots, we got our own zone. No borrowed lands, no costume spin, no telling us who we were. Back then, we held that line, we kept that flame, and we still do now when we call that name. Juneteenth, let it breathe, let it stand. Juneteenth, in the same old lane. Red, white, blue, put respect on the cloth. Juneteenth, that's an FBA hallmark. Juneteenth, let it breathe, let it stand. Juneteenth, it's a family band. Your flag talk, keep your style at home. We got our own roots, we got our own zone.
Hey, look, I knew about the Pan-African flag, and I knew there would be some controversy. There's some people who were saying, hey, we don't need another flag, no flag. No, our ancestors made this country great. How's that one?
That's right, Elder. All right, what do y'all think?
Most people think June.
Before I get to the next topic, it's still Juneteenth related, but what are your thoughts on the first video and the music video that Turks put on?
The music, I like the music, and the music was tight. I like the music. It's great. All the little songs you've been playing there so far are just really, really, really good. I really like it. As far as the flag, I mean, like, I don't even know why we have to have this discussion. Like, we know what the flag look like. Well, who's messing it up? That we have to go in depth and have a reckoning of such. Like, it is, the flag is the heritage flag is the heritage flag. Like, who's messing it up? That we gotta talk about it and have a dialogue. Like this, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it when Afro Elite brought it up. I was like, who's messing me internalizing? I was like, who messing up the flag like that? They, this Juneteenth, is this a tether activity? Like, I was just curious, like, why would you do that? I mean, like, we already got the memo about no Pan-Africanism, no Pan-African flags. Okay, cool, whatever. But who messes that up? Like, get the colors right. There's only 3 colors on the bitch.
They always get the colors wrong, Lady Che. They always put some, like,
It comes already made. It comes already made. You ain't sewing it yourself.
You'll see the signs. They got a Pan-African theme to it. The news, the local news media out here, all they show is the Pan-African colors. We got to set the record straight that no, it's not Pan-African colors on this day. It is red, white, and blue, because we built the red, white, and blue, and they need to compensate us for it now.
Well, that is true, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying? And the cold part about it is, see, like when we look at these public indoctrination centers, okay, that they have us sending our children to, they teach them everything else except their own culture and history. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they don't want to teach us our history here. It's not only our history in the world they don't want to teach us. They don't want to teach us our history.
Right. Because you see, if they was to teach us our true history, Brother Che, then this will reinforce the demand for the reparations. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly, Shabaka. That's why we got to keep throwing it in their ear every chance we get.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man, keep it in their face like Ollie used to do that left jab. Keep it in their motherfucking face every goddamn day. I'm arguing with some stupid ass. Well, I don't want to be cussing. Some stupid MF about it. You know? And I be telling her in the Bisco, look, man, you ain't black. The black experience is not your experience, and I don't give a damn how many black prostitutes your trick ass is paying.
Right.
And then I get hate mail. You know what I'm saying?
How many black prostitutes you paid?
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole word.
Yeah, and it's a very, very sad fact, Lady Che. Look at Hollywood. You know what I'm saying?
Lord.
So let's go down to the nitty gritty. Why did it take 2.5 years for them to find out that they were free?
Because they wanted to delay it as long as possible, Brother Che, so they can keep getting that free labor. It's like having a wash rag where you squeeze out all the water and you squeeze it again to get every last little drop out of it. That's what it was about. You see what I mean? And then just like, man, when I told you when I was looking at that thing, man, on the Union Pacific Railroad, they didn't mention that we built the Southern Pacific Railroad.
Yeah, John Henry.
Exactly. I was just about to say that, sir. That's where the legend of John Henry came from. They say, take you all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, all the way to Los Angeles. Mm-hmm.
It was a whole film we used to sing when we was kids.
Yeah.
So is that your final thoughts on that portion of it, Shabaka?
No, sir. What it is they just need to give us the whole goddamn Federal Reserve, man. You know what I'm saying?
Shabaka, on the history of Juneteenth.
Oh yeah, on the history of Juneteenth, yeah, you know, it's very, very significant that our young people learn about it. Then not to mention the fact, look at the shit, man, that they was talking about Michelle Obama saying that she was a man and all that when they gave the presidential library on the south side of the Chi, you know, for Barack Obama, you know.
Yeah, we're going to touch on that tomorrow.
Oh, okay. And then,
list.
Okay. And Val says the forms of communication were not as effective as today. They were using Telegram back then. Yeah, you're right, Val. And the Telegraph post ran with the Union Pacific Railroad too, and the Southern Pacific Railroad, if I got it right.
Yep. That's what they was transporting that mail.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. All right. I'm gonna let this next clip play then, because they trying to co-opt our shit. The congressional black talkers and the immigrants, the illegals, try to hijack Juneteenth. The tethers is trying to hijack Juneteenth, Shabaka.
Colors are red, black, and green. But that's not Juneteenth. That's Pan-African. And I know this might sound wild, but stay with me. Because by the end of this, you're going to look at Juneteenth completely different. Juneteenth is not an African holiday. It is an American holiday.
Here as we get ready to celebrate Juneteenth and those ideals of freedom, I have to stand here on this Senate floor, recount this history, and say that we are at another crisis point in our democracy because the Supreme Court now has gutted the Voting Rights Act.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure.
You
know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro.
Man, what movie is that from?
Like that shit.
Little Richard, Ali, Malcolm, Billie Holiday.
I think I'm pretty sure it's
Baker.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help, wealth, and the better understand.
It's called Belly, Shabaka.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure, positive. Belly.
So in this video, y'all, we're going over how Juneteenth is now being celebrated from other cultures and nationalities. We got one where it was a Haitian lady and a Asian woman, and we always had Africa look like they trying to take on the Juneteenth. The Caribbeans.
Immigrant tethers are trying to take over Juneteenth yet again. That's meant for Black Americans. Chef Manushka Guerrier, Haitian. Chef Debbie Lee, Korean. Now, what are you guys doing? You know we having an Asian business boycott, trying to host some Juneteenth event, some shindig at a Korean hub. But you guys are not Black American. Now, Manushka worked on the Food Network. Everybody knows what the Food Network is. So, wait, why are there no Black Americans hosting this event? This is cultural encroachment. Now, you guys know no one gave you the authority to host any events for Black Americans with no Black Americans, especially when the event is called Juneteenth. That is cultural encroachment. Listen, my name is Ken Nottaway. I'm the 5th great grandson of Nat Turner, one of the greatest American freedom fighters of all time. On my channel, we talk about journalism, psychology, communication, media, and public relations. And oftentimes through these channels, through these mediums, our narratives are changed. We're correcting the action, protecting our culture. We are advocating for our culture that doesn't belong to a Haitian or a Korean. These are also the areas that I received my college degrees and my expertise. And because I'm from this lineage, you guys are being put on notice. Now listen, this is Manushka's social media, and this is Debbie Lee's social media. You guys are out of control. You're out of order. Why would you want to practice cultural encroachment against Black Americans? It's such a shame. Hit them up. Make them understand. You cannot speak for Black Americans. You cannot practice cultural encroachment. No. Okay? Calm that down. Talking about some soul to soul.
The problem with that is it's a federal recognized holiday for Black Americans. Okay? And we still in delineation mode where we want to make sure that no one is taking our image, name, and likeness and using it for their benefit.
And ironic that the same people who have committed their lives to declaring from the rooftops that Black Americans have no culture are now trying to make Juneteenth about them. Like, as a Black American, I understand that Haitian Independence Day is not my culture. It's not for me to celebrate. It's not for me to try to colonize or take. For an example, like Haitian Independence Day is a Haitian thing. I understand that that's their culture, that's their history. That's a day for them to celebrate. I understand that's not about me. But for some reason, when it comes to Black Americans, the diaspora, don't really like that word, cannot have the same mindset. Like, the same people that say we have no culture are now trying to like make Juneteenth a diaspora thing or a Black thing instead of a holiday that celebrates a very specific moment in Black American history. Like 1865, the whole Juneteenth thing. What did it have to do with Black Brits? What did it have to do with Caribbeans? What did it have to do with Africans? The same way that Haitian Independence Day, for example, had nothing to do with American Black people or Canadian Black people or British Black people or Panamanian Black people. Like, I don't understand how people that say we have no culture are now trying to make Juneteenth like everybody. This is a Black thing. Like, you weren't even here in 1865. So, because I know you ain't celebrating the liberation of your Black American brothers and sisters. I know it's not about that. Like, I know you're not overjoyed for us, and that's why you celebrate. Like, I don't understand, because I fully understand that, like, I don't know, South African celebrations are not for me, and I understand that Haitian stuff is not for me, and I understand that Jamaican culture, whatever holidays they have, is not for me, but for some reason, the same people that say we have no culture are trying to, like, colonize Juneteenth and now make it like a African thing. Like, Juneteenth is a reference to a very specific day in Black American history. It's not a Black thing. It's just funny that like the same people that say we have no culture are now trying to like make Juneteenth for everybody.
Okay, I was talking to somebody and they said, why can't other cultures or nationalities use Juneteenth and celebrate it? And I'm going to show y'all how people are celebrating and it's not even, that ain't right. So just imagine if Black Americans, right, we was like, hey, they have a holiday in China and we're going to celebrate the China holiday. Y'all come to our Black organization, come to our Black restaurant, man. We're going to celebrate, a China holiday. It would seem weird. Why would a culture, and I don't mean to say that why are they celebrating, but we see it's not being done with good intentions. Okay, and we know that's been the play running on Black Americans for a long time. They don't do things in good intentions. They do it to take advantage. Okay, so I'm going to show y'all some examples of how they're doing that right now. But this holiday is for us, it's for our ancestors and the things that we've been through on this land. And we want to separate from people who have pride in their countries and what they've been through. And we want to show people the pride that we got.
Can anyone explain to me what the issue is with Black Americans wanting to specify if Black-owned businesses are Black American-owned, Caribbean-owned, or African-owned? I just think it's very telling to see how others in the diaspora are reacting to us simply wanting to specify what a Black American business is. Like, I just don't get it. Forever, if you've ever met anybody from the Caribbean or anybody from a country in Africa, they have so much pride in where they come from, and they should. That being said, if you have ever witnessed how much pride they have in their homelands, you would also know that they get extremely offended when you suggest that they're Black. So with that being said, y'all will not try to make Black Americans feel bad for wanting to specify who's who. Because honestly, the way y'all are reacting in these comment sections, it's given that y'all kind of acting like the Asian community. Everybody wants to profit from us while still being hateful towards us. It's not gonna happen.
Okay, now we don't mind people, saluting us, but when you're trying to throw events and parties and, establishment that's not us and strictly us, it looks like a scam. It looks like grifting does. To me, personally, I ain't gonna say us, to me, and we ain't going for it. So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. I'm gonna show y'all some clips of this that's going on, and definitely how we can definitely start protecting our image, name, and likeness from these people. But we doing a good job on making sure that we are focusing on us, and that's just making people very, very uncomfortable. So I'm gonna give y'all some more commentary. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Check this out. Let's get it.
Juneteenth is coming up, but there's a big problem because most people think Juneteenth colors are red, black, and green. But that's not Juneteenth. That's Pan-African. And I know this might sound wild, but stay with me because by the end of this, you're going to look at Juneteenth completely different. Juneteenth is not an African holiday. It is an American holiday. It is the day that enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, found out they were free right here on this soil in this country. And Juneteenth became an official United States federal holiday in June of 2021. So Juneteenth actually has its own flag, and most people have never seen it. It's red, white, and blue with a star in the center and a burst around it. The star has a dual meaning. One, it represents Texas, the Lone Star State, and it also represents the freedom of foundational Black Americans across all 50 states. And the burst around it represents a new beginning, the birth of a new day, and a fresh start for newly free people. The same colors as the American flag, because the message is clear. Our freedom is American history, not borrowed from somewhere else. A foundational Black American who is a community organizer and activist named Ben Haith designed the flag in 1997 because he believed that Juneteenth deserved a symbol that told the truth about what the holiday actually is. This Juneteenth, don't let corporate America tell you how to represent our foundational Black American holiday. And let me know in the comments, did you know this already?
This week, not many hours from now, we're going to celebrate Juneteenth. We all know the story of Juneteenth, that there were slaves in Texas that had not gotten the word that they were free. A civil war that cost so much blood and treasure to this country. No other war has seen so many Americans dead. And yet, at the end of that war, many, many people had not heard the Emancipation Proclamation, did not know they were free. It wasn't until that fateful day on Juneteenth that slaves, now free people in Texas, heard about their freedom. There was jubilation, there was celebration, and the tradition of Juneteenth started. Now, I'm very familiar. It's hard for me to walk on this Senate floor, this sacred civic space, it's hard for me to walk here and not recognize the history. Right after Reconstruction, we saw the first Black person ever to walk on this floor. We saw a Black senator and a Black senator elected to this body. Not popularly elected, but back then we put our legislators in the Senate by votes of state legislatures. We saw House members come from southern states as well, being elected in free, fair elections in that post-Reconstruction period. Because freedom in America is not just defined by not having chains. Freedom in America means being able to participate in this democracy. And in that brief period of the post-Reconstruction era, of the Reconstruction era, we saw free and open elections. African Americans rushed to the polls and voted at 70, 80%, and began to elect people in fair elections. We saw multicultural legislators. We saw Blacks and whites and states sharing power. It was extraordinary, this brief window of time. But then the Reconstruction period ended.
Salute, Breeze.
And a reign of terror fell throughout the South. We saw Black elected officials, Black judges, Black mayors being dragged out of their offices, beat, and some of them lynched. We saw laws being passed by state legislatures to bar Black people from voting, to put on poll taxes and other extraordinary hurdles to stop African-American participation and African-American voting. That very idea of being free was now undermined and undercut by a set of unfair laws. And what happened to Blacks in the Senate? What happened to Blacks in the House of Representatives? Well, they disappeared. I know the last speech, I've read it before, by George Henry White, the last Black person in 1901 gave the final speech, and he predicted that one day African Americans would return to our federal legislature, would return to the House of Representatives, would return to the state. It's called the Phoenix speech because he predicted that one day Blacks would return to these bodies. One day elections would be free. One day we would reclaim our democracy of one person and one vote. 1901, and he was from North Carolina, and it wouldn't be till the 1990s that another Black person would come to be elected from North Carolina. From those days in the 1870s and 1880s when that reign of terror and the denial of vote, it wasn't until the 1960s that laws were secured, passed through the United States Senate and the United States House that gave the right to vote a more fair and equal chance. It was called the Voting Rights Act of 1965, this extraordinary piece of legislation that secured the right to vote for African Americans. And finally, African Americans started returning to our legislature. We saw Edmund Brooke get elected to the United States Senate. We saw Carolyn Moseley Braun be elected to the United States Senate. The third person was Barack Obama, elected to the United States Senate, and I was the number 4. Fourth Black person in history to be elected to this body after this history of horror and struggle and pain, after girls were killed in a bombing, the Edmund Pettus Bridge marchers beaten on Bloody Sunday, Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner being killed in Mississippi. The stories of horror of those folks who tried to stand up for the right to vote, tried to fight to advance the cause of equal voting. Finally, in 1965, Voting Rights Act was passed. Equality at the polling place, justice returned, and this body and the chamber across the Capitol began to see, as was predicted by George Henry White, Blacks come back to Congress. Justice, fairness, equality, secured by this chamber, secured by Congress, signed by a president. The Voting Rights Act from 1965 held strong and allowed that fairness to be seen and allowed voters to have a fair say. But here, as we get ready to celebrate Juneteenth and those ideals of freedom, I have to stand here on this Senate floor, recount this history, and say that we are at another crisis point in our democracy because the Supreme Court now has gutted the Voting Rights Act, eviscerated Section 2. And what's happened as a result? Before the ink was dry, we saw southern states, those same states that a century before used the legislative power at the state level to eviscerate Black voting fairness. They raced really quickly to draw congressional lines on their maps with the express purpose of diluting African American voting power. Literally eliminating districts where African Americans had fair representation in order to stop them from having a voice in Congress.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Breeze.
Right.
Yeah, man. Integration destroyed us economically, politically, culturally, intellectually.
Right,
Yeah, Breeze is right about that.
Sure is.
That's 1,000 right there.
You at work? Are you at work, Breeze? You want to drop the link for you? All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the last video?
Okay, my thoughts on the last video, man. Corey Hooker, man, is just that, a damn prostitute. You know what I'm saying? You know, the majority of these black-ass politicians are nothing but prostitutes, but that does not apply to you, Brother Check. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, look at Barack Obama. Oh, we got to talk about LGBT. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Breeze says it's off because it's Juneteenth. All right, Breeze, enjoy the day off. You know, I know he's happy. They say, so to me, Barack Obama, man, was the worst thing to ever happen to black people. And what's the first thing that motherfucker said, Brother Che? Change that we could believe in. And he's upgrading everything for every other motherfucking group out here but us. But he's a tether his damn self.
We got Maxwell in the building.
Who's in the building? Hey, Maxwell. Hey, how you been?
Hey,
Top of the morning. All mods in the chat family. Top of the morning to you, Mr. Maxwell. Top of the morning. Thank you for joining us. And then anytime that this motherfucker gonna get up here, now do let me say this here to keep politically correct, okay? That alphabetized agenda to have their human rights, to have their civil rights, but I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna call a fucking man a woman. That's an insult to my mother's memory.
Right. Agreed, Shabaka. Agreed. All right, Lady Che, what did you have to say on this?
Breeze is right. I'm thoroughly a fan of segregation. And now, you know, especially after they cut the check, they're really like 25 years away from everybody. So we get ourselves together. Personally, I think that it's crazy that we even have to have this discussion, and that, you know, motherfuckers are trying to co-opt the fucking the holiday. And what about Colin Powell, senior, junior, I mean. What about him?
You talking about Colin Powell?
Yeah, what about him? You mentioned him. He was doing good things. People like him.
No, he was from okay, he grew up in Harlem, I know that. Yeah, but wasn't his parents immigrants from Jamaica, Brother Che?
No.
Yeah, I think he's a tether.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think. I didn't know they. No, I don't think he was a tether because.
Like a Du Bois. He's like a tether. Like
that. I just think that he was motherfucking hella mixed. All right. Either way. Nonetheless, I hate Corey Bussy can just eat a fat one because he's not like he's done anything good for black people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Okay, Bree. So Powell was a tether. Okay, brother. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
Look it up. There's still. I'm gonna look it up. Okay. Anyway.
Okay, he was an anchor baby. That's what Maxwell is saying. Okay.
Of course he would. He like mention of a tether. Somebody's a tether or anchor baby somewhere somehow. I just think that it's Corey Bussy should be giving us a history of nothing. He should be giving us a history of his work for black folk. That's what he should be talking about. Yeah, because he hadn't done nothing for black folk. So he's talking about his feet and shit.
Happy Juneteenth, Breeze.
Yeah,
Breeze is what is Breeze. What it be? What it be? What it do? What it do?
Why you let him up? Happy Juneteenth, Breeze. You let him up, that he's gonna cause havoc on the platform.
Get his minds together. Stream with him.
Happy Juneteenth. I just messing with Breeze.
We got
He's
Maxwell.
trying to raise his blood pressure before he go out there and start barbecuing and shit.
And lamb belly and shit.
Yeah, cooking delicatessens and shit.
Yeah.
I want to raise his blood pressure.
Yeah, we can't hear him.
Mute your mic.
Breeze.
Yeah. Thank you. Happy Juneteenth, Breeze.
He having a mic.
We know you're going to be making something good today for the black family out there. We know that's going to happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's going to go out and come back in.
So he'll be back. Yeah. Fuck Colin Powell. Not fuck Colin Powell. Fuck Corey Bussy.
Yeah. And what about... Hey, Lady Check, you remember when that trick got up there and filibustered for 25 hours? You know he was on that shit.
Right.
Yeah. He had to be on that shit, man. I ain't never seen nothing like that before. People, a motherfucker standing up there talking bullshit, man, for 25 hours.
White man, I know you better. I know you're not like that. You're not really like that. He said the way he was talking to that white man, like that white man wasn't acting in his full complexion for the protection. Yeah, he's like, I know you personally. I know you don't believe that in your heart. Come on, Corey, man, shut the fuck up and get up off this shit. He was up there for a long time, like 25 hours. Yeah, you're right. He was up there for a grip. He was on that special shit. You know what I mean? Top tier.
He got his bussy tossed off. That's why. He got that bussy opened up so he can talk for a long time.
Yeah, you can smell it. He was up there for a long time. I was like, shut up.
25 hours of madness.
Man, man. I mean, and the motherfucker wasn't saying a goddamn thing, man. You could believe if I'm up there for 25 hours, man, I'm gonna be talking about some goddamn reparations, these motherfucking murdering ass cops. You see what I'm saying?
You know? You're right.
What were you saying, Jesse?
He was on booger sugar babbling. Melanated politicians are weird as fuck. Yeah, you ain't lying about that.
They are, man. That was a long time to be in front of people knowing that you probably over there just doing bumps in the bathroom and shit.
What were you talking about, Jesse?
I was saying, there you go. We can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you loud and clear there, Breeze.
Happy Juneteenth to you, certified salute.
You know what it is.
Absolutely.
To everybody.
We just went over the history of
what kind of grand cookery are you doing today? Breeze, what you cooking today?
Oh, I got some red snappers and some Maryland blue crabs.
You see what I said? What I say? You gonna be making delicatessen.
Oh yeah, red snapper's good.
Yeah.
That's pepper meat.
That's some blue.
Huh?
Blue crib.
Wait, what? Say again?
You said some blue crib legs?
Nah, some blue crab, Maryland blue crabs.
He did not. You see, you try to catch him up because he wasn't paying attention.
You can't eat no blue crab legs.
He wasn't catching it on the crib side because he wanted to catch the word. So he missed the boat. I caught it though, Jesse. I caught it.
What do you mean, Lady K? The community resources of independent people?
No, because he kept saying he said the hard C word on the legs, and Jesse was like, "What you say?" Jesse was like, "You mean blue crip legs?" Like that, like trying to get
into crip legs. No,
because he kept saying
no, they blue crab legs with some red snappers. Some red snapper.
Maxwell say, "Who's frying those?"
Yeah, they frying size, Maxwell. They frying size.
Yeah, what are you making these for?
That's for the fam.
Yeah, me and my kids.
That's right. Take care of the babies. That's right. Take care of the little babies. That's right. That's right.
Not going outside.
These are damn near almost grown women each out the house women.
Oh shit! Lord have mercy. Are you not going outside? Yeah. You're not going outside to the streets? You're not gonna be in the streets today?
I was already outside. I was already up at the Juneteenth event already. I went up there and told them take them colors down.
Right.
Right. And they told me I had to leave.
Oh,
figures.
Oh man.
Well, at least you did your part. You did your part, man. You can't do it.
Yeah, I got up and went up there early. They had a damn parade or some shit. I was out there talking shit to them.
Yeah, tomorrow the parade's tomorrow.
Because they had some red, black, and green flags. I was like, oh no, that shit don't work. I was out there in my red, white, and blue.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Breeze. Thank you for doing your portion. God damn it, man. They didn't get the memo. There's some majorly off-code individuals out there. Like a lot of them. We're going to run into today because they going to be like, what's wrong with this flag? And then they have to get the lecture from Jesse. Right. I'm just going to wear my sunglasses and keep looking at all the way around. Like, you're going to be handing out lectures left and right.
You got Michael in the building.
Jesse, hi.
Oh, hey, Michael.
Hey, hi, Breeze.
Yeah, Michael, you saw the
jump shout out to Michael. And one thing I want to say about Michael, we really do appreciate your input, brother, because you be putting in some work, man. You know.
He do.
Yeah, so if I ain't never said that before, I wanted to recognize what the work that he puts in.
Yeah, he's activated like a full-time job, man. Like for real.
Yeah, he puts his work in, so got to give him his respect on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. About to crash 2 parades. Yeah. See? Yeah, there you go, Maxwell. Give him hell, cuz. Give him hell, because these off-code motherfuckers out of the street ain't got the memo, man. And you think they would after all this signal boosting and all this shit.
Maxwell say he's going to crash 2 parades today. Maxwell say he's going to go crash 2 parades.
Are they living under a rock, Black Valley? Are you living under a rock outside? Like, why you ain't got the memo? Like, it's all over the internet. We live and direct, like Black and proud, like live and direct. Why you acting like this, Black Valley?
Juneteenth, my city's been celebrating for 60 years.
60 years. Hey, Jess, I got a question. Since your city's been celebrating Juneteenth for 60 years, I was wondering, has there been any pressure for American freedmen to manage the city?
Talk about us. We're lucky we get the 3 days back, Michael.
Right. I mean, I'm talking about like substance. Like, hey, city council, thank you for Juneteenth, but now it's time for substance.
No, it's just symbolism. It's just symbolism.
And motherfuckers trying to make a buck off goods. That's really what it is.
That's all it is. Hello, happy
Hey, Claude. Hey, Claude. Claude Zandown. Welcome, Mr. Zandown. Okay.
Yeah, no, they don't give a fuck, and you can't like Jessica be out lecturing everybody today. Like that's pretty much how it goes every Juneteenth, where he's out there lecturing people You didn't get the memo. I'm gonna be like, you didn't get the memo, Black family.
Right.
We're all over the internet right now.
Right.
Like the talk about FBA is like a hot topic.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Well, it is a hot topic, Lady Che, because see what's happening with the topic is bring these Nabiscos face to face with themselves. You see what I'm saying?
DSB, Shalom DSB.
In the building.
Oh yeah. And so, and then like when I'm cussing out the Nabiscos, right? And they call me every black son of a bitch, every black racist, a nigga, you know, the usual shit. And then I shut them up and I says, well, man, it's about a good 118 degrees out in this motherfucker in this desert. Come sit in the sun with me by the Las Vegas sign.
Oh my God.
And you know how that goes, Jesse. You know what I'm saying? And you know how that goes. You know what I'm saying?
It's gonna be a hot one.
Yeah.
Out there all fried up.
Got a phone call, but I'll be back later. Okay.
What up, Claus and damn Juneteenth to you, too, family. Happy Juneteenth.
Yeah, happy Juneteenth, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you seen the disrespect out in Chicago where they raised the damn Juneteenth flag with the goddamn LGBT flag right there.
Oh, hell no. They didn't do that in my birthplace. Come on, man. They didn't do that in my birthplace.
Yeah. And they had a woman named Michelle. They had a woman named Michelle Hatton who was trying to push for a resolution to make Juneteenth and Pride Day all the same day type shit.
Oh, hell no. That's unacceptable.
Come on,
That's
man.
unacceptable.
You're out the whole panels in an uproar. Like,
oh, no.
No.
And then you would too, and you will also see the subliminal suggestion with that shit too. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And you know, and then Breeze, if you ever go off,
I don't know how ass play or carpet munching is equated with us. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like it's an abomination because it's not productive. It doesn't produce anything productive for us, and we have to start saying that. Like, what does it do? Right. What does it do for me specifically as a Black American? And is it productive? And we have found that it's not productive.
No, it's a death style. It's not a lifestyle. It's a death style.
Yeah, Maxwell. They're trying to turn it into gay team. Yeah, yeah,
man. You know,
hey, good luck, Breeze. You know,
we can't let that happen, Maxwell. We can't let that gay team shit happen. There's been nothing 3 blocks away from our fucking event with a whole fucking month. This is like the second month in a row.
Maxwell says so. They on gay team.
We gotta contend with the pride shit and the white supremacists over there doing the fucking no kings bullshit. Like
homosexuality is white supremacy.
One street, 3
days. Yeah, it is, man. Look at Greece. Look at Greece. You know what I'm saying? And then as you know, Breeze. Yeah, go ahead, Lady J.
You know the LGBTQ got like 25 motherfucking different flags, right? For each letter or whatever bullshit they got going on, right? So now they want to another group of people trying to co-opt Juneteenth. If it's not the tethers, then it's the fucking LGBTQ propaganda. If it's not that, then it's the motherfucking Aryans trying to fucking cancel us out on a regular. Like, come on, man, can we just have something? Just something.
Happy. Hey, Fresh, always.
Hey, how you doing, Fresh?
Hey, Fresh. So you ain't gonna say hi to me, Fresh? Okay, Fresh. You ain't gonna say hi to me? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay,
you know, sounds like a good. Yeah.
Happy Juneteenth, Fresh.
Happy Juneteenth, Fresh.
Yeah.
You know that Juneteenth sounds to me. It sounds to me that Juneteenth is diluting the real Juneteenth for gay people to have more.
No, Michael, that's exactly what they're doing with it. That is a fact of what you're saying. Yes, sir. And it's definitely an insult to our ancestors who made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's another way to water down our blackness,
to
make it significant.
You said,
to make it significant with anything other than our blackness is to take away our position and our lineage-based our lineage-based claims for our restorative rights and our reparations. That's all it is. They want to include all these other people in so they can consistently give us nothing but crumbs.
Yeah.
Exactly. And thank Kamala Harris for that shit. Oh, inclusivity, diversity, and all that.
Obama too. Obama too.
Yeah.
And the
Yes,
fact that
Lord.
he would
Same
have
thing
the
with
unleashing
Obama.
of his goddamn library before Juneteenth is another slap in the face. You had a whole damn African do your portrait that emasculated you, and you're sitting up here wanting us to be a bussy brother with you. We're not into bussy. You're into bussy. We're not. We don't like the smell of fecal matter, and we like to have sheets that are not just colored. We like white sheets sometimes. Yeah.
Well, brother, you said it more articulate than me, man, because, you know,
bussy niggas can only have brown or black sheets.
He said no bussy skid mark.
Hey guys, I got breaking news to tell you. Obama, there's been sources have said that Obama had met a man while he was in office and had sexual relationship with his aide. Happened to be
that's
a
known. That's a known. You don't be on a yacht letting a nigga lay on you like that.
And Obama denied those. Obama said it did not happen. And reports said, Mr. President, it did happen. A picture was taken.
It did happen.
Said it never happened.
Obama. He was laying up there with a white man. That white man was laying with his hand on next to his crotch. There's no way you can have a picture like that and say, hey, I'm not into bussy play. You're in the bussy play, sir.
And guess what?
His legs too crossed, okay? Like a female. He's doing his legs too crossed. Fucking, you see how Obama sits? He sits with his legs crossed like a motherfucking female, cause so you know he's on the not even
usually when they have a presidential picture, the president is sitting and the wife is behind him. Obama picture is his wife sitting and him sitting up on a damn chair behind her like a damn woman. And that's what I'm trying to say. The man is a bussy player. He plays all non-basic. He plays all the bases.
Right.
I did not.
That's what he is.
Fresh. I timed out. Mistake. God damn it.
What happened?
Fresh got timed out by mistake.
Oh damn! Yeah, it be happening sometimes. It be happening sometimes.
And then also too, Breeze, if you recall, you remember when Obama went to Kenya, y'all, and he went up there, man, and told the president Kenyatta about the alphabetized agenda, and they told his ass to shake the spot, man. And Ethiopia told that motherfucker don't even bother landing here if you coming with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep. Obama, man, he's a straight hoe.
Okay, Maxwell says, yeah, he's one of our biggest ops. I believe it, Maxwell. Yeah, any goddamn time, man, when you got black people who are unarmed murdered by the police, and that motherfucker don't step in with no executive power, something is up. Very much so.
Yeah.
Have you guys noticed after Obama legalized
Block Fresh real quick. Yo, what up, Twin Pyramid? Yo, I was just trying to find Fresh real quick so we can unblock him, but
he's timed out for like a minute or something.
Yeah, Jesse Sausage Fingers did that. Stop playing with the phone.
yeah, it be happening, Jesse. I know it. That should be the goddamn. You want to make your fingers too fast.
You'd be all right. Like, if Sausage Fingers timed it out.
Yeah, old Bussy is one of our biggest ops. That nigga is an op. I've been telling black people this. He is not one of us. And yeah, I've been getting that old grandmas, making them take that picture down out of their goddamn living rooms.
Right.
I've been at a couple of great grandmothers' houses this week. I took that picture down off their wall. Like, you can have a velvet Martin Luther King up there, but you're not gonna have this nigga Obama on the wall. He's not Black American. He has to get down. And so I've been doing that this week, going to grandma's houses, letting them know, like, hey, sis, I see this goddamn Obama picture, but it gotta come down. It can't be up here with velvet Martin Luther King. And we gotta make sure This is a foundational Black American space.
Yeah. And after you said that, Bruce, what was the response you got from them?
Well, they didn't like it at first, but then as I was telling them, they had to come to terms with it, and it got taken down. It's just I ain't take it out their house. I let her leave it in the corner.
Yeah, did you have to like yell at them to get them to do it?
Nah. I just you talk to Black people. You don't yell at old Black women. You just talk to them. You say, "Hey, sis, hey, auntie, I really understand you want this guy to be like part of our shit, but he's not." And you start showing them the facts, and then they be like, "Oh, well, since you put it that way, okay, that's right. We put it that way. Now take it down, put it in the corner." You might could put it up when I'm gone, but I'm right now. Take it down.
Hey, Grease, got a question. So every time Greg Marcel,
wait, what happened, Michael?
Question for you, Breeze. So every time Greg Marcel Dixon tries to get everybody's attention to embrace FBA linguists, and he tends to yell about it, and he doesn't get a lot of reception. What do you think that is?
Well, that's just the motherfuckers who just naturally want to hate because they think because our brother is gay, that means something, even though he's never put his gayness before his Blackness.
Right.
So that's why I support our brother Greg Marcel Dixon. And to the people who don't want to come on board, that's because they fucked up in the head. They'll get it right, you know, because we've always had a few, like I said, I've had moist uncles in my family, but I didn't know they were moist because they were men first before their moistness.
Right.
And so it has to kind of go back to that because we have this whole thing like where they try to make like Black people are anti-gay or something. We're not. We just don't. It's not a thing that should be in the forefront of anything. Whatever you do in your bedroom should be your bedroom business. That's your language in your bedroom. It should not be the language for the populace.
Right. Maybe we should go back to those days of don't ask, don't tell policy. How about that of the 1990s?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I say, hey, just we don't go in the closet if you want to go in the closet or come out if you want. I don't care. Just don't. It shouldn't be like your thing in the main symposium. It shouldn't be something that's out in the front of you. Your sexuality is secondary or even a third itinerary, if you ask me.
Right.
That should be on the backside. Your humanity and your racial ethnicity is something that you should be focused on. Really, your racial ethnicity first, because everybody else goes by their racial ethnicity. And for us Black people, we're the ones constantly being told we have to be some open generic Negro that can fit any type of form onto us like a goddamn Voltron. And we're not doing it.
Right.
All right. So next one is Lego. Oh, Dump's birthday got ruined.
Oh, Dump. Yeah.
This is your news report. The date is Donald Trump's 80th birthday. Before the day reached its midpoint, the Trump presidency recorded a string of self-inflicted failures across multiple fronts. A $14 million White House renovation rotting with algae. A UFC event threatened by storms. A Supreme Court ruling striking down tariffs. A court blocking a financial slush fund. Trump's name removed from the Kennedy Center. And Senator Mitch McConnell hospitalized. Every item on that list happened today. Here's the full record.
80 years old and the walls are closing in. Every plan it made is falling apart again. Algae in the pool, storm clouds overhead. Courts are shutting down the policies he spread.
Yeah.
This is not opinion.
This is what the record said.
Happy birthday from the headline.
Now, here's what lies ahead. Start with the reflecting pool. $14 million spent. Trump ordered a full renovation, said it was money well spent. Dark blue paint went down, American flag colors on the floor. 3 days later, green algae bloomed from the wall to the shore. Scientists could have told them dark paint raises the water's heat. Rapid algae growth was guaranteed the moment that paint hit concrete. A Trump supporter live streamed it, called it gorgeous, called it great. The camera showed pure green water sitting stagnant in its state. That is the reflecting pool, 14 million, 3 days done. Now pivot to the South Lawn where the next disaster had begun. Trump organized a UFC event, named it UFC Freedom 250. Said it honored America's 250th anniversary, but the framing wasn't thrifty. Yeah, the actual purpose on the record was a birthday celebration for Trump himself. A 92-foot structure called the Claw was built and pulled from the shelf. Yeah, taller than the White House, 4,000 seats, 7 fights planned for the night. Joe Rogan warned weeks ago, DC summer heat would compromise the fights. Triple-digit heat index, mosquitoes, gnats, and then the forecast dropped the word. 60% chance of thunderstorm. One lightning strike and the whole event gets deferred.
80 years old and the walls are closing in. Every plan he made is falling apart again. Algae in the pool, storm clouds overhead. Courts are shutting down the policies he spread. This is not opinion.
This is what the record said.
Happy birthday from the headlines.
Nah.
Now here's what lies ahead.
The White House rapid response account went after the Weather Channel in the Post. Called their reporter a friendless loser. That was the official response from the host. You were beefing with meteorologists for reporting rain on your parade, while fighters film promos in the Oval Office and motocross bikes displayed. White House staff were told to work from home on Friday for the UFC production. This happened while the administration was attempting an Iran deal introduction. Honor guards stood at the White House steps to welcome fighters through the door. Guards who served this country placed beside entertainment. That is what's on record here for sure. A fake White House cardboard cutout was erected in front of the real one for lighting. The report confirmed it, a stage backdrop at the building that represents the nation's writing. Now the Supreme Court struck down Trump's tariffs, but direct policy loss. A financial slush fund was blocked by a separate court. The ruling came across. Trump's name was physically removed from the Kennedy Center on his birthday. Mitch McConnell, 84 years old, was hospitalized.
His office confirmed today.
McConnell has served in the Senate since 1985 without a break. These are the facts in sequence.
This is the full weight of what's at stake. 80 years old, and the walls are closing in. Every plan he made, is falling apart again. Algae in the pool, storm clouds overhead. Courts are shutting down. Hey, the policies he spread. This is not opinion.
This is what the record said. Happy birthday from the headlines.
Now here's what lies ahead.
That is the full report on Donald Trump's 80th birthday. $14 million produced a pool of algae. A UFC event named Freedom 250 faced storms, heat, and chaos
On the White House lawn.
A $14 million White House renovation rotting with algae. A UFC event threatened by storms. A Supreme Court ruling striking down tariffs. A court blocking a financial slush fund. Trump's name removed from the Kennedy Center. And Senator Mitch McConnell hospitalized. Every item on that list happened today.
Here's the full record.
80 years old and the walls are closing in. Every plan you made is falling apart again.
The algae in the pool, storm clouds overhead. Courts are shutting down the policies he spread. This is not opinion, this is what the record said. Happy birthday from the headlines. Now here's what lies ahead. Start with the reflection.
The first report covered the morning. Now the afternoon is on the record. The same birthday. The same president. But the damage kept accumulating. What follows is not a recap. Every line you are about to hear is a fact. The first report had no time to reach. Yeah. Let us talk about the Oval Office and what it became. UFC fighters walk those halls. That room would never look the same. Reserve guards in formation, standing tall beside the octagon gate. Soldiers who swore an oath to serve now staging entrances for the entertainment slate. White House staff sent home on Friday so the production crew could move. Meanwhile, diplomats were working in Iran negotiation in a separate groove. The administration paused the business of the nation for a fight card and a claw. Motocross riders threw backflips on the South Lawn. That is what the cameras saw. 75,000 people gathered on their lips just beyond the gate. A cardboard White House stood in front of the real one. Let that detail sit and wait. Now zoom out and count the loss.
Stacking up behind the scenes. The Kennedy Center dropped Trump's name. That removal speaks and means. The slush fund court shut down with money. Trump had moved without a vote. The tariff ruling from the Supreme Court cut the economic policy at its throat. These are not allegations, these are rulings entered into the official record clean. And while the courts were handing down decisions, Trump was watching the UFC ring.
Yeah. Zelensky once wore a subdued suit to show solidarity with a country at war. The same voices that attacked him said nothing about fighters sprinting through the Oval Office door. The pattern is the story. One standard built for allies, one built for the man in charge. The gap between those two standards has grown extraordinarily large. That is where the continuation ends. The Oval Office opened for the UFC guards. Stood at attention for fighters' courts. Removed his policies one by one. His name left the Kennedy Center. Staff went home while diplomacy waited. Donald Trump turned 80. Surrounded by self-inflicted wreckage. The facts do not need decoration. The record is already loud enough.
God damn. I get the whole Lion King theme and shit, but good Lord, like Trump ain't the only one.
Family and fellows.
Got the
You're right.
Gotta have the Democrats on the plate too.
Mm-hmm.
You know Trump gonna do whatever bullshit he do.
Yeah. Well, from that video, his birthday was a fuck up.
yeah, it was. I mean, shit. Did he really give a damn about Mitch McConnell though?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Breeze, are you surprised how a first time in American history how a sitting president never cared for his own colleagues? Surprised or not surprised?
Not surprised. Not with Trump. I mean, you gotta understand, Trump thinking about himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a given. Trump is about Trump.
Trump, right?
I don't give a fuck about nobody else. I mean, if you believe that, nigga, come on. I got that bridge to sell y'all in Brooklyn.
Right.
Right.
Now. Hey man, I swap you the Golden Gate Bridge for the Brooklyn Bridge, homie.
There
and
you
for
go.
10 grand, man, I throw in the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge as well too. And for 15 grand, not only will you get the Bay Bridge, you would also get a Hollywood sign on the side of a mountain.
For sure.
All sales is final. Buy at your own risk.
That's it.
You know what's interesting? Can you imagine Jose and Brad falling in love with Becky, and then Becky disappears, and Trump says, "Sorry, Jose and Brad, Karen was used as bait."
Brad ain't fucking with Becky. He with Fung Lee. He's
right.
over there with
Imagine Jose. Can you imagine
Lee
Jose trying to chase Karen, and then Karen disappears, and Trump says, "Sorry, Jose. Karen was a setup."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna give them that. It's the same way they did niggas. They gave niggas a white woman. They gave niggas a white woman. It ain't been nothing but hell for niggas since they got white women.
Hey, and get a load of this here, y'all. But one thing about Muhammad Ali, man, when he was the heavyweight champ in his day, man, he always had a sister on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
We're gonna say what it's gonna say is, sorry, Becky, we deported Jose.
Jose got deported. Only the niggas with Dragon Ball Z t-shirts is under pressure. That's just it. Regular niggas ain't feeling it. We not even under pressure. It's niggas with Dragon Ball Z t-shirts and Crocs on. And that's how fucked up the world is. There been bitches in the club with Crocs on now. That's how much y'all let women get off. That there's bitches now in the club wearing Crocs.
Damn.
This is a sad state.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Hey, Shabaka, good question.
Yes, sir.
So Muhammad Ali, he supported reparations, right?
You damn right he did. He sure in the fuck did. See, the thing is about Ali, why the reason why he was hated so much, Michael, is the people paid to see him lose. Is because they hated the truth that he spoke. You know what I'm saying? But one thing about Ali toward the end of his career, you know, he got a lot of brothers paid, man. A lot of brothers paid.
Well, I got a story from Muhammad Ali's mulatto son. We're talking about them using their father name right now because they.
Oh, you talking about Ali Bummies? Yeah.
I'm talking about the law that Muhammad Ali got put in place to protect fighters is now being manipulated and being destroyed to actually harm fighters. So I forgot, I didn't do the story last night. I meant to do it, but
right.
But I got a story about Muhammad Ali's, son. He's out, mulatto grandson. He's out talking about how they're taking this law that his father put in place to protect fighters and how it's now being used to harm fighters. And that's typical of what they do for black people. Black people get something pushed in, they know it, they take it, they swivel it around because they had some type of clause. They had a clause in there that would allow them to switch the shit up and make it painful towards the fighters. And so we see that. We also did the story about Floyd Mayweather last night, how Floyd is under facing 2 felony charges for passing fraudulent checks.
Damn. Yeah, I visited Mayweather's gym out here, Breezy.
Yeah. But yeah, they got him under. He's got 2 felony charges he got to face in goddamn September. Yeah, Maxwell, a clause. It's a clause. If you follow Brother Tariq, you know what we talk about when we say a clause. It's a clause. It was a nigga who kept saying it's a clause. Black America.
And that's why you got to read them damn contracts, man. You got to read them damn contracts. I mean, over with a fine-tooth comb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because in the fight game, you got a lot of motherfuckers who are overpaid, and by the same token, you had a lot of other cats who were underpaid.
All right. Yeah. We're switching gears to this raccoon.
Raccoon alert, huh? Let me go on mute, man, so I don't drive my blood pressure up again.
Brother,
who is this clown?
Will give us an update on Joe Brown.
The professor. Okay, let's see the professor.
And a bootleg.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
The defendant was on the wrong side of the field. He was under an awning, apparently to shield himself from the rain, but that was another team's bench, and he had no business being there. Even if he was on the same, from the same school, he had no business being there. Somebody asked him to leave, he didn't, and then there was a quarrel that developed. He said, in his own words, he became fearful, and he pulled a knife, and he stabbed the deceased in the chest. All right? Now, the stupid cowards that are out there trying to justify what he did don't seem to get it. They start talking about he might have been hurt. Yeah, that's the point of a fist fight. You might get hurt, might get knocked out, might get a tooth broken, you know, a nose broken, a jaw broken, cheekbone broken, all kinds of other stuff that can happen. That's why it takes men to deal with man on man, 1-to-1 fair fight because you have the balls. Most people that I'm listening to now don't have the balls to do that. And what happens, see, is that he became fearful. He says, and he stabbed him. That is dishonorable. That's disgusting.
Fuck you,
that
Joe Brown.
is
Fuck you.
prime.
Fuck you. If Metcalf now would have fucked that motherfucker,
that is just an example of cowardice. I hope they really wreck him because I am embarrassed that so many of these fools are trying to associate cowardice, dishonor.
I will accuse your ass in a heartbeat.
I have a long list I don't even want to go through because I'll start cussing thinking about it. Right. They want to associate that with what I am. I'm a black man.
You know, I really don't remember this guy being this angry about any of the black people who have been murdered by the police or white supremacists, you know, like Ahmaud Arbery was. But he is absolutely furious about a black child defending himself against a violent thug. That's how you know this is as much performative on his part as it is genuine stupidity. They say there's no fool like an old fool, and Joe Jackass Brown is living proof of that. Yeah, family, it's going to be one of those morning briefings. There's also another saying, adversity doesn't build character, it reveals it. How much worse is that for people like Joe Brown, who have always been character deficient? He's a self-hating sellout, and if you disagree with that, then you're too dumb to be here. I would love to say that he's some sort of anomaly when it comes to black lawyers, but sadly he's not. He's quite typical of the kind of self-hating clowns you find among the Esquire class of black people in the legal profession. Not all of them are on the BS, but let's be honest, most of them are. This is why it's so difficult for black people to find a lawyer to defend them in court, because they have the same mentality as the prosecution.
If I were still practicing law and it was a private case, I wouldn't take it. I never would represent somebody that was an obvious coward.
And this has been the dirty little secret about black lawyers in America. They don't want to be the next Johnny Cochran, you know, ostracized by white society, because, hey, that means that they don't get into those kind of social circles that they want into, and they may be cut out of some of those fees they would like to charge from certain white companies or certain well-heeled white clients. I'm no judge, but then again, Joe Brown isn't a judge either anymore, and maybe I should become one, though, because apparently I know more about the law than some of these so-called black lawyers who have been online spouting stupidity about the illegal railroading of Carmelo Anthony. He said that he remembers Batson v. Kentucky very well.
Batson versus Kentucky is the case. It's from the early 1980s. I'm very well aware of that case.
Well, clearly he doesn't know it too well because it was from 1986, which is in the mid-1980s, not the early 80s. Well, senile and demented as he is, I guess we should be glad that he got the decade right. but the boy can't read or count. I am truly embarrassed that this fool calls himself a black man, because he doesn't really qualify, and he hasn't qualified in some time. He dragged out every single pathetic talking point he could on this one, including claiming that he had spoken with some black jurors after the fact, people who he claims deliberately gave answers meant to get them excused from the jury because apparently they just didn't want to serve, according to him.
Certain people said to themselves, and I've talked with them after the fact, long after the fact, and they'll freely concede they didn't want to be bothered. They didn't want to spend all that time down there. They didn't want to be held up to risk and ridicule. So they said things they shouldn't have said that wound up getting them excluded for reasons outside of race.
Now, we went over this last week. This is the standard deflection that anti-black racists like to use to justify black people being taken off of juries. By the way, these are the exact same scumbags you see online saying, well, prosecutors need to go ahead and target black jurors to be removed because, well, black jurors are racially biased. No, that's a lie. It's these white jurors who are the ones who bring all of their racial baggage into the courtroom with them, which is exactly what these white prosecutors want. As I've documented for you on this channel, even if the claim was true that there were black people who just don't want to serve on the juries and that they deliberately give answers meant to get them struck from the jury, that's a dubious claim at best. But even if it was true, it doesn't change the fact that most black people who show up for jury duty do try to get on the jury, and that it's the prosecutors who consistently target these black jurors to be struck from the jury. It's not a matter of, oh, they were giving answers to get themselves struck. No, you got black folks who keep trying to get on the juries, and the very first people who the prosecutors target are the black ones who are there. Once again, for the slow people like Short Bus Brown, the reason you don't have black people on the juries is that prosecutors consistently make it their top priority to target and strike black people from the jury. But you notice how Joe Brown is always the first one to blame black people, even when it makes no sense. So why is he ready to jump out a window over this one when he didn't give a damn what happened to black people? He certainly wasn't this exercised over any of the black victims of white supremacist violence. I guess he thinks to himself that some white producer over at some network on cable, no doubt, is going to put him on court TV or something, give him another show. He can give that one up. You know, Malcolm would have agreed with Carmelo Anthony. Malcolm said to follow the law, respect everyone. Don't go starting any fights, but if someone attempts to put their hands on you, you make sure they only do it once. See, back in the 1950s and 60s, during the height of the civil rights movement, these white supremacists were consistently attacking black people. The beatings were constant. The killings were constant. And even then, you had professional butt kissers of their day, you know, the bootlick Browns of their day, blaming the black protesters and telling them, well, you shouldn't be fighting or anything. You shouldn't be doing anything. Malcolm said it. Nobody has the right to put their hands on you. And that was the reason why the white supremacists and the white media, which is the same thing, were calling Malcolm a radical. Oh, this is the hate that hate produced. That you stand up for yourself, that you exercise self-defense, that if somebody attempts to attack you, you make sure that your safety is secured no matter what. That's radical? Yeah, because it's black people. Anything that black people do that's meant to empower themselves, to safeguard themselves against white supremacist attacks, that's radical. They murder black people for just walking down the street like Elijah McClain, and I didn't see Joe Brown getting all worked up like this over that child's murder. When trash like Bernie Getz can gun down 4 black teenagers who didn't lay a finger on them, when garbage like Daniel Penny can sneak up behind someone and deliberately strangle them to death, and when walking feces like Rick Chow can chase and shoot a black teenager in the back, we're way past talking about fist fighting at this stage, because this has been going on for decades. Black people understand that these anti-black racists are not trying to fight with their fists. So now you got black folks who are saying, okay, fists are out. And you can tell by the way this guy's talking, he's been spending a lot of time basically doing the, I'm the good Negro massa, don't take away my TV show, I's the good Negro. You can tell he's been running that game for the longest time, and that's who he is at this point. You see, this is why in the nearly 20 years that I've been posting content on this platform, I can't remember any time that I posted a video that ever mentioned Buck Dancing Brown's name. When he called himself running for political office, you'll notice that I didn't even give that scumbag so much as a retweet, didn't mention his name for anything, not even to say, don't vote for this clown. And sure, he may have occasionally, when asked about this or that issue, he may have occasionally said 1 or 2 things that people could actually agree with, you know, kind of as a fluke. But the truth is, Joe Brown has taken a number of positions over the decades that nobody would ever side with. He's gotten things wrong a hell of a lot more than he's gotten them right. And now at this point in his life, every time he opens his mouth, something stupid falls out. After his defense of Daniel Penny, he has no intellectual honesty or moral courage to speak to black people, period. That bastard went on a doggone tear, just posting nothing but open-hearted praise for a cowardly murderer. And this is the guy that he wants to call a man. He's calling him honorable and all the rest of it. The bastard snuck up behind an unarmed person on a train, somebody who he outweighed, outmuscled, all the rest of it, strangled the guy to death with other people saying, hey, let him go, let him go. And he refused to, even with other people saying, hey, you're killing the guy. They knew what was happening, and so did he. But bootlicking Joe Brown, he didn't see a problem with that. Why? He thought that was completely and thoroughly called for. There was no disproportionate force on that one. Oh, no, that wasn't a problem at all. Tells you where his mentality is. This clown is self-hating, period. And that's the reason why, even if you agreed with him on things, you could never really actually embrace this idiot, because he got so much else wrong. You're like, you know what? I just can't. There's no way I can. Just can't. There's a reason those white people in the white media gave this clown a TV show. The white media does brain typing where they feel you out. They check to see what kind of person they're dealing with, what kind of mentality you got. If they gave this person a TV or a radio show like Karen Mammy Hunter, then that was because the bootlick in question assured them that they would toe the line. This is why we don't keep company with these so-called black celebrities, because this is the kind of time they're on. Tell me something. At any point, did Jackass Joe ever make a legal argument against Carmelo Anthony? I didn't hear it, and I don't think you could either. Whining that Carmelo was seated somewhere in a venue that's open to the public, that's not a legal argument, because there's no violation of law. In fact, there's no law anywhere that prohibits anything that Carmelo Anthony did, including using a weapon to defend himself. But there are laws that prohibit people from threatening other people. There are laws that prohibit you from menacing people or assaulting them. Everything that the attacker, Austin Metcalf, did. There are laws about that, but Bootlick Brown doesn't mention them. Gee, I wonder why. And whenever there's some white cop who gets sent to prison for harming a black person, you've never heard Jackass Brown expressing the idea, well, I hope they wreck him. He's never done that, not even once. Yeah, because the white media types that he's trying to kiss the rumps of, they wouldn't like that. He knows that. So as far as he's concerned, well, I got to say that for the black community. I've got to think about myself, don't you know? And that's where he's coming from. For any of these black attorneys out there who might be in the sound of my voice, you want to know why it is that you guys don't get much respect from the community? This is the reason why. Because between trash like Joe Brown and garbage like Sleaze Merritt and idiots like Jasmine Crockett and Mushmouth Crump and these other step and fetch a courtroom clowns, this is why black citizens really don't feel like black lawyers have any real expertise or knowledge. These fools are not running any sort of legal practice. They're just running a courtroom hustle, charging people a lot of money for doing very little. And these clowns are revealing what they believe and where they always stood. You want to know why it is that even black defendants feel like they might as well get themselves a white lawyer? This is why.
If I were still practicing law and it was a private case, I wouldn't take it. I never would represent somebody that was an obvious coward.
Too many black lawyers have as much contempt for black people's rights as these white supremacist DAs and judges do.
I told you.
They don't give any sort of legal defense because they're as anti-black as the prosecutors. See, we're starting to get a window as to why it is that the family of Carmelo Anthony might have had the problems that they had with these black lawyers. So you should go ahead and get a white one. This is what they're admitting to. They start off from the standpoint of a black person has no right to self-defense. The only time these scumbags will pretend to want to stick up for black people is if there's a civil suit that they think they can get paid off of. Then they'll pretend to be concerned about black people's rights because they stand to make a lot of money off of a contingency, as opposed to a black citizen in a criminal case. This is what these bastards are being taught in these law schools. This is the culture of the black boule wannabes. The same way white prosecutors have an unwritten but deeply entrenched practice of teaching you that you got to target black people, these black lawyers also have an unspoken but deeply entrenched practice of ignoring black people's rights, unless there's some civil suit they think they can get paid off of. Have we learned nothing from Mushmouth Crump and Sleaze Merritt? And Jackass Joe wasn't the only one. There's been some other sorry Negroes who have been repeating the same line. That's how you know that these idiots, they're all on code against the black community. If someone calls themselves a lawyer, but then attacks a black person for defending themselves within the bounds of the law, they're just a coward in the courtroom. The law is on Carmelo Anthony's side, but what's not on his side is the legal system. He should never have been arrested, never been charged, and never been convicted because he broke no law. Austin Metcalf was the one who broke the law, several of them. But notice that nobody ever tries to defend that overgrown thug. Notice that Jackass Joe wasn't defending Austin Metcalf because he couldn't. Nobody ever tries to say, well, Austin Metcalf was in the right. He should have been threatening that boy. You got every right to threaten somebody. Those bleachers belong to him, don't you know? He had the right to run somebody out of there. Those were his bleachers. They don't say that because they can't. Nobody even tries to lie and say that Metcalf had the right to act the way that he was doing or to speak the way that he was speaking. Instead, they just want to focus on Carmelo Anthony, who broke no law by being there, who broke no law by warning the violent thug Austin not to approach him, and who broke no law by using the amount of force necessary to secure his safety. Any of you black lawyers out there who consider yourselves to be on code, you look at the so-called black lawyers who feel bold enough to speak on this. These creeps are all against the black right of self-defense, and you get plastered with that brush for saying nothing. Because you don't see the white lawyers out there saying that a white person should go to prison for killing a black person in self-defense. They don't do that. It is cowardly to be defending a blatant racial double standard. Everyone gets bold about attacking black people for daring to exercise their rights because they know that there's no penalty for doing so. In fact, white supremacy incentivizes and rewards people for spouting anti-black sentiment and even committing anti-black violence. And there's a whole lot of sorry Negroes lined up, desperately hoping they can get some crumbs from Massa's plate of butter biscuits. This is what you expect from somebody who praises the cowardly killer Daniel Penny. And sure, he contradicts himself, but it doesn't matter. The audience that he's performing for isn't a black one. It's a white audience that he hopes sees this. Surely he thinks to himself that there's some white producer somewhere, maybe on CNN, certainly on Fox News or Court TV or what have you, and that they'll see him doing this quote unquote hot take and they'll put him on the air just for a segment. That's what he's doing this for. I can only assume those residual checks from his TV show must have dried up. I hear he's out here hawking some barbecue sauce these days. Well, I bet it goes great with butter biscuits. Remember the case of the brutal beating that a black girl sustained at Shawnee Mission East High School in Kansas a couple of years back? There was a white classmate who beat her so badly he broke her nose and she had to take time to recover. This assailant who attacked her was bigger than her, stronger than her, and all the rest. Nobody said that he should have walked away. Notice that? Now, if this child who was being brutally beaten had pulled a weapon to defend herself, you can bet that Bootlick Brown would be saying she was wrong for that. Let me make this crystal clear. Joe Brown is walking garbage, and he's been trashed for a very long time. If you like Bootlick Brown, then you can unsubscribe from me. Don't follow me. Don't post anything in my comments. Get lost. As Dr. Joseph Ben-Yakinen said, if you're with that bastard, then you're not with me. And speaking of things he's not a part of, he's not on TV anymore. He doesn't really have anything going, to be honest. And yet, look at what he's doing. Talk about going out sad. He's out here bootlicking and kissing white supremacist rumps like he's getting paid $1 million a day. And he's doing all of it for free. Not because he thinks that he's going to get himself another TV show or finally break into politics. He tried and failed to do that. He's doing this because this is what he's always believed. He has nothing but contempt for black society. He always has seen himself as being better than the rest of black America, when in reality, he's part of the problem. This is why, as the black media, we constantly tell you not to let your heart go pitter-pat just because some black celebrity occasionally might say something that you happen to agree with. They talk all the time. A stop clock is right twice a day. I always make sure to point out that black celebrities only think of blackness in personal terms. They have nothing but contempt for the black community. Their idea of black is specific only to themselves. They're not with us. Jackass Brown belongs in the same pathetic company as other self-hating Negroes like David Clark and Clarence Thomas. Bootlick Brown is just that low. This old coot talks about honor. That's a word he doesn't know the meaning of. Keep in mind, America is not an honorable country, and people like Austin Metcalf are not honorable. When you threaten people, when you start menacing them and you attack them, that's not honorable behavior. This decrepit bastard, though, he praised Daniel Penny of all people, someone who snuck up behind an unarmed man who had not attacked him or anyone else and then strangled him to death. That's not courageous. It takes no courage to sneak up behind someone. especially when the person's smaller and weaker than you. That takes no courage, and it's not honorable. He was a coward. What was honorable about anything Daniel Penny did? Did he actually face Jordan Neely face to face? Of course not. He snuck up behind him like a coward. Carmelo Anthony didn't sneak up behind his attacker. He warned his attacker not to come any closer. And then when he actually fought him, it was face to face. That is honor. That is moral, and it's honest. He did not come up to the guy and say, we're going to fight. Instead, he said the opposite. Let's not fight. But if you decide that you're going to try to bring a fight to me, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to protect myself. Austin Metcalf,
any
was bigger than Carmelo Anthony, he thought to himself that he could be a bully. He found out he could. But of course, Blacc Brown never addresses Austin Metcalf's behavior. It's completely and thoroughly overlooked when he was the one who drove this entire tragic incident. Morality, honesty, these are concepts that Bootlick Brown doesn't care about. He praises a cowardly murderer like Daniel Penny and condemns an honorable young man who did everything that he could to avert a conflict. There was no way that Carmelo Anthony could have been more restrained than he was. He showed ultimate restraint beyond all reason, certainly beyond the law. But we know this wasn't about law, it was about race. This is the final verdict on Joe Bootlick Brown. He's doing this mess because he cares about the opinion of white supremacist society more than he does the right of self-defense for black people. If Carmelo Anthony had fought this overgrown oaf, you better believe Joe Brown would have been the first one to condemn him, saying, these kids were supposed to be at a football practice, and they start fist fighting. This is what's wrong with society today. These kids ain't got no kind of discipline. That's what he'd be saying. If he wasn't attacking Carmelo for using a weapon to defend himself, he would have been attacking him for something else. These morons can whine about the outcome of that incident all they want, but what happened to Austin Metcalf was his own doing. He was the person who caused the entire incident to happen. He kept instigating and escalating the situation until it went where it went. There wouldn't even have been an argument, much less any bloodshed, had it not been for Austin Metcalf. The outcome was all his doing. When you choose to start a fight with a complete stranger, you can't dictate the consequences, which is why the law says you're not supposed to do it. You know, the law, that little book of rules that says it's illegal to threaten someone or to menace them, which is what Austin did when he stormed up in Carmelo's face, and you certainly can't lay a hand on him. That's assault and battery. Carmelo did none of those things. Austin Metcalf did all of them. He broke the law repeatedly. But your black lawyers conveniently forget about that. Keep in mind, the sorry Negroes you've seen the last week or so defending this racial railroading, many of these clowns have been trying and failing to become big shot attorneys. When you see them in real life, make sure you show them as much respect as they showed to a 17-year-old who was lawfully defending himself from a violent thug. Corey Pujols defended himself and his co-workers against a racist who had raped children, by the way. John White protected his family against a teenage white supremacist mob, and he was maliciously prosecuted and illegally incarcerated. Anyone remember how Joe Brown praised John White for protecting his family like a man? Me neither. And the reason that Carmelo Anthony is getting the support that he's gotten is precisely because of all of these other incidents where assaults and even killings have been allowed to go on with no legal repercussions. Unless the laws are equally applied, you're a coward and a liar to tell black people that they were convicted for violating the law. Without the laws being equally applied, the laws have no legitimacy. And without legitimacy, you can't act as if the laws are valid. But that's what these black lawyers are doing. They're auditioning. They're hoping some white person in the media or in this or that political party is going to notice them and throw them some crumbs. That's the only reason to be out here ignoring the facts of the Carmelo Anthony self-defense case and lying by omission. He had every right to be where he was. He had every right to stand his ground. And once he was attacked, he had every right to use whatever level of force necessary to secure his safety. He warned the attacker not to touch him. Once that line was crossed, the consequences were the consequences. Had Carmelo been white and Austin black, the same pathetic bootlick jackass Joe Brown would be saying, he came down them stairs and attacked that boy. What did he think was going to happen? This is why the hood is so violent today. People need to teach their boys not to go starting fights with strangers. You attack someone, you've accepted the risk that they may be armed, so you need to keep your hands to yourself. That's what he would be saying. And we all know that's what he would say because any piece of walking feces who's perverted enough to defend the cowardly murder of Jordan Neely is someone who'll defend any act of anti-black violence. The entire point of stand your ground laws and concealed carry laws and open carry laws was meant to embolden white supremacists to carry out killings of black people. It was meant to encourage that. These were supposed to be the legal framework by which ordinary white supremacists on the street, like Chud the Builder, could just run up on a black person, instigate a confrontation, and then kill that black person and turn around and say, I was just standing my ground with my legally carried weapon. But they never intended for any black person like a Corey Pujols or a Carmelo Anthony to invoke those laws. And they do everything they can to selectively prosecute and imprison black people, no matter how justified the circumstances. Because this is not about law. It's about the same thing it always is, race. This is why as black people, we have situations where we want to file lawsuits. We want to go to court to fight for our rights, but when we look around for a black lawyer, we see them trying to play the game of ingratiating themselves with white society. Jasmine Crockett bragged about being a lawyer. And what the hell has she ever done for anyone, anywhere, at any time? You got fools like Sleaze Merritt, another self-interested bootlick. And just like Jackass Brown, Sleaze Merritt also tried and failed to run for political office. This is why the bootlicks are also going to lose. Just like the white supremacists they patterned themselves after, they don't have any new plays in their playbook either. So they just do the same old thing, only more of it. Now, I wouldn't doubt at all that at some point Jackass Brown will probably come across this video. He's barged into the comments on my Twitter page in the past, so unlike the cowardly punk bootlick Brown, I don't tell lies of omission, and everything I've said about him are facts. He doesn't need to try to explain the garbage he said because it's indefensible. I don't know what people in the white media or white government he's desperately been trying to impress, and I don't care. This latest reprehensible rant that he went on, this was just the final nail into the coffin of whatever ragged tatters of a reputation he might have hoped to salvage.
But as far as I'm concerned, it's like warriors used to say, he's on our side, but he fought dishonorably. You do what you want to do with him. We have no part with it because we cannot be associated with dishonor and cowardness.
Cowardness, indeed. I used to say we would have to invent an entirely new vocabulary to describe how dumb Jackass Brown is, but it looks like he's done that for us. Well, how ironic that the black grassroots looks at you the exact same way, bootlick Brown. You were one of us, and now you've been cast out. And when the white supremacists you've been so pathetically trying to ingratiate yourself with inevitably decide it's time to peel the skin off your cowardly hide, just remember, this is who you chose to be your friends. They can have you. We damn sure don't want you. And he sounds ridiculous as hell talking about warriors. Is that how this wrinkled up reprobate sees himself? He talks like he thinks he's John Wayne or something. You can tell this clown has a very active imagination. What a joke. Well, bootlick Brown, you're no warrior. You're just an old wrinkled up TV personality with delusions of grandeur. If you actually believe that warrior crap you spout, then you'd understand a warrior doesn't initiate a fight like Austin Metcalf did. A warrior only fights when necessary, like Carmelo Anthony did. A warrior also respects his opponents so long as they don't attack him. Austin Metcalf showed no respect for anyone, certainly not for a young man who hadn't done anything to him. A warrior doesn't run around threatening complete strangers and starting fights for no reason. Austin Metcalf did. And he was not honorable. And a warrior must be prepared to die at any time, right? Ain't that the warrior ethos? I mean, if you're going to be saying that warrior claptrap, you got to stick to all of it, right? So do we accept that as the cost of being a warrior? Because bootlick Brown is imitating these white media types that he so desperately wishes he could be one of. He's trying to do the same thing they always do. He wants to pick and choose when his words are going to apply. When he thinks it's to his advantage, well, it's supposed to be like this, and the rest of the time he ignores it. And that word warrior, it doesn't even sound right coming out of his mouth, and I'm talking about more than his slow as hell drawl. Bootlick Brown could never be a warrior, not as a young man, nor at any point in human history. Because someone like him, he would be the first one to surrender to the enemy, or he would be the first to collaborate with them. And with this latest disgraceful display, he's done both. These racists would never and have never said of any white supremacist, he's one of ours, but he fought cowardly, so, you Negroes can have him. They always circle the wagons for these white supremacist attackers, like Daniel Penny, who snuck up behind someone half his size and strangled him to death, and who bootlick Brown praised. Carmelo Anthony didn't do that. He fought his attacker face to face. But this is what this piece of walking excrement called honor. And every time this degenerate dares to call himself a black man, it removes a ton of credibility from a cowardly scumbag who didn't have an ounce to begin with. Court's adjourned. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Alfredo Roberts, Colin Dozier, Samuel Pegas, Cortez Polk, and Oscar Sutphin. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, once again, this is Professor speaking undisputed truth.
All right. What are your thoughts on what the professor just said, Lady Che?
Oh, he's right.
Look, Judge Joe Brown is a piece of shit.
Hold on. Ask you, yes me. Wait your turn. Judge Joe Brown is a motherfucking flake. And what he's doing is fucking, is ousting himself from the fucking culture. He's been like that. So this is nothing new. The thing is that he found himself saying the most egregious shit about a fucking 19-year-old or 18-year-old man. Boy, that's turning into a man. This is not a good thing. This is not a rip. It would have made sense if he was like a YN or something, but he isn't. That's a good boy. So the way he's portraying the young man is very egregious. It's very egregious, and it's a bad look for an elder to be so fucking disruptive and disgusting with his motherfucking words, or not words that he's creating in his own mind. You know what I mean? So I think that yeah, who takes him serious nowadays? You know what I mean? There you go. Go ahead, Breeze.
No, I was saying Judge Joe Brown is a piece of shit, and he's not an elder. He's an older. Yeah. Got to get in that position where we stop just because a nigga old. We say, oh, that nigga's an elder. No, he's not. Elders he's a goddamn old nigga that just is stuck in an old damn ways. And it's like Professor Black Truth and the Black Authority said, you can't trust these old niggas. I mean, not talking about you, Shabaka. Shabaka doesn't stand on the ground. 10 toes down, brother. Judge Joe Brown is Judge Joe Brown don't have the tenacity of a Shabaka. So, as they said, this nigga's out here.
Your house and rearrange the wall art and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, that's just what he is. It's just, he the type of nigga you can't waste time with.
Exactly. And if you ever have to go before that motherfucking court, recuse his ass immediately.
Yeah.
You can fire the judge. Judge Judy, another one. Recuse her ass immediately. But however, I will take a case before Mathis and Lynn Toller.
Hatchet.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then, of course, definitely Judge Hatchet, although she retired. But
Maxwell, I'm not even saying that. You're not Judge Joe Brown, like where you get like Uncle Ruckus type shit, where you get one big eye and one little eye. Judge Joe Brown is at that status. That nigga's got one big eye and one little eye. That's why his face so damn puffy, because they be bucking out his damn head.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Sitting up here doing old ninja shit, and we like, yo, just chill. Go sit in the corner, Grandpa. And just shut up sometime, you know. Just sit up here and talk the way he was, like our brother said with the Daniel Penny case and all that. You just need to now. It's at a point where you just gotta shut the fuck up. And his corny ass niece, who be out here saying a lot of goofy shit too. I didn't even know that was his niece. The niggas put me on. Niggas like, yeah, that's his fucking niece. That bitch who be talking crazy with him.
Oh, a day.
Yeah. I would say for like Judge Joe Brown, when I look at him, I've seen him on TV before. He's not very empathetic and very judgmental.
Fuck that bitch.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, Judge Joe Brown was interviewed by Savvy Sabs a couple times.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we know. fuck that broad.
Yeah, I believe that's his. I believe that's his niece. I believe that's his niece.
Oh,
Man, fuck that
Sabs?
bitch. Man, fuck
No.
that bitch.
It's either
I don't
her
watch
or
that
this
shit.
other light-skinned chick who be wearing like a cowboy hat with glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her. That's the same bitch I'm talking about. Man, fuck that broad.
Yeah, that's his niece. That's his niece. Inevitably, that's what people told me and put me on to. That's his niece.
That figures. That figures. That old loudmouth wench. Oh, God, man. Straight up.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown.
Thank you, Fresh just said it right there. Her name is Dana. Yeah,
Dana.
Dana. That's his niece. I always thought she was always like, sometimes she say something on code, then she say some off code shit, and then turn out that's his goddamn niece.
Really, I'm surprised. Wow.
She's a fucking bad wench too, cuz fuck that wench.
Yep, she is a bad one.
Yeah, Dana was on a panel with several YouTubers on TICCETS or so, and they were talking about lineage-based reparation immigration. I thought it was very heated. Dana got into it with a Caribbean brother. A couple, I think this was like maybe a year and a half ago. Oh man, you had to see it. It was so intense. From Dana.
Well, she's like a broken clock as well. So she says some things good, and then she says a bunch of fuck shit the day after. Just like Charleston White. Just like Charleston White. When you hear him, he say something good, then within 23 minutes, that nigga is saying some other fuck shit.
He says she's
I meant to say 23 hours. He don't even wait a whole 24. It'd be 23 hours, and he's out talking fuck shit. So
exactly.
That's just what it is. These people, this is why people don't understand why we have to delineate. Not only are we delineating, we got to clean the house. We got to move these Sambos, these raccoons out. And it's just a big fight for us. And I don't get tired. Sometimes it may seem like I do. No, I get invigorated. Sometimes I have to re-strategize when dealing with these types of people. We have to sit back and think again because their only notion is to do bullshit.
Yeah. I'll say, I know Judge Joe Brown is like a gatekeeper. I can tell by his eyes too.
No, he is, Michael. You pegged him right. He is.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, white people don't let you on TV shows and let you do anything unless they deem you as a non-threatening Negro. That's just what it is. For people to keep acting like, man, they work hard to get that position. No, the fuck they did. They just kissed just enough ass for the white supremacists to say, yeah, I fucked with him.
Yeah, and
but
Hollywood.
Yeah, but Judge Joe Mathis, he's definitely real judge, and he's definitely for reparations.
Okay, you talking about Greg Mathis, Michael?
I think so. Yeah, Greg Mathis.
Yeah, well, Greg Mathis has said some off-code shit too, and he's been getting caught with strippers. So I don't think we need that nigga either. You know, a nigga who can't control himself around strippers. And strippers come a dime a dozen. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, maybe he finds that stripper very beautiful, and it's hard for him to resist temptation.
Yeah, but they come a dime a dozen. You can go to any strip club and find hot bitches that you could possibly feel like you're gonna think you're gonna get because that's the game they play. That's their business, you know. That's what they know, and that's what the white supremacists know. They play on your vices. Oh, this nigga like bitches. This nigga like drugs. This nigga like some liquor. Give him what he wants.
Yeah, he look for everything. He like it. He like everything. We just gonna boot it.
Nah, Joe Mathis don't want his wife back.
Goodfellas. That's why you see the movie Goodfellas, where old boy got to fuck him with that shit, man, and all his good fella homies cut him loose. You know what I'm saying? He got to fuck him with that
That's
shit.
one of the movies Neely Fuller Jr. prescribes us to watch. Goodfellas. Goddamn, what's the shit where they locked in the jail and shit? The
Shawshank Redemption.
What is that shit called? The
Shawshank Redemption.
Where the niggas talking about escaping jail. Like, these are certain movies that Neely Fuller Jr. prescribed that he says watch all the movies they make, because all the movies they make got something to do with white supremacy.
Yep, he got the move.
When you watch this shit, you should never be surprised when you see a Judge Joe Brown. It's in the mix. Right. It's always in the mix to have a nigga like this popping up. I always say to people, Judge Joe Brown and certain niggas remind me of when Uncle Ruckus, when he found out he was black. That nigga just gave up. That nigga was like, okay, so I'm black now. That nigga just showed up on the corner with a white tee, some Jordans. The nigga was defeated. Go watch the Boondocks. That's always the greatest.
Yeah, it's always the
Boondocks. He's a defeated ass nigga.
Yeah,
and that's what we finding with a lot of these niggas as we come into our own as foundational Black Americans, and we sitting here and we standing on this business. A lot of niggas, these old niggas, are defeated because now who's gonna be listening to the bullshit they've been spewing for all these years?
Right.
Mr. Gardenas is in the chat. Greetings to you, Mr. Gardenas. 7 Pointers.
Cardenas.
Yeah.
Cardenas.
Cardenas.
Is that like a Mexican name?
Yeah. Latino. I think he's black and Latino.
Black Latino. Like, would you say he's like Black Latino FBA or Black Latino from
Mexican? That'd be tight.
Black Latino FBA.
FBA.
That'd be tight. That's pretty tight. All right.
Okay, so we have bad news, family, over the week. And that
What's
is
the bad news?
Man, a young baby.
Yeah, I shared it on my page, my Facebook page
What happened to the little baby?
When the news story broke, hold on, Shabaka, where the news story broke, I shared it on my Facebook because I just could not believe it. I could believe it. I actually can't believe it. I just was like, there's no explaining this out. The police can't explain this. There's no explaining. There's just no explaining. So, that's right. So I just wanted to say that, Jesse, I sent you a text message in private. So carry on. All right. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
Unity activist was
I'm Ruben Diaz. Here's your ABC 24 News update. The Mississippi officer involved in the shooting death.
Who is this moist ass motherfucker, man?
Hey, he sounds gay too.
Meeting demanding to see video. Here's ABC's Ezekiel Talamaka with more.
Oh, that nigga's gay.
Community members filled Senatobia City Hall following the death of one-year-old Kohen Wiley after he was shot and killed in the Senatobia Walmart right off of US 51. Now, when it comes to community members, they say that they've had enough and they're demanding for evidence when it comes to what took place here on Sunday. According to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, officers with the Senatobia Police Department and Tate County Sheriff's Office responded to a shoplifting call Sunday at the Walmart on US 51. Investigators say that officers encountered two subjects and a child leaving the store in a vehicle. The MBI says that the driver allegedly drove towards officers and nearly struck one of them before an officer fired their weapon. Now, the vehicle later arrived at a local hospital where one-year-old Kohen Wiley was pronounced dead and another person was listed in critical condition. During Tuesday's Board of Aldermen meeting, residents called for the release of the video following the incident.
So we want some footage. Okay, before y'all tamper with it and do all what y'all do, before y'all do all that right there, we like to see some clear-cut footage as to what happened at Walmart parking lot and what caused this deranged officer to feel the need to fire on a woman and a child.
MBI is over the investigation. Listen to what I'm saying. I would like to see some footage just as well as everybody else in order to make a decision. I mean, you get what I'm saying? Brother. I understand we need to suspend him without pay. Suspending him without pay until NBI finishes their investigation.
City leaders also announced that the officer involved has been placed on administrative leave without pay pending the outcome of the investigation. Mississippi Department of Public Safety says that investigators are working to collect evidence and to complete a thorough review of the incident.
It's one of those things that across the board, again, this happened on Sunday. We got to gather a lot of that evidence, and it doesn't just happen as quick as everybody wants it to.
No, you lying sack of shit. You trying to get your goddamn line straight, you motherfucking trick. You ain't pumping my head, motherfucker.
Types of cases. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation tells ABC 24 specifically that this remains an ongoing investigation and that, again, they're going to continue to send more information to the Attorney General of Mississippi when it comes to what took place at the Walmart right here at US 51. And when it comes to the residents that I've spoken to, they are furious when it comes to the death of this 1-year-old child. Reporting in Senatobia, Mississippi, I'm Ezekiel Telemaco, ABC 24 News.
Now, the family of baby Cohen has retained nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump to represent them. In a statement, Attorney Crump said Cohen Wiley was a baby. His mother has not been charged with any crimes, says she was trying to communicate to officers that there was a baby in the car, but they fired anyway.
Miss Catherine.
Hi, Tariq, how you doing? I'm calling out of Memphis. I don't know if it's been said because I'm just tapping in about the baby that the Senatobia, Mississippi Police Department murdered a few days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh. And I just wanted to let you know about them because they have a history of abusing and attacking Black people. They beat up 2 little girls a year or 2 ago. The Senatobia Police Department, nothing was done. They arrested a little boy for urinating outside, a 10-year-old boy, put him in handcuffs in the car. There's been allegations of rape. It's been a lot of things that's gone on. And then I went to the protest and where they were, the community activists was addressing the city council to demand the police officer to be arrested and charged for murder.
Yeah.
And they had snipers on the roof.
Oh, wow.
And they also they had snipers on the roof. They the majority of the people that were there, they left and went to Walmart because it started in Walmart. Of course, Walmart called the police and they came. Do you know that the Senatobia Police Department got a bus, the Senatobia school bus, loaded, filled with some type, I think they call them raid patrol or something. They got off the bus and all of them had rifles at Walmart, and they tear gassed the people at Walmart, and they were out doing nothing.
Man, okay, let me get on or let me talk. Thank you so much, beloved. For those is out there in Senatobia, Mississippi, this happened a couple of Sunday, I think. There was a baby, 1-year-old Black child, Cohen Cartier Wiley. All right. What happened, from what I understand, there was a shoplifting call. All right. And there's mixed stories happening. Witnesses and family says that these women were just buying diapers. Somebody called the police and said they were shoplifting. From what I understand, they were not shoplifting. They were not. Like I just said before, folks call up and make these false police calls on people, hoping that somebody's going to get ambushed. So what happened, the women got into the car to leave, and they said that the driver was driving. This is what the police are trying to say. They're saying that the driver was driving in the direction of the officers, almost striking one. But that contradicts a lot of other witnesses. And they said that was their justification for opening fire. The reality is, people are saying that the mother, the police knew that a baby was in the car. The car was driving away from the police. And then they just start firing in the car, knowing a baby was in there. The baby was struck in the rib cage and pronounced dead. All right. The driver was wounded in the arm and the thigh as well. The officer who executed this 1-year-old Black child over a damn suspected diaper theft, they're hiding this officer. They haven't publicly identified the officer. So they're protecting him. The city of Senatobia, they said they placed the officer on administrative leave after all the local protests and all that stuff.
Look how cute he is.
So the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, they said they've taken over the case, which means
the baby is hella cute.
And Crump is involved. Oh Lord! So that's going to be whatever.
They did. They took him out the planet.
So now the mother has not been charged with a crime. So a lot of the people are very upset down there, as they should be. There was a lot of people showing up protesting at that damn Walmart. The energy is that people might turn up down there. That's why they got the snipers and all that shit. So people are looking to turn up over the unaliving of a 1-year-old black child.
Is that not a good
But
reason?
look how these white supremacists are getting down right now.
Right.
Look at the protocol that's happening right now. See, this is getting heavy. These black children are being unalived by law enforcement and race soldiers and the system. They close ranks and protect each other.
They was doing that on their own.
They have a media to manufacture a justification, trying to claim that the car was being a lethal threat, which I don't believe. See, the system of white supremacy, it's designed to protect its enforcers. It operates on an unspoken common law that black life, even an infant, is considered collateral damage in the maintenance of their authority. So it's getting heavy out here, ladies and gentlemen. So we got to stop bullshitting around out here, because there's strategic targeting of the bloodline right now. We're seeing people like Carmelo getting targeted by the system, 14-year-old out there in South Carolina getting targeted.
They just found a
and they're
young
justifying
girl.
it now, 1-year-old black baby. So this isn't random. This is very strategic. Children are the literal future and lineage of the black community. When you violently target the youth, the dominant society, they're trying to inflict a multi-generational trauma on us. That's psychological warfare. That's designed to terrorize the parents, to break the spirit of the community. They're trying to do this before the next generation can even grow up and challenge the system.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to look at the raw numbers. The dominant white society, their birth rates are going to hell. They're shifting demographics. They're going to be a numerical minority here. They're already a global minority. Being a minority here, they look at that as problematic, because when a ruling class realizes they can't maintain power through sheer numbers, they have to try to pivot to the apartheid state model. To run an apartheid system as a minority, you can't rely on consensus. You have to govern through absolute ruthless terror to keep the majority subjugated. The problem is, as a minority, we have a history of saying that. You understand? We have a problem with not taking abuse, even as a minority. Think about how we gonna act if we're the majority. They know how this shit is gonna turn out. We don't take that shit now. That's why we're like a wild card. That's why they have to try to sprinkle tethers around us and buffoons and clowns, online trolls to get all in the mix. That's why, like Sister Empress was talking earlier, we got to keep online trolls around, away from serious business. When it's serious shit happening, we don't have time to entertain attention-seeking trolls and informants who are known trolls or informants. We got serious business out here. You understand? So what we're witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing a hyper-aggression of declining power. The white supremacists are panicking about their dwindling numbers, and they're losing a grip on absolute dominance. So they want to act out with severe vengeance. You want to take out your aggression on the most vulnerable members of our society, black children. That's them trying to flex power, albeit how weak it is. That's a twisted way of them signaling that they're still in charge and nobody, even a baby in a car seat, is safe from their reach. You understand? So we have to be very serious about defending ourselves, getting on code with each other to make sure everybody is good within our community. We ain't got time for people to be out here samboing it up. These white supremacists are on the loose. They're on the march. They're targeting our children. When they target your children, these people are taking the gloves off. You understand? That's why up in Ohio, when they unalived that brother's son in Ohio, and then he took one of them race soldiers out, look how shook they were. They don't want that precedent set.
Yeah, the little
that brother
baby
took
gone.
one of them race soldiers out. He did an eye for an eye, and they all tried to show up and intimidate him, but they were looking scared. Don't ever forget that. That brother walked in that courtroom with his head up, like, yeah, I did what I had to do. I'm dealing with the consequences. And those race soldiers look shook because that's some shit they cannot control. They can't control when somebody's gonna get some get back on their ass. From an asymmetrical standpoint, they can't control that. You understand? So it's about to get very interesting and deep out here. Ariel, hop on in. Ariel or Ariel. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Ariel, hop on in. Ariel. All right, Ariel ain't saying nothing, so we'll get
You right, DSB.
Israelite. Let's get Israelite by blood, and then we'll get Nuremberg facts. Israelite, you in here, Israelite?
Yeah, what up, Tariq? You hear
I
me?
hear you a little low, but it's
All right, hold up. Yeah, let me put you. All right, how's that? Is it better?
A little bit better. Yeah, it's on your mind.
Okay. Nah, man. Just listen to what you're saying about that Mississippi. That's crazy.
Yo, yeah.
Like that is something that I do not take lightly.
Yeah.
And like you right about messing with the kids. It's like that's when you're gonna end up. They wanna. I don't think they really want to start that race war that they talk about, but it's gonna get to a point to where we just saying enough is enough. Like we can't take this shit no more.
Yeah.
And it's like basically with Carmelo, I'm hoping that he get his appeal.
Yeah.
He needs to get that appeal. Definitely we know it was a sham trial. They railroaded him. Like the lawyer was some bullshit.
Yep.
But definitely to the point that you're saying, like we definitely need to protect ourselves. We need to carry, if you can, get your weapons, get what you got to get, because these dudes ain't playing. They not playing with us, so we need to do the same.
Yep.
Like old boy Rodney Hitton, eye for an eye.
Yeah.
They messing with you, we take them out. Like there's no need to let them go to court, because all they're gonna do is they're gonna let them off. So go ahead and just handle your business. But I'm gonna drop right there, Tariq. Thank you.
Ariel, are you in here? I'm gonna get you out if you're not saying nothing. Ariel? There you go. What's up,
Yes,
Ariel?
sir. Nothing much.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I am not sure how the community, well, I'm sure. I mean, everybody's outraged, as they rightfully should be. But I don't know if there's a plan of action to deal with this whole Carmelo Anthony debacle. So here's what I've been telling people. There is a system, I do not know it by name off the top of my head, that is responsible for jury selection. Also, there is a system that is responsible for when a judge ignores or doesn't do what he or she is supposed to do, that they have to answer to. Every single person under the sound of my voice, myself included, should be, especially Texans, should be writing these governing bodies saying, look, what you all did was a shame to the American justice system, and the people who are responsible should be held accountable. Why was he at the mercy, those words specifically, of an all-white jury, knowing the racial tension that goes on in Texas? Why was there not a change of venue? Why this, why that, so on and so forth? Not just emails and not just phone calls, but handwritten letters.
Yeah.
And with that as well. And also, whoever these representatives may be of NAACP or Black Legal Action Networks, the Black Bar Association, 2 forms of letters should be written. The first form should be, this is what we want you to do. And also, why didn't you do this? And we're requesting that you step down from your position. You're not going to get 30 to 70,000 just for sitting pretty saying you the emperor.
Right.
It's not going to work that way. So that's wholeheartedly what I think people should be doing, and it should be a literal onslaught until there's a response that people are satisfied with. So that's what
Thank
I
you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Let's get we'll get the Black Nuremberg trials, then we'll get Robbie. Blacc.
Hey, B1 to the room. How you doing, sir? I just want to say we just need to defend ourselves, and it's a system of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. For me, I'd rather be carried out by 6 than judged by 12. Perfect example, we see what happened with the Carmelo Anthony case. That's all I have to say, B1.
There you go. Brother Robbie Blue. What's up, Robbie Blue?
What's going on, Brother Tariq? God bless you and your family. What's up, family? I hope you can hear me clearly. I was trying to come up earlier when that previous suspected white supremacist was, coming in with an olive branch. Then all of a sudden you were able to, get him to express his true white supremacy like an exorcist. And he was talking about this thing about veterans, right? And I wanted to just say, as a veteran, first and foremost, that the only way a white supremacist veteran is homeless is if he is a dishonored, like if he gets a dishonorable discharge or other than honorable discharge. So that's how I know that he's being deceptive. And then if you think about it in terms of them being homeless, they're safest when they're in our community, in their own community where their numbers are 60 and 70. They don't have any empathy. They look down on those people. They have private institutions, churches that could help these people. Why do they need us to, facilitate more tax dollars, or we need to be, just this giving and loving and understanding? They don't even care about their own. So that's very disingenuous, because if you are a white veteran, not only are you probably getting compensated and getting some type of pension and medical benefits, but there's all type of programs. I get it in the mail all the time talking about, drug rehab. They even help veterans if they're going through foreclosure. And I don't think for a second that they're going to gatekeep with their own people. So that goes to show you, if you're white and you're struggling in this country, you really have to be a failure, which is part of the reason why they're envious against us. Because like right now, our middle class is roughly at 12%. They've had every advantage known to man. They benefited from the New Deal, and yet and still they're jealous and they're envious of each other. They're insecure. So they know that they have artificially tried to sabotage us. But look at yourself. You're successful. You're one of the most influential human beings on the planet and one of the most influential Black men in America. In addition to that, they see our brothers and sisters that have served honorably. And they know we've been historically disenfranchised. And even now, every Black man in here that's a veteran knows the only two ways you make it out the military without getting a dishonorable discharge, you have to be squared away on code and don't let them know what's on your mind, or you basically have to be an Officer Tatum. You just have to be somebody who's just willing, to be a tool for white supremacy and do their bidding, and they'll keep you around like a good pet. But for most of us, we know how easy it is for them to railroad us, get us to do a lot of service, and then falsely give us a dishonorable discharge or try to put a jacket on us. So I just wanted to clear that up, just how vile and how much they lie.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's say, well, y'all don't need reparations because veterans ain't being taken care of. Man, there's a lot of them that probably are receiving benefits they haven't even earned. And I land my plane.
Oh, man, thank you so much, Brother Robbie. Robbie in the building. Shout out to Brother Robbie. Always. Were homeless, and they just be on the streets just doing shit just because they want to. Where are my LA people? There's a guy out here in LA. I don't know if he's still out there. There's a guy who used to be on Robinson Boulevard. They call him the Crazy Robinson. He used to be on Robertson Boulevard over in Beverly Hills. Do I have any LA people here? They called him the Crazy Robertson because he would be on Robertson Boulevard, this white man, just dancing. He'd be in the same spot every day. But I used to date a girl who stayed over there in that area years ago. And when I go visit her, I drive down Robinson, and his ass be in the same spot with a radio dancing. That's a homeless looking white dude dancing his ass off. And come to find out, this guy allegedly comes from a rich family. He's allegedly from a wealthy family, but his ass be out there in a tutu and a halter top just dancing on the corner. Grooving his ass off. Looking like old girl from Flashdance. He dressed in like 80s clothes. He dressed in like these Jane Fonda aerobics clothes from the 80s. And be out there doing some damn 1984 dances and shit. I don't know if he might still be out there, but this was shit over 20-something years ago. Well, wasn't he financially, allegedly, he was cool financially. So yeah, just because a white person is homeless, they're not entitled to no reparations. Hell, Robert Downey Jr. was homeless at one point and on the pipe. Now he's damn near an A-list actor in Hollywood. They still got whiteness to fall back on. Understand that. They got $1 million worth of whiteness. That whiteness will work for them. All right? You take that whiteness to the right place. It'll work for you. The Truth. What's up, Truth?
Hey, Tariq. Good morning on my side from South Africa. Look, when I was watching that whole that whole Carmelo Anthony trial, the most racist thing I've ever seen that was actually shocking, an all-white jury, and as South Africans, we are really upset because that is pure racism, They actually wanted to put him away. It was biased and racist. It's almost the same thing that happened with Emmett Till. When I was watching the trial with Emmett Till, there was just white supremacy. So as a South African, I sympathize with y'all, That is pure white supremacy. Stand up for your community. Thank you, Tariq.
Yeah,
I have nothing much to say to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Shout out to South Africa. Respect to you, brother. Respect to South.
Round of applause. It's insanity.
All right, let's get Solon Pride. Solon Pride in the building. Solon Pride. Want to unmute your mic, Solon Pride?
Oh, yes. Hi.
Doing, beloved?
I'm from Vegas. I'm a veteran. So I heard what that guy was saying.
Yeah.
But all that's not true. We have VA housing assistance, and it's literally, they'll pay your rent, and it's only like $12 a month you have to come out of pocket. My friend, he got a other than honorable discharge, and he still got the VA housing assistance.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I know the veterans get taken care of. If you homeless, you on some bullshit. Yeah.
And I was calling because I've been talking to my family about it, and I wanted to see how we can really contribute to the community and get a city or town going.
Yeah. It's possible. We gotta understand how white supremacist sabotage is, though.
Yeah.
To get a city, it's very easy. It's very easy for us to start a town. We've started several towns and cities. You understand? We started Buffalo, Chicago, Oscarville, which was Lake Lanier now. There's a lot of towns that we hell, Los Angeles. It was Black people who were some of the founders of Los Angeles out here. You understand? There's a lot of town in Oklahoma. Shit, they got the most Black founded towns are in Oklahoma. We had a whole bunch of Black towns and all that. Wilmington. The problem is when they become too prosperous, the white supremacists start trying to sabotage it. Out here in California, I can go, you just show me a state. I can show you where we had towns. Allensworth, right up there by Bakersville. A very little small village.
Yeah, I've been through there.
Black Americans after the Civil War came out here. Beautiful little area. It's a museum piece now. The white supremacists start sabotaging the damn water supply. We got a white supremacy problem. That's the thing. We always got to keep our eye out on them. Anytime we get something going independent, the white supremacists, they will sabotage it. We get a Black district that's popping. What do? They put a freeway on top of it out here in Los Angeles. Again, I can just talk about my area. Central Avenue, all that. That was the Black epicenter of this town. Prosperous businesses, hotels, the whole shebang. They put the 110 freeway over there, near there. That uprooted a lot of businesses, which is what they're doing to Crenshaw now. You live in LA, you see what's going on Crenshaw. They're putting that train down there on Crenshaw, right over there. Crenshaw and Slauson, that's a major train hub.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that has uprooted a lot of the Black businesses. Nipsey's spot was over there. There was a reason why they were messing with Nipsey. Come on, man. Let's tie it all together. Well, they're doing shit with us. You look at Crenshaw Boulevard and over there in South LA, these white city council members and community council members working behind the scenes to sabotage us. I'm telling you firsthand, we got a prosperous business going, and then these people got petitions on us now, talking about noise complaints. They were doing some janky shit with Chef Maryland. They're doing some janky shit with Doolin's out here. It's a very famous black restaurant. So yeah. We have to deal with the white supremacists doing slick shit. That's why I always keep my focus on them. Let's get Brother Cole. Cole Chief, hop on in, Cole. Brother Cole? Mr. Cole Chief.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My fault. I had it on mute. Hey, check it out. You good, Tariq? I just want to, I heard the little sister say something about a town, right? I just want to chime in and tell you, you know what I'm saying? My family had a town named after us in Arkansas, 300 people, you know what I'm saying? But the YT man said my great-great-grandfather, Doc, said that he sold them the land and put an X. Doc went to court, showed he knew how to write. Dude still got the land, got portions of our land, so Doc popped them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we got towns, so we can get them. That's all. I just don't want us to think that we can't. You know what I'm saying? It's just the white supremacists try to get us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah. We founded several towns. Dude, we founded a whole bunch of towns around the country. And you know, the minute they become prosperous, well, we're dealing with some insecure ass people. When we get prosperous and they see they've done so much shit to us and we can still just rebuild over and over and over again, they're like, God damn. So they got to do all types of shit to sabotage us. They got to build freeways, build railroads, flood it. Nobody's had that type of shit done to them. And then you continue to rebuild. You can't tell us that we're not amazing people, ladies and gentlemen.
R.I.P. to the young baby that died.
Yeah, very, very sad, little one. Rest in power, little baby. You know what I mean? But it's that RWS. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Lady Chain.
Yeah. Horrible. I mean, they can explain that. They can't explain that. And they're accountable. I mean, he's right. Tariq is right about that. They're coming after our children. Sorry about that. They're coming after our children. You know, we have to keep an extra eye on them because there's people out there that wanna end them, and they haven't even really had a chance to live or survive. So it is a serious thing.
What? It definitely is. Okay. Michael? Bruce? Is Michael and Bree still in?
Yeah, I see him up on the chart. I see Breeze is still with us. Well, no, I just see Michael.
We lost Breeze. Michael. You're muted, Michael.
All right.
Okay.
Everybody took a bathroom break.
All right. right. So in the meantime, we're gonna move on to Chud the Builder. He is bond got revoked again.
Damn, man. Ain't that the third time they revoked that motherfucker's bond?
Yeah.
Shit. I ain't never heard of that before. Motherfucker got his bond revoked 3 goddamn times. Damn.
Yeah, so Sister Lisa Kibera out of New Jersey gonna give us an update on that.
Kangaroo courts for real.
He's not coming for you right now.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, I got some good news as far as I'm concerned. Look like old Chud, there is no way out of prison. He's probably in there chimping out, y'all. Isn't that what he liked to say to our people? Well, that's what I'm saying about him. He's behind bars, probably jumping up and down behind bars and chimping out. So anyway, he went to court about a day ago, and they were able to review some videos and look like they revoked his bond. So Chud is really not getting out. It doesn't matter how many fundraisers they had, how much they donated. It doesn't matter. He ain't getting out. And I'm loving it. I'm loving that he is stuck behind bars. Hey, Chud, you are now a statistic, man. You are a statistic. So anyway, we're going to get into this video. But before we do, I just want to give you a reminder. The sale is on. It is on. It started at midnight and it will end on the 21st, 45% off of the entire store on Shopify, TikTok Shop, and Etsy. So grab your products up as soon as you can over the next 4 days. Okay, so old Chud is stuck in jail. It's a damn shame. If I had the power to do it, when he goes to trial, y'all, I would put him in front of an all-black jury. But since I don't have the power of doing that, we'll watch the videos instead. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Streamer known as Chud the Builder is making an appearance in a Nashville courtroom. Dalton Etherly faces 3 misdemeanor charges stemming from a May incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House inside the Omni Hotel. Investigators say Etherly live streamed inside the restaurant after staff asked him not to, then refused to pay. Etherly also faces separate felony charges in Montgomery County for a shooting investigation. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots were shown to be fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete plank.
Okay.
Prior to them hitting the ground.
So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? If you're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
The judge denied Etherly's release today, citing violent posts he's made on social media. Etherly is also facing a $1 million bond in the Montgomery County case.
When I say the system is making an example out of Chud the Builder, so when y'all think y'all gonna go around here, you know what I'm saying, being derogatory towards black people or saying y'all gonna wave y'all firearms, they got a place for you because, baby, not only can he not get out of jail on that $1 million bond, in Tennessee, he got some more charges, y'all, and they said no bond on that one because the police officer testified and said, oh, after you made the derogatory marks online, you went and you tried to pull your firearm and then you threatened, you know what I'm saying, a Black person again. So it looks like you just want to be, you know what I'm saying, and what word should I use? An antagonist for people of color or people that do not look like you. And at this point, that should be charged as a hate crime, because you over here bothering people because of the color of their skin for just existing, and then you are actually using a firearm to make you feel like you are above the law. You shot at people in front of the courthouse, and you think the people was gonna take you lightly. So for anybody that's thinking they're gonna be done, so if y'all think y'all gonna continue to do this, it looks like they not having it. But y'all know what to do. Get in the comments. Let's go. But it looks like old Chud ain't going nowhere no time soon. But at least he got commissary money. Y'all know what to do. Let's go.
Update on Chud the Builder. His bond has been revoked, and we find out video footage shows that he popped the man before he ever got punched by him. As you guys know, Chud the Builder was already out on bond for previous crimes. He went to court for those previous crimes, where the judge revoked his bond, stating that not only his comments online are disgusting and that he clearly can't be left out to the streets, but the detective that is working on the case for when he popped that man in front of the courthouse says camera footage shows he already had let one out the chamber before he ever was punched.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete plank.
What makes it worse, Chud decided to delete his live stream video right after that incident so police couldn't get evidence. So those claiming that, on the live stream we could see that the guy punched him, why did Chud delete it? Now his bond has been revoked. He basically got to sit in jail no matter what. Even if he paid the $1 million for the other bond, he still got to sit in jail because this other bond has been revoked.
Chud the Builder's bond has been revoked. Not the one for the shooting and the attempted murder, but the one for the dine and dash situation that he had in Nashville. He was already out on bond for that when the shooting happened at the courthouse, and he went back to have a hearing for that case today, and they told him, your bond is gone. So even if somebody were to pay his $1 million bond on the attempted murder, he's still going to be locked up until he finishes up with that other case.
Chud the Builder ain't never getting out. Like, he is never getting out. The way this man just stood in front of this goddamn judge, and the judge said, what you did at that courthouse just violated your parole. You ain't never gonna see the light of day. And you ain't getting out for your terroristic threats online. You not getting out because you violated your parole, because you was already in jail and arrested for doing what you did at that goddamn restaurant, not paying your bill and recording inside a facility they say you couldn't record in. Baby, and on top of that, a goddamn officer got on the fucking stand and said that Chud the Builder popped his gun off before they hit the ground. Or say, how would you know that? He said, well, on the video, it shows the casing being ejected from the gun in midair while y'all standing up. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but does that take away him being able to use self-defense in this case? Because it kind of seems like, bruh, that was attempted you know what. And he already facing 3 counts for the restaurant shit. And his bond is still $1 million. Well, that just put a smile on my face.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete plank.
Okay. So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? If you're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
The judge denied Etherly's release today, citing violent posts he's made on social media. Etherly is
Chud the Builder bond has been revoked after the investigator displayed footage that allegedly shows Chud shooting Fox before ever being attacked. Fuck, we don't want to deal with him anymore. He's gone.
Separate felony charges in Montgomery County for a shooting investigation. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots were shown to be fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing.
Listen, I don't make the rules, brother. You are what you idolize. And y'all white folks out there idolizing that dumb ass. He a bitch. I'm stating facts. You idolize him. You a bitch. It's just facts. That's all I'm stating. That's a fact. You're born in a yellow jumpsuit, though. A lot of y'all don't know what that means. He PC'd up, baby. That's 23-1. Your boy's a fucking bitch.
So Chud the Builder, aka Dr. Etherly, aka Chud, was in court today for a bond hearing. Now listen, I know it's hard to keep up because he's such a thug and he has cases all over the place. Baby, it's kind of hard, but try to stay with me. I told y'all about that $1 million bond over there on that attempted murder charge. Now this right here is related to the charge where he was out on bond for allegedly skipping out on paying for food in Nashville. Well, baby, the judge has revoked his bond in that case. Y'all go ahead and grab your tea and have a seat. Let's talk. So again, Chud was in court today on a bond hearing in Davidson County. Now there he's facing charges of theft of less than $1,000, resisting arrest, and disorderly conduct. Now those charges are related to that whole Nashville restaurant incident where he went to that restaurant. They asked him not to record. He did it anyway. And then they alleged that he ordered $400 worth of food and refused to pay. So he was out on bond on those charges when he caught the attempted murder charge against Joshua Fox outside of the Montgomery courthouse. So as a part of these proceedings, a detective was there and he testified about what he saw on the camera during that attempted murder situation. Y'all listen to this.
They're on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots are shown being fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete plant.
Okay.
Prior to them hitting the ground.
So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? You're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
I declare, honey, what a disgrace. So based on the testimony from the detective and also based on the fact that the prosecution gave the judge some of the shit that Chud was doing online, baby, the judge said, I'm revoking that damn bond. She said, and I quote, based on what I've seen on social media and Mr. Etherly's behavior, I will be revoking your bond. I declare, honey, what a disgrace. So that means if he was to bond out on that $1 million bond, which I already told y'all about that, he has to have 10 separate bondsmen to come up with $100,000, and his supporters over there are scrambling, trying to find those 10 bondsmen to put up $100,000 to get him out on that charge. Even if he was to get out on that charge, he would still be remanded to Davidson County because he has his bond revoked there. And it's also important to note that he's facing a harassment charge that they're going to have another bond hearing on. I declare, honey, what a disgrace. It sucks to chimp out, doesn't it? It really does, doesn't it? Y'all put your thoughts in the comments. Let me know what you're thinking. It's your girl, Double D Mother, reporting for the Black Accurate News.
Let's talk about Chud the Builder.
Black
See, this is why you gotta let people just talk, and just be quiet sometimes. Everybody was on here trying to raise money, trying to find somebody to pay his bond, podcasts being made, everything like that. And a lot of y'all were responding to these people, and I didn't understand why. The reason why I didn't really get why y'all was responding to them is because he was already out on 2 separate bonds before this incident even happened. Now, I haven't been in a whole lot of trouble, but I've been in a smidge. And if you know the justice system, then you know that if you are out on bond, you cannot get in any type of trouble. They will revoke your bond and detain you until your case is settled. Now, how he was out on 2 separate bonds in the first place, I really don't understand that, because when he had his first bond, and I think that was for a drug issue, we had that first bond, and then the incident happened with the restaurant, him walking out on a bill and then resisting arrest, all of those things. They probably shouldn't have gave him a bond for that situation, but probably because it happened in 2 different jurisdictions or something like that, the system didn't catch up with each other. And within 4 days of getting that bond for ditching a almost $400 bill and resisting arrest, the incident at the courthouse happened where he pew-pewed somebody, a veteran, and is now on an attempted charge being held in Clarksville. He has a bond set, yes, but even if all his supporters, celebrity friends, GoFundMe, whatever, paid that $1 million in cash, which they have not been allowed to, even if he had the money in cash to pay, he would still be detained because his bond in Nashville for when he skipped out on that check and resisted arrest, that bond has now been revoked. Man, by the time that child get out the justice system dealing with all them cases, who gonna know his name?
Well, she's got a point on that.
Oh, no. Let his sulfuric chimp out ass stay right there in jail. He's exactly where he should be, where a chimp should be, behind bars. Okay? I don't want to. Oh, I love it. I love that this dude can't get out of jail. Good. Let him sit in there. Y'all need to put him in Gen Pop. Don't be hiding him. Don't hide him nowhere. Don't put him in solitary. Put him in Gen Pop. That's what you do with Chud. Put him in Gen Pop. And make sure wherever because they sleep on cots. So make sure his cot is surrounded by the biggest black guys up in there. That's what you do. Put him in Gen Pop. So anyway, y'all, this is the best news ever. He doesn't need to get out. He poses a danger to the public as far as I'm concerned. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I'm going to end and thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And I probably will do another live a little later. I just don't have it set up yet. So be on the lookout for my live. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right.
Hearing was tied to the previous.
What are y'all thoughts on what Lisa just laid out about Chud the Bussy's bond?
Hey, put that motherfucker, get his ass out of PC.
Misdemeanor charge
Put him
where
in
he faced in
GP
Davidson
and
County.
let him walk the goddamn concrete and take the chance. They take his chances like the rest of us have done.
Right.
Fuck this motherfucker, man.
I
Fuck
agree.
this motherfucker.
Yeah, I concur with Shabaka. Yeah, Chud definitely, needs to rot in prison and understand the consequences he had committed, and also work on the plantation field because Chud has a lot of white privilege, and this is a day we're in a new information age, right? Where in the past white people have gotten off scot-free, right? Now it's it's good that the judge decided to revoke his bond because so many times when white people are given chances to succeed, they 9 out of 10 times they always commit the same acts of violence against FBAs multiple times and also pattern documented
yes, sir. You are absolutely correct about that, Michael.
And even like in the comments I was saying earlier, most racist white people, they don't have good emotional control to own a weapon, because it's crazy how they say that they're responsible gun owners, right? If white people are responsible gun owners, then why do they pew so many buildings, so many schools, right? And
part right there. That part. Look at that motherfucker that kicked Charlie Kirk off the planet.
Right.
You don't even talk about him no more, you see? You don't even bring him up.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother Che. Yeah, fuck Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. And even the Democrats, I said before, very silent about Carmelo Anthony's trial, and also the racist jurors, right? I mean, racist jurors.
Exactly, Mike. Because these Democrats, man, ain't nothing but prostitutes for racist white supremacy.
Yep.
Shout out to Tyler. Tyler Robinson took Carly Turk off the planet. He was Kirking out.
Yeah. And what was Kirk's last words that he says? Oh, black on black crime, kabam.
Yep.
And who killed him? One of his own.
Yep, his own people, right.
Right. See, but they don't mention that. They don't mention that. You ought to see the shit, man, I get in my damn inbox, man, from these stupid motherfuckers that support that bastard.
Yeah,
And so what I do, instead of getting my blood pressure up and shit like that, man, I just delete and block these tricks, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they're grandstanding and all this old type of shit, man. And it's kind of like that. We, as black men, we love our children and our moms and sisters and stuff like that. But you see, Michael, they have systemically done this to us. And keep in mind, it didn't happen overnight.
Right.
You know, it took a century and a half to have this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is why, you know, when you get those motherfuckers, man, shit. Uncle Tim Scott. Let's see, who was that other ass scratcher we had, man? Warlock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries, man, that motherfucker there spending too much money on dope, man. You know what I'm saying? Stand up there and filibuster for 24 hours. Talking loud and not saying a motherfucking thing. You know what I mean? Trump is Trump, you know, but at least Trump states how he honestly feels. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, because see, I'd much rather, man, that a cat tell me, hey, Shabaka Sankor, we don't like your black ass, man. You's an arrogant black bastard. You know what I'm saying? Okay, man, glad to hear it. Although I don't think I'm that arrogant, but I know one damn thing. A Nabisco telling me that and need a cup of piss out here in this 105-degree heat we're going to have today. Yeah, I'd much rather go water a tree, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. I mean, it's just like the history of this country, people, they just figured that they could just fuck over us, man. We're not supposed to be nothing about it. You get Chud the bussy right here, you know what I'm saying? In his ass by a hermaphrodite, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to sit up there and have some sympathy for this sick, deranged motherfucker.
No.
Man, come on, people.
Yeah, and even right. And even like I've also noticed that when white people face economic calamity, I noticed that they always blame FBAs, but white people should be really doing blaming their own people who create this economic mess in the first place through policy making, policy practices, and other practices, right? It's just like in the movie. You remember the movie U.S. Morsel where Wesley Snipes was accused of right? And he said, "You got the wrong person."
Yeah.
And at the end, it was the U.S. Marshals' own people who committed a heinous act against their own people.
Yeah. With Tommy Lee Jones too, right?
Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones, right? You remember how Tommy Lee Jones didn't want to get at the facts in the beginning of that movie? Remember how he was so focused on capturing Wesley Snipes,
right?
That he forgot to do like a rigorous investigation.
Yeah, you see, see, Michael. One thing you always got to remember. Okay, here in the United States, the suspect is described as a male Negro.
Yes.
See, and the cold part about it is this is why, like, these and I'm going back to LA now, you know, because that's my only point of reference.
Right.
Like the Jesse Brewers, the Willie Williams, you know what I'm saying? You know, didn't give a damn about black folks. But the only black LAPD officer, man, who shut down that goddamn crash operation, man, and they made him retire, was Bernard Parks.
Bernard Parks.
He shut down Crash.
He was the one who replaced Daryl Gates, right, in 1992?
No, sir. He was the chief after Willie Williams, and Willie Williams was the police commissioner in Philadelphia when Wilson Good bombed the move house and burned down, what was that, Brother Jay, about 10 square blocks.
Yeah, on Osage Street.
Yeah, on Osage Street. Yeah. You see? So then They got rid of Willie Williams, and they put in another chief by the name of Bratton. I think he went on and retired. And after that point in time right there, Michael, that's when I pretty much had left Los Angeles, you know. So
Right.
I'm pretty much on the late freight what's going on in LA. Only thing I know about LA, it's a nice city to be from, far away from.
Yep.
Yeah, so Tariq gonna give us his take on it.
All right,
That
and
was
then I'm
that
gonna
was
after
service and
Tariq, then I'm
disorderly
gonna call it
conduct.
because I got an inspection coming
Happening
up
now,
this
the
afternoon.
controversial online streamer known as Chud the Builder is making an
Yeah.
appearance in a Nashville courtroom. Dalton Etherly faces 3 misdemeanor charges stemming from a May incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House inside the Omni Hotel. Investigators say Etherly live streamed inside the restaurant after staff asked him not to, then refused to pay. Etherly also faces separate felony charges in Montgomery County for a shooting investigation. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots are shown to be fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see Oregon's courthouse video that shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete plank.
Okay.
Prior to them hitting the ground.
So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? If you're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
The judge denied Etherly's release today, citing violent posts he's made on social media. Etherly is also facing a $1 million bond in the Montgomery County case.
All right, what's going on, man? We're in here. We're in here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tap In. Round of applause to you. Round of applause to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Tap In. It's the late night Tap In, and we're ready to chop up great game, as we always do, ladies and gentlemen. You guys give me a nice retweet. Let everybody know that we are indeed live. Everybody give me a retweet, ladies and gentlemen. And before I get started, let me shout out some of the regulars in here. Real quickly, I see Malcolm, the mayor, FBA Law. I see Miss Willa in here, Panamera.
Well, I see Lady K is up with us.
I see Liam. I see Layla.
You're like,
I see Aztec. I see
Oh,
Morning
congratulations.
Dew.
yeah, no, I don't.
Let me see. I see Rashonda in the building.
I tell
Miss
you,
Rashonda. I see Nikki the God in the building. The legendary Tethanator, Grimes TV in the building. Respect to the family. And who else do we see? Rashonda. I see you, Miss Rashonda. Respect to you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And again, let everybody know we're live. Let everybody know that we're live right now. Before we get started, don't forget, everybody, go to Hidden History Museum. Everybody make a contribution.
I made a contribution to you, Tariq. That's why I did a live feed from there. No, what happened to our telemetry?
Oh, Jesse, you there?
Okay, Jesse's on mute, I see.
Yeah.
his computer crashed.
Oh,
Right
computer
there.
crash.
Oh shit. Okay, so he's got to restart the computer. Okay, so all righty.
Yeah, we gotta hold it down so
Okay.
you don't lose the feed.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Right.
do have to say that motherfucking restaurant bill was $400. That's a big back fucking activity right there for him to walk out on. Like, are you serious? Do people not do math when they're ordering shit? Like,
Mm-hmm.
damn, like $400. What was you eating, little big bag ass motherfucking Chud the Builder? Like, for
Right.
real, that's a lot of food for one man to walk out
God
on.
damn, $400. I could feed myself for a month.
Yep.
You gonna You're self-taught too. You're just one man. Like that $200 to go in my household will go like 2 months. You know, and we don't really eat that much around this bitch, especially not in the summertime. So I'm like, come on, man. Like, what kind of big back activity was he on? And then also walk out instead of walk back in the kitchen and get off, or like make a arrangement. Instead, he's over there videotaping and kirking out and shit.
At least he could have went on and washed dishes. Oh, he's back.
He's just black folk on a $400 big back ticket. Like the audacity. What the fuck did he order? Like,
man, I'm sure he ordered a lot of like appetizers, entree, right? And then he realized he couldn't finish. He said, "No, I'm not gonna pay $400." And the waiter's like, "But Chud, this is my living. You got to pay us the food you wasted." And Chud is like, "I'm right." And you'll be surprised too. Most white people don't know how to cook. The only thing they know how to do is spend money dining out at 5-star restaurants and end up wasting so much money on good food.
$400 though, that's a big back ticket right there. You expect some wide back buffalo to order like a $400 meal, and if they brought a friend with them, he is by himself. What the fuck was he eating? Like, what cost? Like, what kind of entree, appetizers? What kind of 3-course, 9-course meal did he get? Because
man,
what of money, $400. That's not including the tax or the gratuity that they probably
gratuity, right?
You know what I mean?
He probably like ordered,
too. Like,
he probably ordered himself like a wine, probably like what, a $100 wine, $80 steak, $80 salmon fish, $80 chicken wings, $100 nachos. And $200 what's it?
They do a little investigation before they go, you know, because they like you gonna take a person out on a date and you're gonna be footing the bill.
I see Nikki the God in the building.
You gotta do a little research and like look it up and like, you know, check the prices out, see if it's even in your budget to like, you know, offer up a date to
right.
He went by himself. Like, what the fucking
right.
Like,
you
don't look like you smoke weed. So what the fuck is he really on? You know what I mean?
Right. All right. Let me get back to Tariq, y'all.
Okay.
Thank you for holding it down.
Yeah. Thank you, Leche.
The legendary Tethinator Grimes TV in the building. Respect to the family. And who else do we see? Rashonda, I see you, Miss Rashonda. Respect to you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and again, let everybody know we're live. Let everybody know that we're live right now. Before we get started, don't forget, everybody, go to Hidden History Museum. Everybody make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. Make a weekly contribution, make a monthly contribution, but contribute to the Hidden History Museum, our own FBA institution, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget to get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen, rootworkstyle.com. First thing we got to talk about, and shout out to everybody coming in the room. We got a couple of hundred people here within the first 30 seconds, so that's a beautiful thing. First thing we got to talk about, Chud the Bussy. We got to talk about Chud the Builder. He had a hearing today, and this was a hearing that took place in Davidson County. This was the case. You know, he's still locked up for the attempted murder. Today's hearing was tied to the previous misdemeanor charge where he faced in Davidson County. That was theft of service and disorderly conduct, where he went into that Nashville steakhouse and caused the disorder. He was released on $1,000 bond under the conditions that he avoid any new arrests. So he clearly violated the release conditions when he was arrested on May 13th. That was May 13th for shooting Joshua Fox. That was a disabled Black veteran. shot him outside of the courthouse. It was very interesting. Today, one of the investigators presented some new surveillance footage from that May 13th shooting. He said that the video captures Chud firing at the black man before any physical attack occurred. Now, that evidence is another major blow to Etherly's legal defense. It challenges that whole claim of self-defense, which we knew it wasn't self-defense. It was an ambush. So the ruling was the judge citing Chud's behavior and his social media activity and his violation of previous bond conditions. The judge, it was another judge, Blackburn, she revoked his bond entirely. So because of this ruling, Chud is going to remain behind bars, while that Montgomery County attempted murder case continues. So like I said, the problem with Chud was that he overcalculated. The problem was he put too many white people in danger. So they cannot let him out. I knew they were going to revoke his bond at one point. You know, all the white supremacists are trying to raise money to get him up out of there. No, he put too many white people at risk. He's way too reckless. He can't do self-defense. When he tried to do that shit on the courthouse steps, there's no defense for that. But understand something. Listen, this is a calculated racial ambush. Let's look at the actual evidence. Again, they said Chud fired before any contact happened. That proves it was never about self-preservation. It was a pre-planned racial ambush. All right? These white supremacists, like Chud and many others, they're actively orchestrating these encounters where they can execute black people in broad daylight using the guise of an altercation to cover their tracks. And what they try to do, they try to weaponize legal codes. See, they're not just acting recklessly, they're studying and they're weaponizing the legal system and the common law system. They know that self-defense and stand your ground laws, they have been historically skewed to protect the dominant white society. They know it doesn't work. Those laws are not for us. So they know this and they intentionally exploit these legal loopholes to legitimize their targeted anti-black violence. See, the system has already given the Chud, the builders, and the Austin Metcalfs, oh yeah, I'm going there too. They've given them a green light because there's a very dangerous precedent that's been set now. We see case after case where black people are shot in the back, ambushed from behind, choked from behind, actively retreating, yet the legal system will still bend over backwards to label these killings as self-defense. And these people are banking on receiving that same type of systemic protection because there's an unspoken common law of white supremacy. There's the law written on books. Then there's the unspoken common law. That's the law that y'all need to understand. The law that they don't write down anymore. I always talk about this because, see, the white supremacists try to cover their tracks. What kind of laws are discriminatory now? Can you show me some laws on the books that discriminates? Everything is equal on the book. But you practice things through common law. You better understand how common law works, how white supremacy works. And this is where the power of white supremacy comes in. They have unspoken codes now. It's so locked and ingrained into the society, they don't have to overtly say it anymore. You understand? It's like a wink and a nod. We know what this law says on paper, but we know how we're going to enforce it. Wink, wink, wink. That's how they get you. That's why the great Neely Fuller taught us about having a code. We have to have a counter-racism code that we live by daily. That's the main reason why Dr. Neely Fuller, I keep calling him doctor, he wasn't technically a doctor, but he was a doctor and an expert on counter-racism narratives. he really spoke about the significance of us having a code of conduct where everything doesn't have to be overtly said. It's just the way you act and conduct things as far as empowerment and protecting yourself as Black people. But the dominant society, they have a code. Any form of violence committed by a white person against a Black person is automatically deemed justified. And see, within that framework, the mere existence or proximity of a Black person is treated as a lethal threat that warrants a lethal response. This goes into what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing taught us about how just our existence is deadly to the white supremacists because us procreating with them could wipe them out. You understand? She broke this down very beautifully in her book, The ISIS Papers. So this is why everything that they do to us, it's justified because we are a weapon. We are a living, breathing weapon no matter what we do. And see, what the white supremacists like to do, they like to manufacture the fear defense. The playbook is very transparent. You goad us, you harass us, antagonize us. You see a Black person in a public space, you antagonize them, and if there's a reaction, you deploy lethal force or call in law enforcement to do the lethal force for you. They do ambush by police. This is why they always call the cops on us. Remember up there in Ohio, a brother in Walmart just shopping, or white supremacists called the cops and said that he was pointing a gun. They just came in and blasted the brother. Same thing with Tamir Rice. They said, hey, there's a kid playing in the park with a gun. They just came and blasted a damn 12-year-old kid. So they know that cops can't do that like that no more, which they can, but not to the level that they used to, because now this is bankrupting a lot of coffers from different cities. Now they got to pay out these families. That becomes very costly. Now they still do it now, but it's a little more costly. So they have to get the vigilantes to do the dirty work for them. And they get the Chud, the builders, to run out here talking about they feared for their lives after they antagonize people. And then what they do, they incentivize this anti-Black violence. See, we're dealing with a subculture that turns racial terror into a spectator sport. Like people like Chud and others, they're financially incentivized and compensated. So they got these streams where they bring in money. You know, they start harassing Black people and open up a GoFundMe. You call a Black child the N-word, and then you get $1 million. And so it's getting very deep out here. It's getting very deep out here. They're being financially incentivized. They're monetizing this stuff. And then they have this systemic shield of the courts. They're emboldened to pull the trigger before a physical attack even materializes because they expect the justice system to act as their personal shield. They move with the confidence that judges and prosecutors and juries will basically validate their fear no matter how aggressive or unprovoked their own actions were. That's what we saw with Kyle damn Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse did everything illegal from top to bottom. Went across state lines with an illegal gun, premeditated. He's on video saying that he wants to shoot protesters. Kyle has a whole history of that stuff. And when he went to court, what happened? The judge acted like his damn defense attorney. The judge, the media, everybody coddled Kyle Rittenhouse. They treated him like a big baby. They coddled him, literally. And all of them got on code. The courts, law enforcement, the media, the political apparatus, all of them got on code. They didn't start digging up the videos of Kyle doing real foul shit, beating up on girls and stuff like that. We were pointing all that stuff out. They sat here and played right along with it and let him get on the stand and do that fake, horrible acting cry he did. So that sends a message to the white supremacists out there. And that's another thing. When Kyle was out there with the Proud Boys throwing up those white supremacist hand signals, the legacy media really downplayed that. The left and the right-wing media downplayed that. They're two wings on the same bird, by the way. But understand, we got to analyze all of this stuff from a very strategic standpoint. This isn't an isolated incident that's happening with Chud. This is very coordinated. This is a strategy to bait Black people into lethal situations. We got to recognize that the legal threshold for self-defense is damn near non-existent when the target is Black. You understand? And again, I keep talking about the Chud case. The only reason they're going after Chud and taking away the bail and all that is because where he tried that ambush. He tried it on a courthouse lawn. There's zero justification for that. He shouldn't have been there with a gun in the first place. The brother he had a court date. See, they can't try to pull the brother shouldn't have been there and all that. The brother had a court date. There's no way to justify what Chud did at all. They saw that Chud fired on that brother before a physical contact happened. This was a straight up and down ambush. Plus, looking at Chud's premeditated tweets, the man said what he was going to do. So it is real hard to justify that. You understand? And this is why we have to understand the Carmelo case as well, how that ties in. See, with the Carmelo case, people keep talking about, yeah, Carmelo should have just did a fair fight. Why didn't Carmelo just fight with his hands? See, that you can't be naive to racial encounters and how they operate today. Hostile white supremacist suspects instigating a physical altercation with a Black person, they're not looking for a traditional fist fight. Understand white supremacy. White supremacists don't fight fair. When do they fight fair? The only time they step to you is when they know they got some weird disadvantage over your ass. Just like Chud. Chud was running around here trying to ambush people, knowing, goading people and yelling the N-word, knowing he's going to ambush them. They don't fight fair. And Carmelo understood that. You understand? These people, you got multiple people standing over you trying to go and harassing you and putting their hands on you. What the hell are you supposed to do? You can't fight all them people and you're smaller than all of them? So Carmelo did what he needed to do to neutralize the threat and get out of there. You understand? They want to manufacture a physical struggle so they can immediately escalate to some type of legal force against or lethal force against you and then claim self-defense. You see?
Like I said, any
a Black
conflict
person
always
being
has the
accosted
option
and,
of going
and,
to
and
the next
assaulted
level
by
of force.
somebody in the dominant white society, you have to defend yourself by all means, because they'll unalive your ass and then claim self-defense. So no. You don't sit around and just let yourself get off by these people. And shout out to the brother who fought Chud. Remember, the brother got ambushed by Chud and still whooped Chud's ass. You understand? That brother got ambushed. He got shot a couple of times and still beat the brakes off Chud. Fam, let me explain something. Black people, you have zero obligation to accept the bait. Black people, you're not under no obligation to play Russian roulette with your lives to satisfy the dominant society's hypocritical ass rules of engagement. If an aggressive stranger violently violates your personal space and put their hands on you, you're not required to just go into some hand-to-hand combat like this is a goddamn Rambo movie. And just to find out they got a firearm tucked in their waistband or some other mob waiting to jump in and unalive you from the side or whatever. No. You defend yourself how you need to defend yourself. You understand? It's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And look at Carmelo. He was continuously harassed, surrounded, grabbed, and assaulted by the son of a white supremacist who felt entitled to dictate his presence and put hands on him. And white supremacists, they weaponize that exact type of aggressive entitlement to escalate encounters. It never stops. When people say, well, why didn't Carmelo will just walk away. Okay, then you walk to the next spot, then the next white supremacist come and tell you to do something. It never stops. Everywhere we go, there's a white supremacist trying to tell us what to do or question why we are where we're supposed to be. Carmelo wasn't obligated to get up and go anywhere. That Metcalf didn't control no tent. He didn't control no benches. This is why it never stops, ladies and gentlemen. And I see Sambos out here with Carmelo's get you to live. Oh, you were Sambo. You were scared Sambo. All right? Most likely a tether. But yeah, if we accept that, it never stops, ladies and gentlemen. We see Karen videos all the time. If we're in our own apartment complex, there's some Karen like, hey, do you live here? Where do you live? Let me see your ID. I'm like, what? Lady, get out of my face. I'm going to call the cops if I don't see your ID. It never stops, ladies and gentlemen. It never stops. That's why we have to support our brother Carmelo. He didn't do anything wrong. He was exercising his rights. You are a Sambo if you are against what Carmelo did. He did the ultimate form of self-defense. He did absolutely nothing wrong. You understand? You neutralize the unknown threat, and that is survival. He was justified in neutralizing an active, escalating threat. When an aggressor ignores warnings, physically attacks you, you don't have the luxury of waiting to see if this is going to turn into a lethal ambush against you. There's too many chuds out here. These people are actively instigating encounters so they can unalive Black people and then claim self-defense. Carmelo reacted to a physical attack because he understood the unspoken rule. If you let an ambush play out, he would have been the victim. And that attacker would have been claiming self-defense. And white supremacists would have been running around here talking about, yeah, they had to defend themselves from him. So stop being scared of speaking up for justice. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get some of the family in here. Everybody raise your hand. Let me talk to the family. Because I'm seeing way too many scared Negroes whining about Carmelo he couldn't have did all that. He know he wrong. Y'all, if you're scared, say you're scared. And it's okay to be scared. If you are scared, say you're scared. Let me get Queen Mother Empress up here. Queen Mother Empress from Detroit. What's up, Queen Mother Empress? How are you, beloved?
That the moon is in our sign of Cancer.
Yeah, I spoke
Let
with
me
her
cook a
on
little bit with you. I want to
Twitter
put you
before.
on some game.
Mm-hmm.
The other night, you were talking to this gentleman that claimed he is from Italian. That was nothing but Peter. He has a lot of scam pages, and I was trying to get up to let you know this is an outright stalker. And he can't handle when he kept saying, are you going to answer the question? And you keep going around it. That was Peter, just so we know for future reference. That's that asshole. But I want to bring something on he's an asshole. I don't like him. And if he don't like it, he can kiss Detroit's ass. Let me put something in perspective from a spiritual standpoint, my gorgeous brother. With this being the year of the horse, understand that horse in China is Gemini. And that energy is
That don't mean the
sporadic.
Broncos,
You cannot
Jesse.
trust it. You cannot contain it. This is a year, everything that's hidden behind doors, secret deals is going to be exposed. And when it gets exposed, it's going to show a higher power of fraud. So Carmelo case is going to draw a couple attentions on the following. Number one, you know the old cliche, it's not who you know in life. It's not what you know, but who you know in life. And the bait was fixed from the start. The fact that this gentleman couldn't get a fair trial. You're going to put an all-white jury. He's going to be the historic figure that we need to come together as foundational Black Americans to make sure going forth in the future that it should never be an all-white jury when it comes to foundational Black Americans. Right. It should be a minimum of at least 6 that is foundational to give a proper balance. This is just starting because it's in June. Remember, Mercury is getting ready to go retrograde into Cancer. And with it going into Cancer, it's going to bring out revenge like never before. Camelo is definitely going to get the last laugh. But before he gets the last laugh, it's going to show all the serpents that's been around him as a child, as the family, like fake Charleston White, that's a lion ass kissing Sambo. It's going to expose all of this corruption. And we need to, I agree with you, make that part of Texas known as a discriminative town that you cannot get no justice. Are you noticing, brother, you gave prophecy on this? That's because both of us Cancer. It's our season. You gave prophecy on something, Brother Tariq. Everyone is delineating, and we are removing ourselves from putting money in the hands of those that unalive us. Those days is over with. It's not a boycott. It's redirecting our dollars as power. And these people are highly pissed about it. And what they're pissed about hasn't even started. When it boomerangs, you're going to see many people lose their business, and they're going to start unaliving themselves because they know what they did. They keep mentioning you. Little did you know, on TikTok in a disrespectful demeanor. And I'm chopping the heads with the liars because they jealous that you've been able to properly articulate and prophesy. Now let's get to the final part. You in gambling. While this is in your season, when the moon is in Cancer, Scorpio, Virgo, Taurus, you will kick ass every day, all day. You're going to dog walk it. Your swagger is very on point, and it's impeccable, and it cannot be matched. That's why they can't stand you. So what? Detroit love you. We got your back, support you 1,000%. But I'm giving the prophecy, we gonna get the last laugh, and it's going back to 1966 under the year of the fire horse. When 1967, you seen Detroit was the first city and state that started the all right wars, and chaos got started here, the riots. It's going back to that in 2027, because that'll be the year of the fire sheep. Sheep in Cancer in China is Cancer, but it's not going to give mercy. It's coming to pay revenge. My question to you, brother, what can we do to make sure that this is not just a temporary phase? Many speculate it's only going to be 30 to 90 days. I say if we continue with this, like Dr. King did, he showed us we can withhold our funds for a year and shut it all down of these suspected white supremacists, because now they got too much to say. What would you recommend for us to do? Not just not going into beauty supply stores or their filthy, unclean restaurants, but overall, when it comes to the Hispanics as well as the Asians, because they seem to be too brave and too bold in their disrespect and then want to pretend, well, I didn't do anything. It's a few of us that's not like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you sat back and seen this child that was 14 years old be unalived. Did you just see the little boy that just got murdered at the Walmart and he wasn't but a year old? It's getting ready to be a turn up summer
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
in violence.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to know your take on that, brother, and bring me up more often. Instead of hearing these stupid white supremacists, when you don't want to be bothered, bring me up and let me do some reading. It's time to get the Majara spirit working, because it's ass kicking time spiritually.
Yes, ma'am.
And you gotta see them lose.
Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead, finish, beloved.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that anytime you have these low-life, lack of phallus having white supremacists popping up, pull Detroit on up. I got your back, because I ain't backing down.
Ma'am.
I'm not backing down at all. It's time out for us having to be on the lower totem pole. We always, for the last 100 years, is only 10%, 12%, 14%. You know, that's bullshit, because if that was only our population, why are these people getting mad in every 30 seconds on Instagram, every 30 seconds on TikTok, talking about us not wanting to spend money with them when they're selling us garbage? You don't even see them eat out of their own restaurants.
Yeah.
When you don't see a person eat out of their own restaurant, why are you going to eat any orange pepper chicken and it ain't nothing but cooked up cats and rats? Come on now, that's some tether class bullshit. Let's keep it real, brother. Food is something you don't play about, just like hygiene.
Mm-hmm.
If the sisters will give a break in buying this cheap quality of hair that's the once had lice on it, that they have to treat it with chemicals to stop them from infesting the hair, where they do rituals on it over in India, we can take back our power, because whatever is up on top of your head, if it had rituals done on it, it's going to curse your life and curse your health. Come on, let's talk to me.
Ma'am.
We got to take back that.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Empress, I thank you so much, beloved. Sister Empress in the building. Respect the Sister Empress.
Yeah, I talked with her on Twitter. All right, y'all, I'm getting ready to call it a day, man, because I got to, handle this other shit. All right, so thanks for having me on here, Grand Rising with Shabaka and Chimes, in conjunction with Frontline Black News. Okay, Chad, I'll give you a call later on today. I'm out.
Nothing else would do.
Right,
I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else would do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you're leaning in like you've been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you're right here vibing in my time.
Jesus. I guess all right.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make.
All right, what are your thoughts, Lady Che?
About what? get lost after he starts bringing up people.
Shut the.
Yeah, man. Dude's wild. Like he did that. He what did Tariq say? Tariq said like about a week or two ago that they can't have that. He's shooting up the property.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's violating the scenery. They can't have that. It's one thing if you were away from the property and you were acting out, that'd be a whole different scenario. But you did that right there on the property. Like what would possess him to go back to the vehicle, grab the heater, and do what he did, and still miss and got his ass whooped by the motherfucker he attempted to harm. You know what I mean? And he let one fly out the chamber in the property, on the courthouse property of all places. Like use a duck. So you know, he said that right about a week or so ago. What Tariq was saying, like yeah, white supremacy can't have a racist shooting up the courthouse. I mean, that's look. You know what I mean? And that rumor commercial was my shit.
Yeah.
I was here for till you was here. I was thinking the song still.
Oh God.
It's also catchy.
Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are that it's like what the lady said. It's time to rise and shine for FBAs to start their own businesses and boycott the beauty supplies, and also because most Asian business owners, I could tell from my community, most of them are not even like up to date, with advanced technology when it comes to customers paying online, customers using Cash App, other technologies, and still stuck on the hey, you gotta pay upfront or come up to the cash register. And also, it's time to do away with tipping, because tipping has gotten out of control, and it's time for all businesses, regardless of ethnicity or race, to pay their workers living wage. Because by paying workers living wage, that's so the business had put a lot of time and money to not only start a business but to hire workers. And asking customers to pay workers tips, it's like saying that customers are the employers, but customers are not the employers. It's supposed to be the business owners who are the employers paying the workers a living wage. And tipping definitely originated from originated from slavery.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that, Michael.
You're welcome.
Right. So moving along, we got Newsom. Empire crumbles under DOJ probe. So Trump
just back it away,
is probing gruesome Newsom and his wife.
Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please, most importantly, do not forget to do what? Follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news, and let's get the stream started. We have to head back on over to the state that I reside in, California, and I'm in Los Angeles to be exact. We have to head on over here because the fallout, right, from this probe into Gavin Newsom's wife, as well as those surrounding him, is growing greater and greater by the day. Not necessarily from what's coming out of the investigation, but the way in which the news of this investigation has put a new spotlight on Gavin, to which a lot of old articles and publications and things of that nature that have exposed Gavin Newsom in the past, these are now rising back up to the forefront again, that just expose Newsom and his wife for being the crooked people that they are, right? But before we dive into that, I want to pull this up for you guys first. How many of you all seen this? When Trump goes in on CNN and calls it trash and garbage and everything of that nature. He's 100% right and spot on for doing so. All right. With the midterms right around the corner, and with little to no really negative news to publish about Trump. I mean, the news is always negative on Trump, but when we're talking about things that are like kind of grandiose, like what we witnessed last year with the mass deportation effort, right? It was very grandiose and the protest, and it gave the media a lot of fuel, right, to push forward propaganda about Trump. That doesn't really exist. Things are really quiet right now. The Iran war seems to have come to an end. The strait appears to be open. I don't know about you guys, but for me here in California, gas prices are dropping rather quickly, day after day after day after day. Gas prices are going lower and lower and lower. So there's nothing really negative to say about Trump. That's the point. So with that, CNN, as you can see here, reflecting pool renovation plagued by stubborn algae. Really? So you have absolutely nothing to talk about concerning Trump. You don't want to give him credit for whatever's going on with Iran or gas prices coming down. None of that. We get that. We know you don't like him. We know you work for the Democrats. But with no real negative news to put out there, they've created apparently this algae scandal, right? Because for those of you who don't know, if we weren't following it, and I wasn't following it too much, but apparently the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. was renovated, right? And apparently everyone likes it a lot. You know, it looks great. Tourists love it. People who live in D.C., they love it, things of that nature. So here is CNN to try to take a big dump on the reflecting pool with this stubborn algae scandal. Check this out here. This is so just stupid.
We're going to scoop up a water sample to see if we can get this tested.
CNN independently took the sample of water and consulted with a pool store that regularly tests water to help read the results. It showed phosphate levels far higher than what is recommended to keep algae at bay based on estimates for a pool that holds 6.5 million gallons of water.
If there's already some phosphate fertilizer in the water, that's really opportunistic, especially for the blue-green algae that can fix nitrogen. So they are having a field day out here, probably.
The Department of
CNN is scraping the bottom of the barrel, reflecting pool for a scandal. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, this is just, CNN is simply pathetic. Simply pathetic. So anytime, ladies and gentlemen, you hear Trump specifically going in on CNN, you know it is well deserved. The reflecting pool scandal, that algae scandal in the reflecting pool. Okay, sounds great. I guess this is going to help Democrats win the midterm. Anyways, now that I got that out the way, it's completely nonsensical. Let's get into the real news, right? And what's really going on out here concerning Gavin Newsom and just his empire, Newsom Inc., really crumbling at this moment of time. He's being exposed thoroughly, as well as his wife. And I believe that this is going to damage his chances at having a successful presidential run tremendously, right? The fact that he ran California into the ground, he was already kind of cooked to begin with. But with everything that's coming out now, it just makes the road that much harder for him to go down if he wants to be president. Let's explore this here first. Look at this here. Let me pull this video down and pull this tweet up for you guys very quickly. Now look at this. This right here, what we're going to talk about right now, it really highlights the necessity and the urgency with which the SAVE Act must pass. Okay, it truly does. I'm not going to play the video that's connected with this tweet, but it does come from the California Post. I'm just going to read the quote here that they have that's coming from the California Post video, right? Check this out here. The narrator of this video said, "I'm going to talk about one of the strangest results in the LA County sales tax increase that will take the sales tax in Los Angeles County from a very high 9.75% to the almost unthinkable 10.25%. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here in California, Los Angeles, where I live to be exact, our sales tax is going up to 10.25%. Anyways, one of the highest in the country. But why did this happen? Here's why. Initially, it looked like Measure ER, the tax increase, was going to fail. But with late ballots coming in, especially for Nitya Raman, the tax increase passed. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this measure was failing on election night because I definitely voted against it. Okay? It was failing and Spencer Pratt was winning. But remarkably, the magical mail-in ballots that came falling out of the sky and took Nitya Raman's campaign out of the grave as she skyrocketed past Spencer Pratt, those same ballots pushed Measure ER, the sales tax hike, from losing to all of a sudden, ta-da, your taxes were increased. Just like that. The people rejected it, but the magical mail-in ballot said, no, 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 no. The cost of living in California will increase, okay? It will increase, and you know what? We're going to blame it on Trump. That's what we're going to do. Excuse me. We're going to blame it on Trump. I mean, once again, wow, when it comes to these magical mail-in ballots, you know, it really goes to show, man, that we all are justified in not trusting and believing in our election, especially as it pertains to these mail-in ballots, because this is just completely ridiculous. And I want to play this Fox News clip for you guys because it shows, in my opinion, I assume that this is really all about rigging elections and cheating. Once again, in my opinion, I assume YouTube. That's just freedom of speech. It's just what I think and what I feel. Because all of this foolishness that we're seeing concerning early voting, we're talking about as early as a month out, mail-in ballots, how, you know, what's required to register to vote in California. All these things were put in place, supposedly, if you let California officials tell it, to increase voter turnout. But voter turnout has not increased at all. The only thing that's increased appears to be rigging of elections here in California. Let me just play this video clip for you guys here from Fox News. And you know, you'll see how they break all this down. This is just completely absurd what's going on over here.
William Lodge. Let
me rewind it back just a little bit, take it from the top, and action.
In the House. William Lajeunesse has more from LA on what's happening now. William.
Well, that's the real concern, Bill. Not the last election, but the next one, right? Control of Congress up for grabs. We could be 2 weeks in California, still counting. So what's the problem? It is not incompetence. Governors Jerry Brown, Gavin Newsom, and Sacramento Democrats created the situation. Here's a timeline. 2015, automatically registering every voter when they got a driver's license. 2016, instead of election day in-person voting, California adopted early voting, drop boxes, and ballot harvesting, adding another layer of screening. 2019, same day voter registration. 2020, instead of requesting an absentee ballot, Newsom mailed them to every registered voter, slowing the count even further.
All of these things have been put into place with the promise that it was going to increase voter engagement and voter turnout, and we're just not seeing those numbers, certainly over the last 2 to 3 cycles.
Voter turnout remains roughly the same. 38% in primaries, 68% in general elections, but late results generate mistrust, exploited by critics.
So once again, the turnout hasn't changed. The turnout is the same, but it takes significantly longer to get through the counts. And when it takes significantly longer to get through the counts, and then you see that what was once rejected as far as higher taxes are concerned, and those who were once winning an election, such as Spencer Pratt, when all of a sudden it flips on his head and everything goes the opposite way because magical mail-in ballots, as I like to say, come falling out the sky, how do you expect any of us to trust the results? It's BS as far as I'm concerned. And I think we all understand this to be true and feel the same way as well. Now, speaking of Spencer Pratt, he brought to light some very interesting news and information concerning Gavin Newsom, right? Once again, especially in light of the investigation that him and his wife is currently under. And also, too, it's important for me to note as well, the investigation that he lied about, because he's not under investigation, as we all know, his wife is. And this investigation has nothing to do with Trump and the DOJ in Washington. It has everything to do with a whistleblower, essentially that snitch on Newsom's wife and the team. And that went straight to the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Eastern District of California. Had absolutely nothing to do, with Trump, and had nothing to do, with DC. That was just lies coming from Gavin Newsom trying to shield and protect his wife as if they're victims when they're actually crooks. Once again, in my opinion, I assume. But once again, in light of all this, so much information is coming out now. And Spencer Pratt revealed some very, very, very interesting factual information concerning Gavin Newsom that I want to get into next. And then after he speaks his piece, I'm going to take a moment to break down and dissect what he's talking about, just to actually prove and show you that what he's saying is true. So allow me a moment to do that. Let me bring this video down. I'm going to pull up Spencer Pratt next. And while I'm doing that, please make sure you hit the like button. I would truly and deeply appreciate it. And also make sure that you're following me on Telegram. Thank you very much.
7 years ago today, 2 days after Gavin Newsom was elected governor of California, one of Gavin Newsom's biggest donors killed 85 people by sparking the campfire on state-managed land because PG&E had faulty equipment they hadn't addressed in 99 years. They destroyed paradise, burning down nearly 20,000 structures, and PG&E were found liable for 85 counts of murder, forced to pay a massive settlement. But what did they do? They paid Gavin Newsom $208,000 and he bailed them out. To this day, 7 years later, many of PG&E's victims have still not received their full settlement payments. 7 years later, 75% of Paradise is just burnt out empty lots. Now you know why I keep saying the Palisades won't be rebuilt in my lifetime. Gavin Newsom's friends literally destroyed Paradise, and to this day, only a fraction of it has been rebuilt. What a horrific showcase of Gavin Newsom's impotence and corruption, doing the bidding of corporate lobbyists, abandoning fire victims, allowing California towns to rot after fires burn through the neglected, overgrown state forest. Oh, and remember his infamous...
We can stop right there. Right? I don't want to get too far deep into it because I want to make sure we're staying on topic and I don't get lost in listening to, this good information that's coming from Pratt. But for those of you guys who don't know, there was a city out here 7 years ago in California called Paradise that essentially burnt to the ground, just like the Palisades did. And you heard everything that he stated, the reasons for why, who's at fault, and how Gavin Newsom essentially protected who's at fault, PG&E, I believe it's called. And I want to unpack this because these were donors of his that essentially he took care of, right? So let's pull Spencer Pratt down, and I want to pull this information that I have up here concerning PG&E and what Spencer Pratt just said. Because if you let liberals tell it, this is all conspiracy theory foolishness, but the reality is that it's all true and this is all facts. So let me just pull this video down, and I'm going to pull the information surrounding what Spencer Pratt is saying up to validate that what he's saying is indeed true. Okay, so look at this here. All right. Let me zoom in just a little bit. PG&E contributed $208,000 to Newsom. True. Multiple investigations confirm PG&E gave Newsom over $200,000 in campaign contributions for his successful 2018 run for governor. 2 days after Newsom was elected, this happened. PG&E faulty equipment caused massive destruction in Paradise, the city that burnt down. Newsom won the election on November 6th of 2018, The deadly campfire caused by PG&E equipment failure ignited on November
Catch you guys
8th of
later.
2018,
Thank you.
exactly 2 days later. It destroyed the town of Paradise and killed 85 people and was one of the deadliest wildfires in California history. So how was this settled? And what's Gavin Newsom's role in this being settled? Let's see this here. What actually happened? PG&E's bankruptcy, all right? From January 19th to July of 2020, PG&E filed for Chapter 11 protection after facing over $30 billion in wildfire liabilities, primarily from the 2018 Camp Fire, which killed 85 people, and earlier fires. This isn't their first fire that they've caused, okay, because of faulty equipment. The company emerged from bankruptcy on July 1st of 2020. Newsom's March 2020 deal with PG&E. Newsom initially took a hard line. He rejected an earlier $13.5 billion victim settlement and threatened a state takeover if PG&E didn't reform. In March of 2020, he approved the company's reorganization plan after securing concessions from shareholders. Newsom called it the end of business as usual for PG&E and an unprecedented intervention. But now here's where the bailout comes in, right? This is where you see how slimy Newsom is and how easily bought off he is. AB 1054, signed by Newsom July of 2019. The law most often labeled Newsom PG&E bailout. Why was it a bailout? Ladies and gentlemen, here's why. Look at this here. Critics call it a bailout because Newsom signed a law, AB 1054, that helped PG&E get out of bankruptcy and keep running while shifting a big chunk of the cost onto regular people's electric bills. Yes, we're covering the costs here in California for PG&E's destruction. So here's what happened. PG&E owed billions because their equipment caused deadly fires, like the one that burned down Paradise. Instead of letting PG&E fully pay the price or breaking the company up, Newsom backed a deal that created a big wildfire fund. Now get this. This is what's really important, all right? About half the money in that fund comes from ratepayers, you and me here in California, through a permanent extra charge on our electric bills, around $2.50 extra every month. The fund acts like insurance that helps PG&E pay future big fire claims so the company doesn't get wiped out. So that wildfire fund, half of that, I'm covering the cost of, right? Californians are covering the cost of this. PG&E burnt a whole city down and didn't have to pay for it outright, didn't fold, their company didn't get busted up, didn't stay in bankruptcy long. No. Why? Because Newsom bailed them out with this bogus law that said, your home burnt down, your city burnt down, well, guess what? You're going to pay for it, not PG&E, okay? Not PG&E. You're paying for it, all right? Now get this. The law was written with heavy input from PG&E's own longtime lawyers paid with taxpayer dollars. Essentially, PG&E, they wrote up the law themselves, okay? And they used taxpayer dollars to do it. The result, PG&E survived, kept operating as a private company, and can still make money for its shareholders while customers pay more and wildfire victims get less than they wanted, all right? Get less than they wanted. And I want to come back to the wildfire victims too. But let me finish this out here. Critics say PG&E caused the fires, but regular people and the state basically rescued them instead of forcing them to fully pay for the damage as they should. Newsom's side says it was necessary to keep the lights on for millions of people and forced some reforms on PG&E. No. They took care of you when you were running in 2018. They gave you almost close to $300,000 in campaign funds. And they said, hey, Gavin, look, we need you to pay up now. All right. We took care of you when you were running for governor. It's time for you to take care of us. And that's what he did. He took care of them. Well, I should say, people of California took care of them, right? Because not only did the people of California, they're paying for half of the amount of money that's in the wildfire fund, but that charge isn't something that expired. It's permanent. So you have PG&E once again getting this extra $2.50 on everybody's bill that they get to take that money and put it to the side essentially for insurance, as the information that I just read to you reads out here. But what's even more interesting, and I want to make sure to highlight what Spencer was talking about as well concerning the wildfire victims. Where is this at? Give me just a second. Right here. Look at this here. All right. This was kind of like what was the most interesting to me. Nearly 7 years after Camp Fire, nearly 7 years after Camp Fire, survivors still waiting for full PG&E payment through trust. It's been 7 years and these people have still not been paid out in full. All right. The reason they have not been paid out in full is because throughout the course of 7 years, they've been getting this money in bits and pieces. All right. Bits and pieces here and there. So these people aren't even receiving the money that they need, or they didn't receive the money that they need to actually start their lives over, because they're getting, a couple of dollars here, a couple of dollars there, and, just sprinkled across a 7-year timeline to which they still have not been fully paid out. And I guess that's because, once again, PG&E is waiting for us Californians to continue to cover the cost. If they have to really pay everybody out the way that they're supposed to through putting money in this wildfire fund, it would have to come out of PG&E's own pockets. And they're not looking to do that. They said, no, all you good people of California, we burnt your city down, but we're going to let you pay for it. All right. And in the process of that, you'll get your money in bits and pieces and dribs and drabs along the way. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you can see here corrupt Gavin Newsom is. And if he's running the state like this, imagine how he'll run the country. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, how he's going to run the country. Now, what I want to do next is this. Give me just a moment and check this out here. Here's some more information on Newsom that I want to cover concerning his corruptness, but going back to his wife, Jennifer Newsom. Jennifer Siebel Newsom, right? I guess that's her name, Siebel Newsom. Look at this here. Newsom agrees to $31,500 ethics fine over LA wildfire donations. California Governor Gavin Newsom has agreed to pay $31,000 essentially after the Fair Political Practice Commission found he failed to timely report $5.5 million in behested donations. And that's what we're going to explore as we bring this string to a close. Behested donations, many directed to wildfire relief efforts following the 2025 LA fires. All right. Now let's explore what the behested donations are. What is this all about? I want to pull this article for you guys up next. And then I want to get into what Steve Hilton, the man that I hope will become the next mayor of California, has to say about these behested donations. So give me just a moment while I do that. Or you know what I'm going to do first? How long is this video here? It's not long at all. I'm going to play this video first from, we're all friends, right? I can be real with you guys. I got to call my son real quick. I'm monitoring. I need to call my son. All right. So I'm going to play this video for you guys. And it's about 50 seconds long. I'm probably going to play it maybe 2 times in a row while I call my son. All right, so give me just a moment. And let me pull this video up. All right, but obviously it's all relevant. So let me do that. And please hit the like button if you have. If you guys are really my friends, you'll hit the like button. All right. So let me pull this video up and let me mute up while I call my son. I wanted to play it off. I tried to play it off cool, you know, and I'm just like, man, you know what? Hey, we're all friends, man. Look, I need to pause this stream for a minute. I got to call my son. Anyways, here's Steve Hilton concerning behested donations. Okay.
Incredible, Rob. It's literally legalized corruption. It's astonishing, but that is the law. And this is the kind of thing you get when a party's been in power for 16 years and thinks it can get away with anything. So a politician can phone a business that they regulate. In this case, you've seen examples like PG&E, one of the big utilities in Northern California. The governor phones them up and says, I'd like you to give some money to this organization that I think is a good cause. Happens to be, in this case, one run by his wife. And then she's paid from that organization. It's completely outrageous. And there are many other examples of Gavin Newsom and other politicians in California carrying out this kind of legalized corruption, where you get a favor done for you, and then you give a favor to the business that's doing the favor. It's completely outrageous. And
that worked out perfect. All right. So you heard what Steve Hilton had to say concerning the behested payments. You heard what he had to say. And now what I want to do next, because I want to give you guys some more kind of detail into these behested payments and what these are and how corrupt all of this really is, by pulling up this article here from the New York Post. So allow me to pull this video down and pull the New York Post article up as we bring this stream closer to an end. And once again, as I always beg, please hit the like button already if you haven't already. And most importantly, follow me on Telegram. If you're new to the channel, you're a new subscriber, I guarantee you're not going to get my notifications and you won't see my videos recommended to you in your feed. You got to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram's in the description box below. Let's get into this here. Look at this demon on the screen. Let me pull her down and let me pull this New York Post article up. Get her out of here. Okay. So check this out. Gavin Newsom solicited $340 million in behested payments from special interest filings revealed. Everything surrounding Newsom Inc. is coming out and is crumbling down. There is no way this guy is going to become president of the United States. And even more importantly, we need some indictments. We got to have some sort of justice with all this corruption. But I digress. The article reads as such. State records show Newsom has solicited more than $340 million in donation from wealthy donors and special interests, some of which have received preferential treatment and millions of dollars in state contracts, while also taking pains to prop up the political activities of his wife. I'll read that again. While also taking pains to prop up the political activities of his wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom. Now check this out here. A review of state disclosure records show Newsom has reported 1,325 behested payments totaling $347,240,506 since 2011, when he was serving as lieutenant governor. The payments, legal under California law, once again, legal under our corrupt law here, but a controversial one, if not an illegal practice in some other states, okay, are reported once they hit $5,000 from a single source in a calendar year. And they must be for a charitable, governmental, or legislative purposes. So once again, these behested donations are supposed to be for charitable, governmental, or legislative purposes. Criticisms and memes of Newsom's habit of soliciting donations have been gaining steam since the governor announced on Monday he and his wife are the focus of multiple federal probes. And there's one of the memes, as you can see here. Hilarious. But now let's get into what you really want to hear. Newsom, let me read. I don't want to skip this. This is actually important for compare and contrast. By comparison, Newsom's gubernatorial predecessor, Jerry Brown, only solicited $35.5 million in behested payments from 2010 to 2018, according to records by the Fair Political Practice Commission, right? But now here's Newsom. Newsom uses the controversial funding tool, Newsom's use of the controversial fundraising tool exploded in 2020 when he reported $226.5 million in behested payments, about 65% of his total since 2011. The busiest stretches came during the heart of the pandemic. $35.8 million in April, $33.9 million in May, $30.5 million in July, $38.4 million in September, and $28.1 million in October. Blue Shield gave a $20 million donation in September of 2020, and months later, Newsom awarded the insurer a $15 million no-bid contract to help distribute California's jab. And you all know what I mean by that, okay? Kaiser Foundation gave $9.75 million to the C-19 Response Fund in December of 2020. And by 2022, Newsom was signing off on another no-bid contract for the healthcare provider to manage Medi-Cal. You see how all this is working? You know, give Newsom some money and, I'll take care of you on the back end once you break me off with a little bread. But here's what you all actually came for. And you can see these wicked little devils here from Newsom Inc. Look at them. Crooks, if I ever seen them, right? Look at this. Since 2020, Newsom reported $330 million in behested payments. The giving shifted from emergency response to climate programs, workforce initiatives, immigrant services, wildfire recovery, official state travel, and get this, the California Partners Project, the nonprofit co-founded by Sybil Newsom. So this money, through the behested donations that are supposed to go towards, I guess, charitable stuff that are supposed to help California, millions of that has found its way into his wife's nonprofit. Remember that she's taking salary from. Check this out here. FPPC records list roughly $4.8 million for the California Partners Project since 2020. That's how much she's gotten out of all this. Once again, she's taking a salary from this nonprofit, okay? This man has run up to $5 million of this behested funds, behested donations that are supposed to go towards charitable events, philanthropy, and, I guess official government duties, and is running that money through his wife's nonprofit. These people are as corrupt can be. And I genuinely hope so much that an indictment comes down on this man's wife. He was crying in the video that he made on Monday saying they're coming after the mother of my children. And as I've been saying over the past 2 streams, mothers of children get charged and go to jail every day, Newsom. No one is above the law. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please, 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 please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegrams in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next stream, peace and have a great afternoon.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about
Jesse.
the Trump administration using Grok to pinpoint where to bomb in Iran. I was like, are you freaking kidding? Look, y'all, I understand why they lost this war now. They were dependent on Grok, you know, the hillbilly trash AI that Elon Musk came up with. Do you know Grok is banned in a lot of countries around the world? It's not banned here in the US, but it's banned in a lot of countries. They will not allow Grok to be used as their AI. But they literally used this trash during the war to help them figure out which places to bomb. I said, okay, now I know why the war was lost. You depended on Elon Musk, something that he did. We already looked at his stuff. Look, SpaceX. How many rockets have we seen explode? The cars explode. They burst into flames. While people are out there driving the cars, they burst into flames. Everything this man touches turns to dirt. And then he was trying to manipulate Grok to make it seem like it was saying all great things about him. And Grok actually was saying a lot of negative things about him. And he was trying to get his programmers to make Grok say all good things about Elon. But that's the trash they used to try to fight Iran. And you lost. So that right there just proves Grok is trash. It's trash. Nobody should be using that garbage. So I want you to hear this directly from them. I want you to hear it from them. Okay. So also remember to pick up your, how you doing, True Royal? Also remember to pick up your hair product 45% off starting today through the 21st. All right. And it's on Shopify, Etsy, and TikTok shop. All right. Almost fell over when I found out. And by the way, True Royal, I tried to call you for the last 2 days and I keep going straight to your voicemail. So I haven't been able to get through. All right, so no. All right, hold on 1 second. All right, y'all, give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. All right.
The world's first trillionaire finances horrifying technology and pairs with the United States government to blow up children. That might sound like the plot of a Marvel movie, but it's not. Cameron Stanley is the chief digital and artificial intelligence officer at the Department of War Crimes, and he confirmed in a court filing on Monday what many of us have long suspected, which is that Elon Musk's Grok was being used by the Pentagon to dictate strikes in the early hours of the Iran war. Stanley declared that 2,000 unique targets were struck by 2,000 munitions in a 96-hour period during Operation Epic Fury, which lines up exactly with the generally reported numbers over the first 4 days of the Iran war. You may also recall that on the first day of the Iran war, a school was struck in which 150 students and teachers were killed.
The building that was a school and has been a school for several years in the past was part of this Iranian Revolutionary Guard base. And the mistake was that that information was not updated, i.e. that the building that had been turned into a school was no longer part of the base.
It's also important we note that around the time these strikes were occurring, Grok's hallucination rate was 17%, meaning that roughly 340 of the targets that it would have recommended could have been in error.
The Secretary of the Department of War, he just said, so we could be advanced in progressing America as being the top level in AI use and development. We are happy today to announce that we are working with X and it's Grok AI.
How about this? Star Trek real. Star Trek original. Yes. Winning.
And this right here proves there are no military strategists, because those are the ones that should sit down and get striked during the war. The Trump administration didn't use a human being at all. It used AI to pick all the spots where they would bomb Iran. And what they are saying without saying it, it picked that school where those children were, because wherever Grok told them to bomb, that's where they bomb. And Grok picked that school. And we know all those children and school teachers got wiped out. So let's go on. And this dude think this is a good thing. I thought, oh, he was in the military and blah, 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 right? I mean, come on. This is what your generals are for. Your generals are supposed to map out what gets done, what gets hit, all right, and how to protect your bases. All of that is done by your general. But no, when they got in there, they had to fire the generals, deny promotions to Black men and women that were supposed to become generals. That's the stuff they did. And you see how bad they have lost this war. But let's go on. Pete wants you to believe using Grok is a great thing. No, it isn't. If I'm going to go to war, you ain't going to sit in my face talking about, we going to put you on the battlefield and whatever the AI says, that's what we want you to do on the battlefield. I tell you what, I'd go AWOL if you told me some crap like that. I guess Grok told you not to feed your soldiers too, huh? Because you haven't been feeding them.
Requires a new playbook. Elon wrote it with his algorithm. Question every requirement, delete the dumb ones, and accelerate like hell. We're excited to announce the next frontier AI model company to join GenAI.mil, and that is Grok from xAI, which will go live later this month. So I want to thank you, Elon, and your incredible team for leaning forward with us on this as well. Very soon, we will have the world's leading AI models on every unclassified and classified network throughout our department. Long overdue. To join GenAI.mil, and that is Grok from xAI. Very soon, we will have the world's leading AI models on every unclassified and classified network throughout our department. We will judge AI models on this standard alone. Factually accurate, mission relevant, without ideological constraints that limit lawful military applications.
That's a little concerning. So what can Grok do for the Pentagon? You know, it's a lot of boring stuff, like having total access to classified and unclassified data. No big deal, right? Analyze intelligence data. It'll be used in battle management and decision-making at the highest level. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, here's an interesting one. Combat experimentation. I wonder what that is. Specifically a program called SwarmForge. That don't sound good. So basically, Grok is going to learn new ways to weaponize itself. Look, I'm not naive. I know the world in which I live. And I know that a weaponized AI is coming. But my question is, when is this new weapon going?
Under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallets of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program. So we want to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal, our view, the president's views, that was a very bad deal.
Okay.
That gave them a
That's
bunch
the
of money up
past.
front.
What's the future?
To fund, you talked about negotiated deals. Allowed them to fund their proxies and spread Hamas and Hezbollah all around the region, build up nuclear capabilities.
What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
so they
never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated underground. They're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material.
Reclaiming my time for a quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands
so
of...
Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly the same place we were before. So much so
their
that
facilities were bombed and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
Right, let me try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North Korea strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
and yet
to ensure their
haven't given
conventional
up the
shield was brought
one
to
other
field,
question
we've done.
if I could get to it.
Good morning, y'all. I'm on my way to Minneapolis, but I just had to talk about this. Hijacc is introducing Elon Musk's fucking AI, Grok, you know, the racist one that was telling kids to kill themselves, you know, the one that was praising Adolf Hitler, into the Department of Defense's network. I'm talking the network of our DOD, the network that is classified and unclassified. All information will be fed into Elon Musk's AI. Now, that's fucking crazy, folks. Elon is not a member of our government. Hell, Elon is not even American, but his fucking super fucking robot is going to have access to everything in the Pentagon. This is fucking madness, folks. We've all seen fucking Terminator. We know how this ends, but you know, the people in Terminator were supposedly competent. Is Elon Musk fucking competent? Is Hijacc competent? No. This is fucking crazy, folks. Stop paying attention to Donald Trump's senile old ass and start paying attention to what's going on behind the scenes. What are the tech billionaires doing? What is Elon Musk doing? What is Peter Thiel doing? And so I go deeper into this, and it turns out that fucking Joe Biden allowed fucking Google to put their AI in the Pentagon in 2024. So it's already been steamrolling. It's already been happening. We've seen Terminator. We know how this fucking ends. But we're going to do it anyways, because if we don't do it, China will. How do we escape from this? The AI is only creating new AIs. And it's not going to, they call it misalignment, folks. It's called misalignment when the AI turns against you. But it always does. Every fucking simulation, every fucking study shows that the AI is going to turn against us because you know what? We're not smart enough for the AI. The AI is smarter than us. Hell, maybe it'll be a good thing. Maybe we should let the AI take over because right now, folks, it ain't it. All power to the people.
So Hijacc announced yesterday that the U.S. government, the U.S. military, the Department of Defense is going to start using Grok. That's right. Grok is going to be integrated into U.S. military systems. You know, Grok, the AI that allows you to produce CSA materials. You know, Grok that is banned in several countries because it allows people to produce CSA materials and revenge corn or corn in general. Yeah, that's being integrated into U.S. military systems. On what planet is it a good idea to allow an AI that allows that kind of stuff into our government systems? Like, it's so funny. The party that screams and yells, save the children, save women, we must protect the women and children, but then turns around and uses an AI tool that allows for the abuse of women and children. And yes, this is a very real thing. I had a man ask me if he could put me through Grok AI. So I would be naked for him. Luckily, I told him no, but I don't think he listened to me. So this should be concerning to everybody that our U.S. government is not trying to regulate an AI that allows the production of CSA and porn without somebody's consent. and is integrating it into our government systems.
There's a bombshell report coming out stating that the Pentagon just admitted to using Grok AI to bomb Iran. They did so in a sworn statement in federal court. Department of Defense Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Officer Cameron Stanley defended the chatbot's existence, saying that it's a matter of paramount national security. AI went on to say that they used it to fire 2,000 munitions at 2,000 distinct targets within Iran in 96 hours. This administration is using AI to shoot at humans. It is using artificial intelligence to kill other human beings. If they can do it in Iran, where else can they do it? How long before the people get a little too unrestful and then they use AI against you?
Everyone else is banning Grok. Countries, regulators, entire governments. Guess who's not? That's right, Pete Hegseth. And where is it invited into? The US military. Remember Grok? The AI caught generating sexualized deepfakes, digitally undressing women, creating child abuse imagery, and currently under international investigation. While other nations said absolutely not, the Pentagon says, give it our data. Hegseth announced Grok will run inside military systems with access to both classified and unclassified networks, feeding on US military intelligence. He called it AI exploitation. An AI so reckless it had to be restricted overseas is now being trusted with American military operations. No clear safeguards, no public oversight, no explanation for why this thing is suddenly safe. And the justification? It won't be woke. That's it. That's the plan. If Grok couldn't be trusted not to abuse civilians online, why on earth is it being trusted with the most powerful military on the planet?
Thank you very much. Today, we're excited to announce the next frontier AI model company to join GenAI.mil, and that is Grok from xAI. Very soon, we will have the world's leading AI models on every unclassified and classified network throughout our department. We will judge AI models on this standard alone. Factually accurate, mission relevant, without ideological constraints that limit lawful military applications.
It's pretty crazy that the United States government wants to utilize Grok or even other AI units when it comes down to their national security. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, because up here is a list of 7 of the most recent things that has happened when it comes down to just Grok in general, not even other AI platforms, but just strictly Grok within like the last 6 months. There is a lot more than what is listed above you guys. But even with the most recent one where people were utilizing Grok with photos of children and telling it to remove their clothing, and it would still comply. So for the United States military, for the Pentagon to say that this is going to be the leading software, this is going to lead us into the future, even though this AI unit has been known to go rogue completely, idolizing specific historical figures throughout history, including someone very well known during World War II, and idolizing that individual. If you know, you know. Let me know your thoughts once more in the comments, because even I ended up doing some videos discussing AI and how dangerous AI is, not just for national security, but for the average person. Because I ended up asking AI a specific question. I ended up asking ChatGPT and Grok at one point in time about Charlie Kirk's assassination. And both of those platforms indicated that Charlie Kirk has never been assassinated. He is living well with his family. And it even showed a AI-generated photo of Charlie Kirk today in 2026 with his family. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so now you can put the blame where it belongs. Donald Trump lost the war because of himself, his administration, Pete Hegseth, and Grok. Yes. Now you know. So I guess they thought we shouldn't have to really think about what we need to do next. We just go punch everything in on Grok, and whatever Grok tells us to do, that's what we'll go with. And yeah. You know, I went online at the G7 because Donald Trump was speaking today. And you know what Donald Trump was talking about? Y'all know what he was talking about? The election was rigged. The election was rigged. Yeah, he was saying that at the G7. I said, this is so embarrassing. Then he was talking about Barack Obama, because you know he don't like Obama. So everywhere he goes, he tries to talk bad about Obama. And of course, those other world leaders don't agree with Donald Trump, because he was standing there trying to imply his deal with Iran was better than Barack Obama. And the report said that not one of those world leaders agreed. They believe Barack Obama's plan should have been left in place. And Donald Trump's plan, after reading it over, they said his plan is way weaker. But I just can't believe he stood at the podium whining about the election was rigged. But that's what he did, y'all. That's what he did. He did that at the G7 in front of world leaders. You can't make it up. So anyway, y'all, that's all I have on this one. Tomorrow, I got another one. Evanston, Illinois. Their local government was getting ready to send money to the Black residents as part of their reparations. They've been doing reparations now for like the last several years. It started out as, you know, a program like they always do, but they were going to give actual money. Guess who stepped in to stop the reparations from going out? Donald Trump. Donald Trump blocked Evanston from giving reparations to their Black citizens. And they were doing this locally. They were not doing this on the federal level. So the DOJ got lawsuits against Evanston, Illinois, blocking them from giving out cash money for reparations to their Black citizens. And Donald Trump stepped in to block it. But he wants to give reparations to criminal J6ers. He wants them to have reparations, and they're a bunch of criminals. But people who were slaves in that area and the descendants that still live there, Donald Trump blocked it. So we'll talk about this tomorrow morning at 11:45. So I hope to see you then. Everybody have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Shalom. Oh, hold on. I got one thank you to do here. Antithesis, thank you so much for the super chat out here supporting. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. And shalom, family.
Floyd Mayweather is facing 2 felony charges for allegedly writing a $200,000 bad check to buy a luxury watch. Court records show the boxer was charged in April with theft as well as drawing and passing a check without sufficient funds with the intent to defraud. Prosecutors alleged that in 2024, Mayweather wrote the check to a designer resale store in Las Vegas, despite not having enough funds in his Wells Fargo bank account. Mayweather's attorney and representatives did not immediately return the Associated Press request for comment. The case is scheduled for a hearing in September. Floyd Mayweather.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as Floyd Mayweather was in the headlines yesterday for these 2 charges that he had been hit with from an incident that had been filed back in April, but actually had went down back in 2024. And I had the links in the description where you can watch the clip in the beginning in full on CNN. And with that breaking yesterday, but then even now more so, more outlets gaining coverage to it. And y'all was in the comments yesterday already saying 50 Cent is going to eat this up. And you know he did not pass on this opportunity because that would not be like 50 Cent. He said, dang, champ, what the F is up? If you need some money, just call me. We could have kept this ish from getting so messy. Now the Fed's looking for you. Love you, bro. I'm not mad at you no more. Call me. And I think that 50 Cent is just super overly trolling right there. He's not, doesn't want Floyd Mayweather to call him to help him with this. And then also, I don't think the Feds are really getting involved like that either with this. This is a state offense unless it's some other stuff going on with Floyd, because he do got a lot going on right now with the other lawsuits that he have happening. And just to get to the people up to date who haven't seen it already with this case, the complaint alleges Mayweather wrote a $200,000 check from a Wells Fargo bank account to Gold and Beyond, a high-end Las Vegas resale boutique, on December 31st, 2024. The complaint alleges Mayweather wrote the check when he had insufficient money, property, or credit in the account to pay it in full. ESPN obtained a copy of the receipt for the Audemars Piguet watch that was purchased on December 25th, 2024. The theft charge claims Mayweather wrote the check in exchange for obtaining property or services, while knowing that the check would not be paid when presented. The complaint alleges Mayweather did this knowingly, feloniously, and without lawful authority. If found guilty on the fraud charge, Mayweather could face 1 to 4 years in prison and up to a $5,000 fine plus restitution costs, according to Nevada state law. Felony theft carries prison terms of 1 to 20 years and up to $15,000 in fines. Now, I don't know how this is going to play out right here for Floyd Mayweather. Now, we know 50 Cent, they had their beef throughout the years. 50 Cent has been one throughout the years to say that Floyd Mayweather is financially not in the position that people feels he is.
Until somebody beat him, that's who he is.
Do you think he should step back in the ring?
I think he got to right now because the money gone.
So the money's really gone?
Yeah. That's what you think. It's fight, get the money, spend the money, fight.
All that money?
Yeah, it's been 2 years.
So is it just his overhead is so high on a day-to-day, month-to-month? Like
I don't even want to talk about it. Like with the lifestyle, that money's gone. Trust me. Now it's like you call him, he'll be at your local hosting in a nightclub because you need that action right now.
And now that has kind of became more and more just solidified with the things that have been on the internet with Floyd Mayweather in this last few months, even more so. We've seen the IRS stuff over the years. And then even with this right here, him writing this check, when you read the full write-up, the jeweler who sold him the watch said that they had a relationship, that he felt that Floyd was honest on it, and he thought it was good because of this fact. Because I'm like, who writes a check? I don't know. Maybe there's some high-level stuff. I ain't seen nobody write a check in a real long time. But he said he thought it was good because it was Floyd and they had the relationship. So he said he was reaching out to Floyd. Hey, this check didn't go through, bro. This check didn't go through. You got the watch already. And so what are we doing right now? You don't have the $200K in this account. They said Floyd ghosted him, but he would not respond to it, which would mean that Floyd is, to their mind, hey, you knew that this account didn't have this money in it, because why you not responding all of a sudden? And just throughout the years, to see everything going on with Floyd, saw the child support stuff, $1 million of back pay, $32,000 a month. We seen he's filed over $500 million in lawsuit of what he's claimed has been robbed of him as of late. And then that stuff coming out and being put on Front Street, that's not entirely true at all. He was actually recorded through this, spending this money, signing these deals, pawning jewelry, pawning purses, pawning other items, even his jet being sold or leased out, as he claimed that it was took from him and things of that nature. And then when you just think about this watch situation right here, Floyd pretty much has a If you just go through it, bro, it's basically like a watch compilation all over the internet throughout the years.
If I go on vacation, my fault. When I go on vacation for 30 days, I take 30 watches with me. But you know what? What's crazy is this. If we add 10 more days, I take 10 more watches. But then I say, if I want to bring out the one and only, then I bring out the watch that costs $18 million. Matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do for you motherfuckers today? I'm going to $50,000 because I ain't got to do. Money made all motherfucking day.
And when I see all this stuff, it's like, how many watches does Floyd Mayweather need? Because I'm the dude like, hey, bro, you got every single one. You still buy watches to this day. And if the money's not coming in like that anymore, obviously your lifestyle, they say Floyd spend $1 million plus a month just on his team. They say Floyd is spending it quicker than it's coming in because he's not fighting anymore. He's not landing them $100 million plus fights anymore, or whatever he was getting when he was signing them big Showtime deals. That's not there no more. But if you keep spending all that money and you're not replacing that money, then guess what? You're going to go broke, and no matter how rich you are. And when I see this with Floyd Mayweather, we see them throughout the years. Me, I always love Floyd talent. I have had disagreements with some things that he said and done throughout the years, but I always looked at him like, hey, you one of the best ever in this boxing, and it's a part of your persona. It's a part of your lifestyle to stunt and flex. That's your choice. Do you. But now you got to expect that you're going to look crazy because it don't make no sense at all. Even with Floyd trying to get back in the ring now to get paydays for these fights, and the other guys that he's suing, the wretchedness guy who would accused Floyd of basically like, hey, you've been having money issues. This is why you started doing the celebrity boxing. This is the whole reason you got back in that mix. I don't know for sure. I'm not in a business, but it just seems a way when Floyd was the guy that always advocated for, hey, bro, I left the sport, all my mechanics intact, my health good, I'm financially set for life, I'm stable. But it seems that sometimes when you got these spending habits and you don't want to change them, you feel like you got to keep up this perception. And I don't feel like Floyd is entirely broke at all. I think that he just can't live up to the means that he wants to live up to. And it's going to keep you in a financial situation when you don't want to just come out and say, let me downgrade my lifestyle, which it's really not downgrading your lifestyle. It's really just being smart financially because of the simple fact you trying to live above your means to put up this image for people who don't even see you every day. We only see you when you decide to show us you. And this is going to all be on Floyd right here. He got to take full accountability and responsibility with this. I don't know what the punishment will be or if he'll be able to resolve it, but this will be terrible for him to have to go to jail or have any type of serious situation for, because of the simple fact, once you know, hey, I'm just using my face card to get what I want, and you might have had intentions of paying them back, but you didn't contact them, you didn't make it clear, and you wore the watch for over a year straight, he says, just keeping it all the way 100. And like I said before, it just falls under that conversation. You can have all the money in the world, then $700 to $1 billion. You can have all that money, but if you don't know what to do with it, in the end, you'll be better off staying broke. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Tap into that Urban Politics TV Patreon as well. Website or the app. Got some stuff coming on there. Lock in with us. 100.
When you saw us doing an Instagram reel of us dancing to promote the live show, if you know me, you might have thought that indicates that this live show is not selling so well. Because really, I probably would have preferred to not have to do a TikTok dance. At that time, and this, keep in mind, is before Spoilerface and Munchie left the podcast, we had sold, I believe, like 30 tickets. Okay. So we do a couple of different reels.
Not quite Drake numbers.
We go out of our way to promote it on the podcast repeatedly. We're hoping that we can see a little bit of motion. It's really not moving too much. I announce that 607 Unk is going to be the headline, or is going to be the opener along with King Yella. Still doesn't really change things. The numbers are looking not great in terms of ticket sales. we announce that Hater World is also going to be added to opening up the podcast. At the same time, we announce that me and 4 Extra are going to be doing our first podcast back together on the live show.
That's dope.
We announced at one point that we're going to be giving away a free 1/8 of weed to everybody who goes to the live podcast. Really, none of this really moved the needle in any meaningful way. And actually this morning I hit up Josh for the count. Where are we at? I think he said we're somewhere around like 45, and that basically the promoter didn't want to, or basically felt like we hadn't sold enough tickets to continue on with this. Now that people still just weren't buying tickets, I'm forced to just be like, okay, apparently this was not meant to be. It's kind of at that point I was like, okay, I think I'm okay with like coming out of pocket to do the show. I think I'm just gonna cancel it. I thought that we had enough momentum to sell it. Turns out not so much. So.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I had a link in the description where you can watch the clip in the beginning and full from the No Puncher podcast, where No Puncher 22 had to come through and let everybody know why he had to cancel the No Puncher live show. And I want to make this an educational conversation right here of accepting reality for what it is when it hits you in the face. As we've seen throughout the years, No Puncher 22 has made fun of people for album sales, careers not doing as well anymore, or what they would say falling off. He's clowned people, he's mocked people. Recently, when that Money Man has said that his career wasn't this or that, or he didn't do any streams and he wasn't successful, when it comes back around, because I can probably guarantee y'all, Money Man would easily sell 30 tickets in LA, just keeping it all the way 1,000. As with No Puncher right here, bro, this is very clear, and you have to just go and accept it. And I want y'all to watch that clip in full. Go over there and watch it. They need it. Just go over there and check that out, because he is being delusional, trying to lie to himself like this is not on them. He's saying how weird, and he's coming back where live podcast is not really a thing no more. We're not the only ones that had to cancel the show, but you're not in the position of everybody else, No Puncher 22, because you compare yourself to platforms that don't have 4 million subscribers, 2 or 3 million, or whatever you got on your Instagram pages. Those got millions, maybe 1 million plus on Twitter. On top of the fact, you and your wife are cross promoting Lena the sperm cleaner, because she getting her back ran in, and everybody having a way with her in that industry y'all in. Just keeping it all the way 1,000. You have all these other things promote this as well, and you couldn't even give away free weed to get people to come.
Momentum. That things were going very well, that there was a lot of energy on the podcast and everything, and the ticket sales really kind of told a different story.
I'm gonna give you some advice. You're gonna have to do your show for free. That means the people don't value you like that. That means that show that you have, they are there because they are familiar with it, because you have the numbers already. They're not really there like, hey, we really respect this. We really rock with this. We're really part of the movement for this. That is over for that show. And it just is what it is. And you have to accept it. You can't come on here and lie to us, man. And I want this to be clear to y'all. Me being a YouTuber going on 8 years now, I could sell 30 tickets to 45 tickets to my family. If I do, and I plan on doing a live show for my 8 years in the game now. I'm going to do a live show. I just haven't had the date and time to really set it up. I had already talked about it. I'm going to do one. But I can guarantee you my family will buy 30 tickets to 45 tickets. More than that, really, if I just really pushed it to them or whatever. But 30 people from my neighborhood will come and buy tickets. I'm just keeping it all the way 1,000. And I ain't got 4 million subs. I ain't got millions of followers on Instagram. This should be a clear sign to you that the people that view your channel, they really don't rock with you like that. They're there because they're familiar. They want to go see the circus. They want to go see the clown show. They want to go see the go viral or die trying moments. They want to go see the just Jerry Springer world. But this is just clear as that, fam. There's plenty of people in this game. It is nowhere in the world you can't look at this and take most of the responsibility for it.
We did that. Like, we promoted for like a month and we sold 30 tickets to start things off.
And 1 ticket a day, yeah.
I mean, that's not good. That's not good.
couldn't get them in there with weed, with all that. That was a reality of where you sit and where you are. You have to look in the mirror and say, hey, fam, I have most definitely tore my show down. I have most definitely made a lot of moves that make people look at me like a clown. I have most definitely put a lot of things in place. You can come up with all these variables or anything you want to. You was promoting for months, and this is all you could get. You threw all this other stuff in the mix, man. Y'all pull up.
Prior to the point we had done that first reel is not terrible. That's like
I think
you're a few months out.
In the eyes of the promoter, it was pretty terrible.
Hey, fam, they don't respect the show. They tried to tell you just the laughing stock of the internet, but you weren't trying to hear. It is what it is. And the reason why you got to wear this is because you're the one that have mocked other people when they failed. You're the one that clowned other people on the internet when they albums didn't sell or they didn't do that many streams. Numbers became everything to you when it's time to win the conversation. Well, nah, we gonna make this a numbers conversation right here, man. I guarantee you, I could get 30 people to buy tickets from my neighborhood at a live show. This is a fact. 30 people that I went to school with would buy tickets at a live show. 30 people from H-Town, not to mention, y'all, this is a LA-based platform at this point. Everything is centered. Most of the part of this platform is around LA. There's other things there. The audience for that platform is right there in the culture of LA, the backyard of LA. Y'all are in the area of LA, and you can't sell 30 tickets right where you at. Hey, man, that is real pathetic, 22. You got to look in the mirror and work on you. Boy, you can't talk about nobody else. I'm one in life who knows the game is based on ups and downs. I know that the game is based on, you go through times it be up, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But he act like he's immune to that. He act like he wasn't a part of that. Don't try to compare this to nobody else's podcast either, bro. You got 4 million subscribers. That is real bad and sad. Not to mention the millions of followers on your other platforms. I got 400K subs and 17,000 Instagram followers or something like that. I can guarantee you I can sell 30 tickets, dog. That is real down bad. That is just really sad. I'm just keeping it all the way 100. Get your act together, no punch 22. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this. Y'all can see how the fans feel about it. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
Shalom, family. I'm so glad you're here, as we're going to get to this next story that I have on tap. So before we get to that, the Juneteenth sale will begin on the 18th, and it will end on Sunday, the 21st, and you'll get 45% off the entire store if you're on Etsy, Shopify, and TikTok Shop. So seize the opportunity and grab your hair products at a great discount. So we're going to talk about Donald Trump. Now, he's over in the G7, and he is ranting around the world leaders that his deal is better than Obama's with Iran. And actually, none of them agree with Donald Trump. They believe Obama's deal was better than what Donald Trump is presenting. There are some that are saying Donald Trump's deal is weak. So, yes, he's going on a rant over there. And even over here, there's a lot of people saying that the deal Donald Trump made is weaker. Now, one of the things Donald Trump did, he complained about the money that Obama gave the Iranians. He gave them $1.7 billion. And he complained about that money, saying it was too much money. And he don't agree that they should have got that money. And now Donald Trump is turning around and giving the Iranians $300 billion as part of the peace deal. You know who brought that out? Iran. Iran came online and told everybody in a social media post on X that part of the peace deal was the United States was going to give Iran $300 billion. Now, what's worse, $1.7 billion or $300 billion? I mean, the nerve of this narcissist and a hypocrite of a man sitting there complaining about what somebody else spent. And after Donald Trump's first term, he added $8 trillion to the deficit. That's how much he left out of his first term. $8 trillion. How the hell can you spend $8 trillion, man? What the hell? But that's what he spent in his first term. And I know he has surpassed that $8 trillion this time around. In fact, I think in his first year, he surpassed it. So, wow. So, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, well, these folks are terrible with money. There's no doubt about it. How are you in office? And all these years, these political offices have existed, right? How do you end up insolvent? But according to people like Donald Trump, everybody that looked like them got a high IQ. How the hell do you have a high IQ and your country is insolvent? Do you know how stupid you sound? You sound like a bunch of idiots. Everybody should laugh at you every time you open your mouth talking about a high IQ. People should laugh at your ass. So anyway, y'all, thank you for the ones.
Breaking Iran war update. Vice President J.D. Vance confirms that Iran could get $300 billion in reparations if they do the right thing, according to Vance. So what has people very concerned is it looks like the United States has caved entirely. It looks like Iran has won this war. It looks like we have lost this war. We are giving unilateral concessions to Iran in order for them to open up the Strait of Hormuz. We're lifting some sanctions. We are lifting the barricade that we've got, the blockade of all of Iran's ports. And we are now talking about them getting possibly $24 billion in frozen U.S. assets and another $300 billion in reparations, all so that Iran goes back to where they were the day before the war started. We're not getting anything out of this, guys. They're claiming, the Trump people are claiming, well, there was a promise that Iran won't build nuclear weapons. Yeah, no S, Sherlock. Guess what? Iran made that promise 50 years ago.
Well, let's be real. The U.S. did lose the war. You lost the war. So, yeah, that's why you're paying concessions, because you lost the war. And y'all, that ain't even the only money that's going to be spent in that region. Donald Trump is asking for $1.5 trillion to rebuild the bases, the U.S. bases that have been destroyed. So you're talking $1.5 trillion plus, on top of that, $300 billion that will be given to Iran. And you want to know why the country is insolvent. But the U.S. did lose. That's why he's paying all this money out, because they did lose. Okay, this was no victory.
Obama had that promise in writing. That is not a new promise from Iran. They've lied the entire time. Donald Trump went in, killed 13 U.S. service members, spent over $100 billion of our money, blew up a whole bunch of our munitions and our planes and everything else, so that now we don't really have enough to fight a war with China or somebody else when we have to fight with. And we're finding that the big deal Trump got isn't even nuclear. The nuclear stuff isn't even resolved. That's for a later negotiation. This is simply to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which we had open anyway 3 months ago. And had Trump not invaded Iran, the Strait of Hormuz would have been open anyway. But now we had to make a ton of concessions to Iran. And by the way, it looks like Iran is going to continue controlling the Strait of Hormuz. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. We lost this war so badly at this point. And J.D. Vance today to come out and say, oh, yeah, the $300 billion is on the table. Reparations. Why are we paying reparations to Iran? And he goes, well, it'll be Arab states that do it. Well, I don't care. You're bribing Iran with $300 billion because you could cajole the Arab states to do it instead of us. Same difference. It's a bribe. And the Trump people had said, oh, Obama gave money to Iran for their deal. We're never going to do it. The Trump people are giving like 10 to 50 times the amount of money to Iran that Obama did. No, guys, this is bad news. Trump promised us regime change. We don't have regime change. The same bad guys are in power. Trump promised us that he destroyed their military entirely. He didn't, especially going after their missile program. That was the big goal. He didn't. The missile program is still intact. And then he promised he was going to get rid of their nuclear program. He didn't. And it's not even part of the negotiation right now. It's not even part of this deal. All we did was get us back to where we were the day before the war when the Strait of Hormuz was open. But to get to where we were, and we could have been there just by not attacking Iran at all, we had to make massive concessions. We lost this war. More specifically, Donald Trump lost this war. Major embarrassment for America, incredibly dangerous for the Middle East because Iran has now gone way up on the totem pole in terms of their relative power in the region.
Obama gave the Iranians $1.7 billion in exchange for the following. 1, Iran gave up 98% of their highly enriched uranium. 2, Iran agreed to have 2/3 of their centrifuges under international supervision. 3, Iran allowed their heavy underwater reactor to be filled with concrete so that they didn't have a mechanism to produce the uranium, which would then allow them to make a nuclear weapon. 4, they agreed to allow the IAEA to have 24/7 inspections anytime they requested, anytime they wanted. In addition to that, the strait was never closed, the oil was consistently flowing, and economies were not disrupted the way that they are now. In 2018, Donald Trump ended that deal with Iran, which set them on the path of developing a nuclear weapon again if they wanted to. In 2025, Donald Trump ordered Operation Midnight Hammer, which was a surprise attack on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. According to U.S. intelligence and the IAEA, Iran's nuclear facilities suffered significant damage. February 28, 2026, Donald Trump started a war with Iran. June 14, 2026, Donald Trump agreed to give Iran $300 billion for the following. I'm Ashley with an eye, bringing you news on days that end in Y. Thank you for watching.
So I'm reading today that in the U.S.-Iran proposed peace deal that is supposedly going to be signed later this week. This is after we've been told at least 38 to 40 times that there's going to be a peace deal, but supposedly there's one. There is an agreement that there will be $300 billion be given to Iran for reconstruction and investments for Iran. Now, I'm assuming this comes from the American taxpayer, and I want to tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. This is a war that Americans did not support. As a matter of fact, we said no more foreign wars, and that's what we voted for in 2024. Well, Trump decided to bomb Iran and go to war against Iran on behalf of his good friend, Bibi Netanyahu, in Israel, and he's on record saying that he did this for Israel, while he claimed that it was to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. By the way, former DNI Tulsi Gabbard told Congress that Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, and so did other nuclear regulatory agencies said Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, but Trump went ahead and bombed them anyway. Well, this cost Americans approximately $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions that we need for our country's defense. But let's add on to that. What else did it do? You know what it did? It drove the cost of gasoline that hurt the average American citizen, drove it to over $4.50 a gallon, drove diesel up close to $6 a gallon, and much higher prices if you live in states like California. So not only have Americans already paid the price at the pump, also including inflation went up. We've been paying $2 billion a day for Trump's war in Iran and Israel's war in Iran. And now we're getting told that we may have to pay an additional $300 billion to rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu decided to bomb. This is a bunch of bullshit.
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
The document has leaked, folks. The Trump regime's memorandum of understanding with Iran is now public. Saudi Arabia's Al Arabia was the first to get their hands on it officially. They've leaked the 14 points of this memorandum of understanding. Indeed, it does involve an obligation by the United States to facilitate a $300 billion fund for private investments in Iran. I'll get into that more in this video. I want to share with you the terms of this memorandum of understanding. It's already been signed electronically by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on behalf of the United States. It was signed simply by MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader, on behalf of Iran. I find it notable that it was signed by the president and the vice president when it came to the United States, but the parliament leader when it comes to Iran. MB Ghalibaf's a powerful person in Iran, but surprising that he's the only person who signed it. In any event, let's go through these terms of the Memorandum of Understanding. It's set to be signed in person in Switzerland on Friday. Let's take a look at what it says. Iran and the U.S. together. Point one, Iran and the U.S. together with their allies in the current war declare upon the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and commit that from now on, they will refrain from the threat of use of force against each other. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article and remaining articles. So notable, point one, Lebanon is mentioned in the very first point of this MOU. Point two, Iran and the U.S. commit to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Three, Iran and the U.S. commit to negotiate and reach a final agreement within a maximum period of 60 days, extendable by mutual consent. In other words, this is not an actual deal. This is a memorandum of understanding to negotiate a deal, although there are some terms that appear to be binding in this memorandum of understanding. And of course, it says it could be extended by mutual consent. So I think we can expect that when 60 days is about to expire, they're going to continue this throughout the Trump regimes and throughout Donald Trump's term, and then probably hand this off to the next president. That's my best guess. And then goes on to say, four, immediately upon the signing of this memorandum of understanding, the U.S. will lift the naval blockade and prevent any interference or obstruction against Iran and restore traffic within a maximum of 30 days to its full capacity. Ship traffic shall be proportional to the pre-war volume of traffic on the part of Iran. The U.S. also commits to withdraw its forces from the surrounding areas within 30 days after the final agreement. So a binding term on the U.S. right now is it will lift the naval blockade immediately, and we believe that has already taken place. And then restoring the normal traffic within the strait, that's within a 30-day period after the official signing on Friday. Point five, Upon signing of this memorandum of understanding, Iran will immediately take steps to ensure that the movement of merchant ships from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa is resumed within 30 days to the pre-war volume, taking into account the need to remove technical obstacles and the neutralization of mines by Iran. In other words, the blockade is open. We get our ships out. Our control over the Strait of Hormuz is released in the sense that the ships can leave, but let's keep on reading what else is in this. The U.S. commits together with its regional partners to create a comprehensive plan agreed upon by both parties for the rehabilitation and economic development of Iran, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. The implementation mechanism of this plan as part of the final agreement will be formulated within 60 days. 7. The U.S. commits to ending on a schedule to be agreed upon as part of the final agreement all types of sanctions currently facing Iran, including resolution of the UN Security Council and the Board of Governors of the IAEA, and all unilateral sanctions, both primary and secondary. Any sanction ever against Iran from all bodies gets removed. A big win for Iran right there. And that happens upon the final agreement. 8. Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. Iran and the U.S. have agreed that the fate of enriched material and all other mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in a final agreement. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article. And so Iran is saying, we're not going to build a nuclear weapon, but this also indicates that Iran is suggesting that it's still going to have low-grade nuclear material. It's just not going to make it weapons grade. That seems to be consistent with what we've heard Iran say and what we've heard the Trump regime deny, but we're seeing it here now in writing. Iran and the U.S. agree that pending a final agreement, they will maintain the status quo. Iran will maintain the status quo in its nuclear program, and the U.S. will not impose new sanctions on Iran or strengthen its forces in the region. The U.S. commits that immediately after the signing of this MOU and until the date of the lifting of the sanctions, the U.S. Treasury will issue waivers for exports of Iranian crude oil, petrochemical products, and their derivatives, and all related services, including banking, insurance, transportation, etc. 11. The U.S. commits that in light of the progress of negotiations,
because they So everybody is saying that Trump and the administration lost to Iran because they agreed to pay them $300 billion of taxpayer-funded money. Check this out.
The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, and that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon.
So as we heard J.D. Vance say multiple times, the $300 billion will not come from taxpayers at all. Not one bit of that money comes from taxpayers. All of that money comes from the Gulf Coast Coalition. This is what J.D. Vance said multiple times. According to the Trump administration, the proposed $300 billion reconstruction fund for Iran is entirely funded by the Gulf Arab nations and private investments, meaning zero U.S. taxpayer dollars are slated to be used. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all those places are going to be the ones that fund the reconstruction of Iran. And even with that said,
They are not going to do it unless Iran agrees to all the terms that the U.S. has stated. So if they're not following what Trump said, then they're not getting any of that reconstruction money. Not one bit of U.S. tax dollars will be used to fund Iran. You're going to hear that kind of misinformation from all the liberals, and you're going to hear it even from some of the Republicans and some Christian creators. I've seen it already. Don't listen to it. God bless.
All right, so according to a new memorandum of understanding signed by the United States and Iran to end the war, the United States will be lifting all sanctions, and it will ensure a $300 billion investment fund to help with the reconstruction of Iran. Now, I want to stress there's been a lot of spin around this, and what we have today is based off of a leak from Josh Blacc at the Hudson Institute, a reliable source that says this is the actual text of the memorandum of understanding that the United States and Iran both have said that they signed a few days ago. So in terms of the sanctions, this is addressed in Articles 7 and 10 of the Memorandum of Understanding. They say the United States commits to ending, on a schedule to be agreed upon, all types of sanctions currently facing the Islamic Republic of Iran, including resolutions of the UN Security Council and the International Atomic Energy Agency, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, both primary and secondary. In the meantime, the United States, upon the signing of this agreement, which has already been signed, the U.S. Treasury will issue waivers for the exports of Iranian crude oil, petrochemical products, and related services relating to banking, insurance, transportation, and the like. So sanctions are in the process of coming off, again, according to this leaked document. And in the meantime, the United States will issue waivers for all of the other sanctions until they are fully removed. The $300 billion one has been a topic of a lot of debate. Vice President Vance yesterday in the news seemed to confirm that this is a discussion. It's just a matter of when it comes about. So in the Memorandum of Understanding, Article 6 says, quote, the United States undertakes, together with its regional partners, to create a comprehensive plan for the rehabilitation and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran while ensuring the financing of at least $300 billion. I want to stress that does not say, and the MOU does not say, that the United States will be giving U.S. money to Iran. It does not necessarily say that it's going to be the release of Iranian assets. It doesn't say that it's going to be a group project from all of our partners in the Middle East. It just says the number on that is $300 billion. So clearly a lot more information. That's not good to stress. Like, I don't think the Iranian regime right now should be on the receiving end of any money. But the source of that is not explicitly laid out in the MOU. But we'll keep running through this thing. It's not great.
$300 billion. That is what Iran is claiming the U.S. will give them in a, let's call it a reconstruction fund to rebuild Iran. Let's call it what it really is. Compensation. That's the word we're looking for. Compensation for the damages caused. Now, the U.S. claims, and this is important to say, that it's false news. President Trump flipped out when he was asked about this and said, absolutely not true. Well, let me tell you something. The reality is, in the last week or so, the most reliable information that has come out on the outline of the agreement has been from the Iranian news, believe it or not. We've had very little information from the U.S. government, very little information from the Israeli government, who's not really part of this. But the Iranian news is reporting officially, reporting more details, and they seem to be more accurate than what we're getting elsewhere. And they tell a story. The U.S. is going to release billions, possibly tens of billions of dollars sometime in the next 30 days if the agreement is signed or the memorandum is signed to allow, let's call it economic easing for the Iranians, and along with releasing the blockade, etc. It'll be a whole long series of slogans and things that help the Iranians. Let me tell you something. This is sort of expected. If we had the mindset or the expectation that Iran would give everything that the Americans are asking, or the U.S. government is asking, and not get something in return, we were wrong. I mean, they're still standing. They're still fighting. They're still blocking the Strait of Hormuz months into this event. And believe it or not, that is a sign of strength and a sign of resilience. Now, on a military level, the U.S. won. There's no question here. When it comes to the asymmetrical nature of this war, to the terrorism element of it, Iran has done quite well. We need to be honest here. And this is a big question for me as an Israeli here, outside of Jerusalem, asking the question of, well, what about us? Do we get compensation? Who's going to pay for the damage the Iranian missiles caused in Israel? I mean, every missile strike causes damage in the
Well, why should they pay for anything? Y'all started the war. You know, I mean, and every peace deal, it was really broken by Israel. So what do you expect to get? You took a chance on fighting a war and the results were not good. And as far as Donald Trump getting private funding, I never believed that. If you remember, the ballroom started out that way. It was from donations from wealthy people, right? And it all of a sudden turned into taxpayer money. So I do not believe nothing Donald Trump is saying about private funding or alternative funding. I don't believe him. At the end of the day, when they fork over that $300 billion, that is going to come from taxpayer money right here in the US. Every dime. Every dime. So, no, I mean, if you feel like you should get compensation, then it's up to Israel to work that out with Iran. Seriously. I don't know what y'all think anybody should do. You know, maybe you should think about these things before you start a war with someone. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I have my next live coming up at 5:45, and we're going to talk about how a lot of people are raising the red flag because Donald Trump looks very sick over there at the G7. And some of the world leaders were saying things like they had to repeat the same thing to Donald Trump multiple times before he got it, you know? And when I saw pictures of him, especially when he was standing, it's very clear his cankles are still very swollen. And it even looks like he has put on weight. I don't know if he put weight on or that's just fluid from his heart. It could be. I'm not sure. But we will be talking about that at 5:45. So everybody, I will see you then. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support and have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. We have some good topics to talk about. And, you know, we're going to talk about a British actor. And some of you probably saw the movies he was in. And believe it or not, I know who he is, but I have not watched any of his movies. And, you know, Hollywood hates us. So they would prefer to have foreigners play our icons because they're really showing their hatred for us. And they don't want to deal with us. If they could get us all out of the industry, that's what they would do in a heartbeat. In all honesty, I wish that was the next thing we would actually boycott is entertainment because, you know, especially when it comes down to movies and TV, the racism, and we're still looking at things with our actors and actresses not getting paid, but they're giving millions of dollars to white actors and actresses. So anyway, y'all, back to this. What I think this is stemming from, y'all, is Drewski. Drewski did a skit on British actors taking over roles of Black American icons, and he did not like it. In fact, a lot of the British did not like his skit. And I think this is just a retaliatory way, but the way he did this didn't make any sense. First of all, Southerners do not sound anything like a Nigerian. And then he talk about subservience. That's just a load of nonsense. It just sounds like you sat around and made something up. And then the next time you went before the cameras, you said it. But at the end of the day, the Drewski skit was true. Many of y'all are taking over those roles because that's the way Hollywood wanted. And the problem is, just like with Cynthia Erivo, y'all don't really know the history. You don't. You're playing a historic person, but I noticed this with the Africans, the Caribbeans, all of y'all. When you come here, you don't take the time to learn the history of this place. You come, you make assumptions, and then when you decide to try to quote our history, you quote it all wrong and out of context. And then, you have no understanding, and you're not trying to get the understanding. That's what makes it even worse. So sad, but true. But I think that's all this is stemming from. And there's a lot of people mad at Godfrey. I can't listen to him all the time. Sometimes I can listen to him and I agree, especially when he is saying something about white supremacy. But there are other instances where the Nigerian comes out of him. You know what I mean? And those are the moments when I can't listen to him at all. Well, let's just get into it. Before we get started, y'all, I got to tell you about the latest sale, which is going on right now on all of my stores. You can get 45% off of my products. Every time, if I'm able to give discounts, I will definitely do it, because I know with all the inflation, believe me, it's hitting me as well, because my supplies are costing me more than when I started back in 2024. My supplies, many of them have gone up. In fact, I don't think anything has stayed the same. All of them has gone up. And, I did not want to raise my prices, but it got to be a situation where it was kind of backed up in a corner and had to do it because I was paying more for, bottles and jars and things like that. So 45% off with Etsy, Shopify, TikTok Shop. And the sale already started, and it will go on until June 21st. So if you need to stock up, this is the time to do it. I got some of the first orders out early this morning. So hopefully, you should get everything in the mail. I try to get everything out as quickly as I can when you place an order. All right. So let's get to it. First, we're going to hear what David Oyelowo, and I don't know if I'm saying that's right. We're going to hear what he says, and then after that, he later comes back and apologizes for what he said. And, quite naturally, a lot of our people, they are not embracing his apology at all. They're not feeling it. So I'll let you be the judge. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. I don't think you need to look for a British actor to play Dr. Martin Luther King or play, someone in Selma. Like I said, it's blatant disrespect and also a sign of Hollywood showing their disdain for us. That's all it is at the end of the day. Thank you for the ones. Thank you.
If you take the Nigerian accent like this and you slow it down, you put a lot of slavery in there. Facts. And then you start to put a little bit of subservience in it. This is what starts to happen to the Nigerian accent.
First of all, a Southern accent and a Nigerian accent are absolutely nothing alike. When I speak to my relatives that have a very notable Southern accent, they don't sound like a slave to me. They just sound like my relatives speaking to me, and they just have a different dialect because of the part of the country they come from. How do your voice have slavery in it? Can somebody please explain that to me? How do your voice have slavery and subservience in it? That's a behavior that has nothing to do with what you vocalized. Okay? Subservience is a behavior.
Sorry, y'all. I meant to end this like an hour ago. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Join us for Frontline Black News tomorrow, season 6, episode 31, part 1. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Bucket Smith and Hands on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. The peace, love, light, reparations, and separations and delineation. Sharon Kuma and Lady Chase signing off on the Mile High Income and Legal Modern Affliction. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Breeze. Shout out to DSB. Shout out to Michael. And anybody else that joined us is Fresh, Claude, Val. And anybody that joined us I didn't mention or forgot peeking and not speaking. All right, Lady Che, what's your closer? Lady Che. Let's see, pass out. All right, I'm going to end it. Peace, y'all.